Hello and welcome to the Ultimate React course. I'm so thrilled to welcome you here and to guide you on your journey of becoming a complete React developer. And learning React is indeed a great choice, not only because it will enable you to build any application that you can imagine, but also because there is always a huge demand for skilled React developers like the one that you will become by the end of this course. Now, before we dive in, let's take a minute to get a quick overview of how the course is organized and the projects that we're gonna build together. So, the course is divided into 4 big parts, which will take you from knowing nothing about React to a skilled and confident React developer in no time. In part 1, we're gonna build a few small but nice projects to get you up to speed with React fundamentals such as components, JSX, props, state, and forms. I also included tons of challenges and exercises to get you coding in React on your own right off the bat. In part 2, we build upon these foundations to learn intermediate concepts like data fetching, the use effect hook, and custom hooks. There is also a special section on how React works behind the scenes, which will make you super confident when working with React on your own. Next, in part 3, is where we really take things to the next level and work on your advanced React skills. So we're gonna dive deep into topics like reducers and performance optimization, build our first single-page app with React Router, and also explore Redux and modern Redux toolkit. Then, in part 4, we take all you've learned and apply it to the real world, as we build 2 beautiful professional applications using industry-standard libraries and tools like Redux, Tailwind, React Query, Supabase, and more. So, as you see, this course really contains everything you need to know about modern front-end development with React. It's gonna be a really exciting journey, and I'm sure that you're gonna have a ton of fun building all these projects and that you'll take your web development career to the next level. And with that being said, let's jump right in. Now, before learning anything about React, and even before setting up our development environment, let's build our very first small React app. It's a tiny app, but you will already meet many of the fundamental ingredients that all React applications are built upon. So this is going to be a lot of fun already, and so let's get started. And remember how I said that we don't even need to set up our development environment. And that's right, we can actually write our very first React app right here in basically this online code editor called codesandbox.io. So right now you can go to codesandbox.io, and there they will ask you to try this app for free, but you can do it even more easily, which is to open up a new tab and simply write react.new. So that's it, react.new, hit enter, and this will then automatically create a brand new code sandbox for you, already with the React starter template. Now, by the time you're watching this, the code sandbox app might look a little bit different, but the idea is probably going to be the same. So here on the left side, you will have some files. Here's some info about the template. That doesn't really matter. Then in the middle, you will have a code editor where you can open these files. So just like VS Code. And on the right, you will have your output and even your console down here. So this is, again, just like VS Code. And in fact, this whole app is actually really built on VS Code. And this is actually so helpful and useful that we will use Code Sandbox a lot of times throughout this course. For example, for the coding challenges that I included in this course. But anyway, you see here that it has already created a bunch of folders and files for us. And let's start by deleting these styles.css. We're not going to use this. And we have this index.js and app.js. And of course, later we will learn what all of this code here is and does. But for now, let's open up simply app.js and delete everything. And so with this, we can then start from scratch. So let's start by building our very first React component, which is essentially a piece of the user interface. Again, more about all that later. So just write function, and by default, we call our main component the app component. And as you see, a component in React is really just a function. Now, these functions in React, so these components, can return something called JSX, which is a syntax that looks like HTML and which will basically describe what we can see on the screen. So just like HTML. So let's return a div. Let's close it here. Then let's, for example, write an h1 here. Hello world. So that's the traditional first line of code that we always write. And then we also will want a button a bit later. And here let's say get advice, because we are going to build a very small app which will fetch some advice from an API and will display it over here on the screen. So let's give this a save. And you see that it all nicely formats here, which is because behind the scenes here, we have the Prettier extension already included into the starter template here. And now all we need to do is to export this function from here, because you see that this index.js file actually imports it here. So export default, give it a save, and then let's just manually reload here on the right side. And after some time, you should then, so you should see your hello world and the button. Beautiful. So that's our very first React component, but of course, nothing happens, for example, when I click here on this button. And so let's change that. And again, what I want to do is whenever I click on this button, we want to get a new advice from an API. So basically, we want to fetch some data from an API and display it on our user interface. So let's actually write a new function right in here. So inside app, we will write an async function so that we can use async await. And so you should be familiar with this basic JavaScript. And if not, don't worry, there is actually a section that reviews the most essential JavaScript that you need to know for React. Now here I'm missing, of course, the function name. So let's say get advice. And then here, let's fire off a fetch request. And here I'm just going to type out the URL of this API. So https, then api.adviceslip.com/advice. Okay, then we can await this promise and store it inside of some variable. And again, all of this should be nothing new for you at this point. Let's just give ourselves a little bit more space. But also, as I said, if this is new stuff, just type out the JavaScript that I'm writing here, and it all will make sense in that review of essential JavaScript. But anyway, let's now basically convert that response to JSON, and then let's log it to the console. All right, so inside our component, which again is this app function here, so inside that component, we now have this getAdvice function, but we're not calling it anywhere, right? So how do we call this function when we click on this button? Well, we can specify the onClick attribute here. So onClick equals, and then just open these curly braces. And here we simply write getAdvice. All right, let's maybe reload just to make sure. And then let's click. And, well, we got something. Nice. So here we have this slip, then slip again, and then in there we have the advice. And so here we have some piece of advice. A problem shared is a problem halved. So what we're looking for is actually data.slip.advice, right? So let's try that again. Yeah, so now you get this advice directly here. And all we have to do now is to basically get this string, so this text here, into our user interface. So we want it to be displayed right here. So here in this place. Now, how do we do that? Well, for that, we need a concept called state. And state is the most fundamental concept of React. So whenever we need something to change in the user interface, we change the state. So we update something that we call state. So to create new state, we need to do it here at the top level in the function, and we write it like this. So advice and set advice, and then use state. And we start off with an empty string. So you see that automatically useState got imported from the React library. And if for you this didn't happen automatically, then please go ahead and write this line of code here. All right. So this useState here is a function in React which returns an array. And so here we are destructuring that array. So in the first position of the array, we have the value of the state that we call advice here. And the second value is a setter function. So a function that we can use to update the piece of state. Okay, and so right here in this getAdvice function, we can now use this setAdvice function to update the state. And then whenever this piece of state is updated, the user interface will also be updated. So let's call setAdvice right here. So after we receive the data, and now all we have to do is to then use this advice right here in this JSX. So remember that I said that this is called JSX, which is basically just like HTML, but we can add some JavaScript to it as well. So each time we want some JavaScript, we can basically enter JavaScript mode by using these curly braces. And we already did that down here. So we have this onClick attribute here, and then here we opened JavaScript and passed in the function. So this function will then get called whenever we click this button. So here now we can simply place this advice variable. And then let's see the magic happening. And it works. Beautiful. Let's click again, and then we get another one. Beautiful. So it's already working. So this is already your first working React application, already with a piece of state, which again is one of the fundamental aspects of React. And of course, right now, all of this seems really confusing, but of course, you will understand it as we go through the course. So basically what happens is we click this button here, and we said here that whenever we click the button, the getAdvice function should be called. And so then, indeed, it gets called, it fetches our data, and then we update the state. So we update the state by calling setAdvice, and then whenever we do that, so when we update state, then this function here, so this whole component is executed again, and then the advice here has been changed, and therefore it then changes here on the user interface. Nice. So what I want to do next is to display down here some text which tells us how many times basically we have clicked this button. So which tells us how many pieces of advice we have already read. So basically we want a paragraph here which says something like, you have read, then here we can write any HTML, like we can make it strong. Let's for now just use some placeholder value here. Pieces of advice. And let's close that here. But now, of course, we want to make this number dynamic, right? And so this is another place where we need some state, because we want this value here to be updated over time. So we create more state. So use state again, and now the initial value should be 0. And then again, this returns an array which we can immediately destructure into, for example, count and set count. And of course, we can use any names that we want here. So what we do then here is to also update the count. So we can use our set count function. And then here I will do something a bit strange. So we will update now in a different way, but this doesn't really matter. So it simply takes the current count and then adds 1, and that will become the new count. Okay, and now here let's replace that placeholder with the actual count value. And if we reload now, then yeah, it increased. And it keeps increasing, so that works just fine. Nice. Now maybe you noticed that when we load this for the first time, we have no advice here at all, and of course we start at 0. So let's change that so that whenever we open up the app for the first time, we already are graded here with our very first piece of advice. And we can do that with something called an effect. So we can use effect, and again it needs to be imported here, so make sure that use effect is up here. And then into use effect we pass a function. So what do we want to happen here? Well, basically exactly the same thing as here. So we can simply call get advice. Right? Now you're seeing that it's getting completely out of control, and that's because we have a bug in our code. So here we need this empty array. And as soon as I save this, you see that it stopped. So use effect takes 2 arguments. First, a function that we want to get executed at the beginning, so when this component first gets loaded, basically, and then a second argument, which is called the dependency array, but that doesn't matter for now. So we will learn all about this later, but for now just make sure that you have this empty array here. All right, and if we reload now, you see that very soon you get this very first advice automatically. Now down here we also get 2 pieces of advice, even though it should be only 1, but again we will worry about that later. This is just because of something called strict mode in development. Now if we keep clicking, then of course it keeps increasing normally. But when we load for the first time, basically this effect will be executed twice. And so then this increases 2 times. Nice. And this is actually all the functionality that I wanted already for this little application. To make it just a little bit more real world, so to say, let's create a new component for this message down here. So in React, we try to divide user interfaces into components. And so let's kind of do this already here. So let's call this component message, and notice how it is uppercase here. So just like app, this one also needs to be uppercase. That's a convention in React for all components. So here all we want to return is basically just this. So we cut it from here, and then here we simply include message. Now you see that we have this error there, but we will take care of that in a minute. And so now we can basically include this component, so actually message, just as if it was another HTML element. So message, and then we can close it immediately like this. But now we have a problem, because here we are using this count value, and well, right now this component has no way of knowing about the value of this variable. And so what we need to do is to pass it right into the component. So we do that using something called props. And a prop is basically just like parameters to a function. So let's say we wanted to call this prop count, and then we pass in the count value. And again, here we are entering this JavaScript mode by using the curly braces. And so now here we can accept that, but not like this. So it's not like a normal function where we simply accept count. Instead, what we accept is an object called props. And it's on this props object that count is now a property. And again, if this sounds too confusing, well, it is actually pretty simple, as you will see when we learn this all step by step and not all at once. So here I just want us to have a little bit of fun and very briefly get to know all these different ingredients of React. But you don't need to worry about learning any of this right now. Just type the code and have some fun and see the application here coming together. So now it actually works. So if we reload, then all these errors will be gone and the application is back to working. So beautiful. And actually, this is all that I wanted to do for this small application, which still already has a lot of the React ingredients that real-world React applications will have. So we have state, we have effects, we have props, we have, of course, JSX here. We created 2 components, and so that's already pretty nice. So I hope that this was fun and that you also got this application to work. And if not, so if for some reason you run into some trouble, I will attach a link to this code sandbox right onto this Udemy lecture. And with that being said, after this small introduction, it's now time to actually set up our system a little bit and really start learning about what React actually is, why it exists, and start learning really React. Now, before leaving this intro section, let me give you 8 quick considerations on how to actually take this course. And I promise they are super short and super important. So please don't skip this video, as it will set you up for success with this course. First of all, there are many different types of students in this course. Some have never written a line of React code in their life, while others want to get better or more advanced at React. This course is for all of you. Everyone is welcome. So please don't write a bad review immediately if the course is too easy or too hard or progressing too slow or too fast for you, because I built this course with everyone in mind. Now, to make it perfect for you, you can always rewatch lectures, jump to other sections, watch the course with slower or faster playback speed, or ask questions in the Q&A section. Of course, you can give a 1-star review if the course is absolutely terrible, but please at least wait for a couple of sections to get a good idea of the course. And then you will actually find that it's not terrible. Also, you don't need to watch the entire course in order to learn React. There are many parts of the course, especially in the big projects, where we will just practice what we already learned before, but just in another context. Now, this practice is excellent for you, and the more videos you watch, the better you will become. But if you are short on time, you can just skip many sections or parts of sections, which will allow you to cut the course length at least in half. Now, about actually taking the course, as you should already know, you always need to code along with me. You will learn exactly 0 React skills by just sitting and watching me code. You have to actually write the code yourself, even if it's just typing the exact same code as in the video. It really doesn't matter, because as long as you're coding, the code is somehow getting into your brain and you're learning. Now, in the first few sections of the course, don't worry about why or how things work in React or about some React best practices. That's all super important, but in the first few sections, while still learning the fundamentals, we just want to make things work. We will worry about everything else as we keep going through the course. If you have some problem with your code or just a regular question, start by trying to solve or to answer it yourself. This is absolutely essential for your progress and an essential skill as a developer. If you can't solve the problem, start by checking the Q&A section because probably someone already had the same problem before. Now, if that doesn't help, you can ask a new question. Just use a short description, post your code on codesandbox.io that we used in the previous video, and then share the link in the Q&A. Now, many sections in the course build on one another, and so before moving on from a section, make sure that you understand exactly what was covered. So don't just try to finish the course as fast as possible. Instead, take a break, review the code that we wrote, review the notes that you hopefully have been taking, review the projects that we built, and maybe even write some code on your own to practice. Only then you're ready to move on. Now, I recorded this course on a Mac, but everything is going to work the exact same way on Windows or on Linux. So if something doesn't work on your computer, that's not because you're using a different operating system. So there must be some other issue. And now, finally, and most importantly, have fun. So diving into the world of React is so much fun, and it's going to be so rewarding to see an application come to life that you have built yourself. So if you're feeling frustrated for some reason, stop whatever you're doing and just come back later. Always have fun while coding. And with that being said, let's now actually get started. Now, before even starting part 1, you first need to actually download the course starter code and the final project files from GitHub. So all the code that you're gonna need to build the projects in this course is located in this code repository on GitHub with this URL. So I will add this URL to the resources of this lecture, and so just click that to access this page. Now, to then download the entire code, all you have to do is to click here on this green button and then download as a zip file. Now, if for some reason that doesn't show up for you, so if you can't see this green button, then there's also an alternative link down here that you can click. All right. Now, let's wait for this to download. And actually, there it is. So let's see. And then let's open that up. And indeed, here we now have this zip file that I'm going to move to my desktop. So here on the desktop is where I will create all the projects in this course. So on macOS, you can just extract this by double-clicking, and on Windows, you just right-click, and then somewhere you will find the option of extracting all files. So then inside this folder, we basically have one folder for each of the projects that we're going to build throughout this entire course. And for each of the projects, we always have a final folder and a starter folder. So the starter folder contains the code that you're going to need to start the project. And then in the final folder, you will always have the code as it will look like at the end of the project. So once the project is finished. And the idea of this final code is that you can compare it with your own code in case you run into any problems. So each time that you find a bug that you cannot fix on your own, then the best thing to do is to compare your code with the code from the final files. So with the files that are here in each of the final folders in each project. Now here in the repo, I also have another branch which is this updates and fixes branch. So this is where I will place any important bug fixes that I didn't catch in the videos in the future. But don't worry too much about this one. The main thing that matters here is really this main branch. So this is the code that you need to download to get started with this course. And then finally, down here, I also have this part where I have some frequently asked questions. And so before going through the course, please make sure to take 3 or 4 minutes to read all of them. And you can also then see here the final versions of all of the main course projects. Okay, and with this, we are now finally ready to move on to part 1 of the course. Welcome to the start of our journey in this part 1 of the course. So this part is all about learning the React fundamentals. And so you'll acquire foundational skills such as setting up new React apps, React components, props, JSX, how to handle events, and the fundamentals of state and state management in order to make your apps dynamic. Part 1 also includes tons of small but beautiful projects, exercises, and challenges, so that you can hit the ground running with these super important fundamentals and start writing a lot of code right away. So without further ado, let's dive right into the world of React. Welcome to our first section. In this section, we'll take a very first look at React. So we're going to talk about why we need something like React in the first place, what exactly React is, and how it compares to vanilla JavaScript. Then, to finish, we're going to discuss different options for setting up a new React application, and then use a tool called Create React App to build our very first React project. So, are you ready? Then let's get started. So, I have mentioned the useEffect dependency array a few times already, but we don't know yet what it actually does and how it works. So, let's change that in this lecture. So, as we saw at the beginning of this section, by default, an effect will run after each and every render. However, that's almost never what we want. But the good news is that we can change this default behavior by passing a dependency array into the useEffect hook as a second argument. But why does useEffect actually need an array of dependencies, you might ask? Well, the reason is that without this array, React doesn't know when to actually run the effect. But if we do specify the effect dependencies by passing in the dependency array, the effect will be executed each time that one of the dependencies changes. And we will come back to why this is so amazing in the next slide. But for now, this is all you need to know. Now, what exactly are those dependencies? Well, effect dependencies are state variables and props that are used inside the effect. And the rule is that each and every one of those state variables and props must be included in the dependency array. But let's take a look at an example to understand what I'm talking about. And the code here is really not important. What matters is that the effect uses the title prop and the user rating state. We can clearly see at the top of the code that title is indeed a prop and that user rating is indeed a piece of state. Therefore, both of them must be included in the dependency array. So the effect function depends on these variables to do its work, and therefore we need to tell React about them. Otherwise, if the title or the user rating changes, React will not know about this change, and therefore it won't be able to re-execute the effect code. And this will then lead to a bug called stale closure. And we will talk about what a stale closure is, and also about some more rules for the dependency array in a later, more advanced section. But for now, let's actually understand why the dependency array is so important for the useEffect hook. So I like to think of the useEffect hook as an event listener that is listening for one or more dependencies to change. And when one of the dependencies does change, useEffect will simply execute the effect again. So a bit like a regular event listener, but for effects. But let's go back to our previous example where we had the title and user rating dependencies in the array. So whenever the title or the user rating changes, React will execute the effect again. So it will run the code one more time, which will in turn update the document title. So the website title that we see in a browser tab. So essentially, effects react to updates to state and props that are used inside the effect, because again, those are the effect's dependencies. So in a way, effects are reactive, just like React reacts to state updates by re-rendering the UI. And this is extremely useful and powerful, as we will see throughout the rest of the course. But all this only works if we correctly specify the dependency array. Okay, but now let's remember how I said in the very first lecture about effects that effects are used to keep a component synchronized with some external system. So some system that lives outside of our React-based code. And if we think about it, that's exactly what is happening here. So the state and props of our component are now in fact synchronized with an external system, which is, in this case, the title of the document. Now, updating the title in some other way will of course not magically update the title or user rating. So the synchronization only works in one way. But that's not really the point. The same actually happens with state updates, and we still say that the UI is in sync with state. So the point is that useEffect truly is a synchronization mechanism. So a mechanism to synchronize effects with the state of the application. And you will discover this each time that you're going to use an effect. And so let's go explore this a little bit further. So as we just learned, whenever a dependency changes, the effect is executed again. But now let's remember that dependencies are always state or props. And what happens to a component each time that its state or props are updated? Well, that's right. The component will re-render. This means that effects and the lifecycle of a component instance are deeply interconnected. That's why when the useEffect hook was first introduced, many people thought that it was a lifecycle hook, rather than a hook for synchronizing the component with a side effect. Now, the conclusion and the big takeaway from this is that we can use the dependency array in order to run effects whenever the component renders or re-renders. So, in a way, the useEffect hook is actually about synchronization and about the component lifecycle. Okay, and so with this knowledge, let's look at the three different types of dependency arrays that we can specify, and also how they affect both synchronization and lifecycle. So when we have multiple dependencies, like in this first example, variables x, y, and z, it means that the effect synchronizes with x, y, and z. Now, in terms of the lifecycle, it means that the effect will run on the initial render and also on each re-render triggered by updating one of the dependencies x, y, or z. So, again, just to make this crystal clear, the effect will be executed each time the component instance is being re-rendered by an update to x, y, or z. But if some other piece of state or prop is updated, then this particular effect will not be executed. Now, if we have an empty dependency array, That means that the effect synchronizes with no state or props, and therefore it will only run on mount. In other words, if an effect has no dependencies, it doesn't use any values that are relevant for rendering the component, and so therefore it's safe to be executed only once. Finally, if we have no array at all, we already know that the effect will run on every render, which is usually a really bad idea and not what we want. Now, if the effect runs on every render, that basically means that the effect synchronizes with everything. So essentially, every state and every prop in the component will be dependencies in this case. And now to finish, let's look at when exactly effects are executed during the render and commit process. Now, I mentioned in the first lecture on effects that effects are executed after render. And while that's not wrong, it's also not the full story. So let's look at a timeline of events that happen as components render and re-render. And I found this extremely useful when I first learned about the use effect hook myself. And so I think that you will benefit from this as well. So, as we already know, the whole process starts with mounting the component instance. In this case, an instance of movie details. After that, the result of rendering is committed to the DOM, and finally, the DOM changes are painted onto the screen by the browser. So this is just what we learned in the previous section. But where do effects come into play here? Well, effects are actually only executed after the browser has painted the component instance on the screen. So not immediately after render, as you might have thought initially. That's why we say that effects run asynchronously after the render has already been painted to the screen. And the reasons why effects work this way is that effects may contain long-running processes, such as fetching data. So in a situation like that, if React would execute the effect before the browser paints a new screen, it would block this entire process and users would see an old version of the component for way too long. And of course, that would be very undesirable. Now, one important consequence of the fact that effects do not run during render is that if an effect sets state, then a second additional render will be required to display the UI correctly. And so this is one of the reasons why you shouldn't overuse effects. Okay, but moving on now, let's say that the title was initially set to Interstellar, but then it changes to Interstellar Wars. And since this title is a prop, it means that the component will re-render and the DOM changes will be committed and painted to the screen again. Now, since title is part of the dependency array of this effect, the effect will be executed again at this point. So just as we learned in the last slide. And this whole process can of course be repeated over and over again until this movie details instance finally unmounts and disappears from the screen. Now, you might notice that there is actually a hole between the commit and browser paint, right? And the reason is that in React, there's actually another type of effect called a layout effect. So the only difference between a regular effect and a layout effect is that the layout effect runs before the browser actually paints the new screen. But we almost never need this. And so the React team actually discourages the use of this use layout effect hook. I simply mentioned this here so that you know that this also exists. And actually there are even two more holes in this timeline, but we will talk about these mystery steps by the end of the section. So stay tuned for that. Now, to get a first feeling for how React keeps the user interface in sync with state, let's quickly compare the advice app that we built in the first section with a vanilla JavaScript implementation of the same application. So here I have them open side by side, and if you want to follow along, I actually added this vanilla javascript.html file right into the same code sandbox that we used to build this first advice app. So right here in the source folder, there is now this vanilla.js, or actually vanilla-.html file. And again, I will post the link to this code sandbox into this lecture. All right, so in case you don't really remember what we did back here, you can always pause the video and just analyze this code here for a second for yourself. So what I want to do now, again, is to just quickly compare the React code that we wrote before with this vanilla JavaScript. Now, ironically, this vanilla JavaScript implementation is actually in an HTML file. So I placed all the HTML file and then also the JavaScript right into one HTML file just to keep it all in the same place. But already this shows us the very first difference between the two philosophies. So here, everything is basically done in JavaScript. So even the JSX, so basically this kind of HTML here, is written inside of JavaScript. So JavaScript is taking care of everything, while here in the vanilla JavaScript, HTML is still in charge. So we have an HTML file, and that HTML file is then including the JavaScript into it. So it's basically the other way around, right? So right inside this HTML, we still have our same h1 here for the advice. The only difference is that it's empty, while here we include that advice state. Then we have the button and the paragraph for the message. Then inside of the script, so inside of the JavaScript part, we need to, of course, then manually select all of these three DOM elements. So I selected the advice element, the button, and also this one here for the count. And so for that, all of them needed to have this class. While here, well, we don't need any of that. There's no class here in any of these elements. And also we are nowhere manually selecting them, right? So then next we have this get advice function, which we will get to in a minute. And then we still basically have two pieces which we can call like state. So we have a count value, which starts at 0, and an advice. And so these are exactly the same as here, these states. Then finally, in the end, we also attach an event listener. So this get advice function right here. So we attach that to the button that we selected here manually before. While here in the JSX, we do it using this onClick attribute right here. So right off the bat, you see immediately that we need to do a lot of things manually over here that here happen more automatically. And again, that here it is really the JavaScript that is in charge of everything, while here it is still the HTML. But anyway, let's now get here to the heart of the application, which is really this get advice function. So just like here in our React implementation, we start by getting the data, and then we update the service, or actually the advice, and the count values that we defined down here, right? So we're updating the count here and the advice right here. However, simply updating these two values will of course do nothing. So the user interface will not change by us updating these JavaScript values. While here, in this React example, as soon as we update the advice and the count state, automatically React kept the user interface in sync with these two values. And so that's basically the big message that we got from the previous lecture, right? So that React and all these other front-end frameworks are really good at keeping the data automatically in sync with the user interface. And again, that's exactly what's happening here. All we care about here is to set the new data, and that's all we do. React is the one who automatically takes care of updating the user interface without us having to do anything. But here, of course, in the vanilla JavaScript implementation, we need to manually do that. So we need to manually keep the data in sync with the UI. So we have the data here, and then we use that data to update the DOM manually. So we come here to our count element and the advised element that we also manually selected previously, and we change their text content property, which is just normal DOM manipulation. So then here we set this one to the count variable and this one to the advice variable. And this really is a fundamental difference and a fundamental shift in how we build front-end applications. Now, you might argue that in this very small example, doing this is not a lot of work, and maybe it might not even be necessary to learn React. And I would agree with you that we would, of course, not need React to build something really small and simple, such as this. But as soon as we get just a little bit bigger than this, it starts kind of getting out of control. So we would have to select tons of elements, and we would really need to create a lot of extra code that with React we don't have to. Again, because it automatically takes care of keeping the data in sync with the user interface. That's really the main thing that I want you to keep in mind from this lecture and from the previous one. So of course, feel free to analyze all the differences that exist here in this code, because just with this, you can really see the two different philosophies at work. I'm not going to go even deeper into this at this point, but it would be pretty interesting if you take a few minutes and really compare what's going on this side here and on the React implementation. And so once you're done doing that, it's now time to finally learn what React actually is in a bit more detail. So hopefully I see you right in the next lecture soon. So now that we know why we need a JavaScript framework in the first place, let's start by learning about the most popular framework out there, React. So in this lecture, we will get a high-level overview of what React actually is and how it works. So it's going to be a full-packed but super interesting lecture, so let's quickly get started. So, according to the official React documentation, React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Now that's something, but it really isn't that helpful, is it? So let's extend this definition by a bit so that it becomes more helpful, or should I say, a little bit more crazy. Like this. So now, in this slightly modified definition, React is an extremely popular, declarative, component-based, state-driven JavaScript library for building user interfaces, created by Facebook. And this is actually a lot more helpful, because now we can deconstruct this definition and learn about what React actually is, step by step. So, starting with component-based design, React is all about components, such as buttons, input fields, search bars, and so on. So components are the building blocks of user interfaces in React. And in fact, basically all React does is to take components and draw them on a web page. That's it. And so we build complex UIs in React by building multiple components and then combining these components like Lego pieces, for example, to create a complex application like Airbnb. So here we have exactly the same components that we saw earlier, but all combined into a complex UI. So the nav bar, the search bar, the results panel, and the map. Now another thing that we do with components is to reuse them. For example, here in the results panel, there are multiple listings that look quite similar, and so we can create a listing component and then reuse it 3 times here, simply adjusting the data a little bit. Now, since we build complex UIs by combining multiple components, each component must have all the information about what it looks like, right? So, in order to describe what each component looks like and how it works, we use a special declarative syntax called JSX. And declarative simply means that we tell React what a component, and ultimately the entire UI, should look like based on the current state. So React is basically a huge abstraction away from the DOM, so that we never have to work with the DOM directly as we would with vanilla JavaScript. So we simply tell React what we want to happen when some data changes, but not how to do it. And again, we do that using JSX. So JSX is basically a syntax that combines parts of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and it even allows us to reference other React components. And the declarative nature of React is an essential concept that, of course, we will really dive into later. But now you might wonder, if we never touch the DOM, then how does React update the UI? Well, that's where the concept of state comes into play. So remember that the main goal of React is to always keep the UI in sync with data. And from now on, let's actually call that data state. For example, an array of apartments on Airbnb. So based on our initial state, React will render a user interface using the components that we wrote using JSX. Then, based on some event like a button click, the state might change. For example, more data about apartments might be loaded from an API. And so here comes the interesting part. Whenever the state changes, we manually update the state in our app, and React will then automatically re-render the user interface to reflect that latest state. Or, in other words, React reacts to state changes by re-rendering the UI. And that is, in fact, the whole reason why React is called React in the first place. Now, there's always been some debate over whether React is actually a framework or just a library. Well, the short answer is that React is actually just a library, even though I keep calling it a framework. And the reason for that is that React itself is really only the so-called view layer. So if we want to build a complete real-world application, we need to choose multiple external libraries to add to our project, for example, for routing or for data fetching. Now, to address this, there are actually multiple frameworks that have been built on top of React. So frameworks that include all these functionalities that React is missing out of the box. And the most popular ones are called Next.js and Remix. But again, more about all that later in the course. Now, moving on, besides all the great features that we've been talking about, maybe the biggest reason to choose React over all the other frameworks that are similar is because React is extremely popular. So, according to the weekly download numbers from NPM, React is by far the most used framework. And the difference between React and the other ones only seems to be growing. So React really isn't going anywhere. A big reason for that is that many large companies have adopted React a long time ago. And so now more and more smaller companies all over the world are following in their footsteps. This means that all these companies now need React developers for their teams, which of course has created a huge worldwide job market with a high demand for qualified React developers. And these are not just any jobs, they are usually well-paying jobs. Now, even another positive outcome of React's huge popularity is that now there is a very large and active React developer community, which means that there are always going to be lots of tutorials, Stack Overflow questions and answers, and also lots of support given to other React developers. And if you ask me, this is actually one of the strongest benefits of using React right now. Also because this huge community has grown a truly gigantic third-party library ecosystem around React. And so now you can integrate countless useful libraries and tools into your own React applications. And now our last topic is that React was created by Facebook. Well, more specifically, React was created in 2011 by Jordan Walk, who is an engineer who was working at Facebook at the time. So that's why we say that React is backed by Facebook, or now by Meta. So there, React was first used on the newsfeed and also the chat app, and from there it spread out to the entire Facebook and also the Instagram applications. Then, in 2013, React was open sourced for everyone to use it, and the rest is history. because React has truly and completely transformed front-end web development. Not only by developers that are using React itself, but because many other modern frameworks were created as a response, which really changed the industry forever. Okay, so to summarize, React is really good at two things. First, rendering components on a web page as a user interface based on their current state. And second, React is really good at keeping the user interface in sync with state by re-rendering, or in other words, by reacting when the state of one of the component changes. And as you will see later, React does all this by employing something called a virtual DOM, a fiber tree, one-way data flow, and many other techniques that we will study throughout this course. Alright, and so now that you have a rough overview of what React actually is, let's set up our development environment so that we can start writing some serious code finally. Now, before we start coding and learn all about React, let's quickly set up our development environment in this lecture. Now, since you're taking this course, I'm assuming that you already did some coding before, and therefore you will already have some code editor installed on your computer. And if that code editor is VS Code, then congratulations, you're already using the best code editor out there. But if you're using some other code editor, then I would highly recommend you to download VS Code simply by downloading the installer from here and then installing it just like any other application. And by doing so, you can then customize the editor just like I do in this course, which will make it a little bit easier for you to follow everything. Next up, of course, we need a web browser to actually run the applications that we are going to build. And I'm using Google Chrome for that. And so I highly encourage you to use the same browser so that our results are going to look the same. So if you don't have it installed yet, then make sure to do that right now. And finally, we are going to need to install Node.js on our system. And this is not because we will do some Node.js development, but it's simply because all the tools that we're going to use run on Node.js. And it's important that you use at least Node version 18. And so if you're not sure about which version you are currently running, or if maybe you never installed Node.js before, then please go ahead and download it here from this first button. And it doesn't matter if it's Node 18 or 20 or 22 or whatever, because of course this Node version will change in the future, but what matters is that it is at least version 18. Okay, and with these three tools in place, let's now configure VS Code a little bit. So open up a new VS Code window, which will then look something like this. So it might have changed a bit in the future, but basically it will look something like this. And so here from the left sidebar, let's now install two essential extensions. The first one is ESLint, which is a code linter. So basically a program that will automatically find errors in our code or find some best practices that we're violating. And maybe you have already used this linter before, but if not, really make sure to download it. It's really popular with over 25 million installs. Then another extension that we really need is Prettier, because Prettier will automatically format our code. For example, to remove empty lines and stuff like that. And this is really important for you to follow this course because it will make your code look exactly the same as my code in the videos. And so that will help you find any bugs that you might have created. So please go ahead and download this extension here. And if we need any more extensions throughout the course, we will then just install them as we go. Now, about the color theme that I'm using here, it is called One Monokai. So that's this one down here. So again, if you want your editor to look just like mine, then just go ahead, download it here, and then set the color theme. You can also do that down here. All right. Now, besides this overall color theme, I also use a theme for the file icons in the file tree. And so that one's called Material Icons. And so make sure to download this one as well, and then set this file icon theme, which again, you can also do it down here. All right, so with this, we tweaked the appearance of our VS Code a little bit. And of course, you can go ahead and install as many extensions as you'd like, but I will now move on to set some settings. So that's very important as well. And the first one is the autosave setting. So you can just search that here, and probably this is already the default, but I'm not really sure. So just make sure to set autosave to on focus change, which will ensure that your code gets saved each time that you go to a different tab or to a different window. Next time, we need to now set the prettier extension that we installed as our default formatter. So that's this setting right here. So make sure to set it here to prettier code formatter. So otherwise, sometimes VS Code doesn't know how to activate prettier. And then also we want to tell VS Code to do this formatting on save. So let's search for the setting format on save, and then let's simply turn this on right here. Then about ESLint, we can set the ESLint run setting here and set it to on save. So basically, by default, ESLint will run each time that you type a new character, which might be a bit too much. And so by setting this here, ESLint will only check our code each time that we save it, which usually is more than enough. But of course, if you want, you can also leave the default, which is on type. Okay, so that's all the settings that we need. Next up, let's quickly make sure that you actually have Node.js installed now. And so for that, let's open up a new terminal, which I like to do using this shortcut that you should see up here on the screen. And so then, to check your Node version, just type node-v. And so make sure, again, that your Node version is at least version 18. And if not, just go ahead and install it once again. All right, and now to finish, let's just set up some snippets. So snippets are basically some pieces of predefined code that we can use to greatly speed up development. So I actually prepared a file of 3 snippets that we're going to use a lot, and they are here in these starter files that we downloaded from GitHub right in the first section. So make sure to open it up, and this file is right here in the very first folder called setup. So let's open this file here, for example, by dragging and dropping it here onto this VS Code icon. But if for some reason that doesn't work for you, you can, of course, always just open it here the normal way. Right? Then just select everything and copy it. So copy this entire code, and then come down here to user snippets. All right. And then it might be that you already have some snippets file. And so in that case, you can just open one of them. But if not, just go ahead and create a new snippets file by clicking here on this option. So I will just use this one that I already have. And let's just pretend that it's empty. So I will just empty it out. And then I will copy paste that code from here to here. So what we have here are 3 snippets. This one is to easily create a console.log. This one is to create a React functional component. So that's what this RFC stands for. And this one is for a React style component. And we will see what these do later. So for example, this first one here, to just print to the console, will be activated each time that we type CL in a JavaScript, a TypeScript, or a React file. And it will then replace that CL with this console.log. And it will also then place the cursor between these parentheses, which is going to be really useful. So this is really powerful stuff. And again, we will come back to these other 2 and use them later. Okay, and with this, we're actually done. So we're all set up to now move on to finally start learning React and to start writing our own code. So hopefully I see you soon in the next lecture. Now, just for fun, I want to show you how we can write React code without any modern tooling and any build step. So right inside a regular HTML file. So this is what I call pure React, and it will show you why the tools that we will talk about next are so helpful. So to start, let's create our very first project folder, which I'm doing right here on the desktop, where I also have the GitHub files that we downloaded in the first section of the course. But of course, you can do this anywhere you want. And I'm simply going to call this first one 01 pure React. All right. And now all we have to do is to open up this folder as a project folder in VS Code. And one way of doing that is to drag and drop this folder onto the VS Code icon down here. Or of course, you can open up the project folder here from this menu or simply here. So here, open folder. So right now we have an empty folder. So let's create index.html. And to scaffold an empty HTML structure in VS Code, we can simply write the exclamation mark, hit enter, and then we have an empty HTML structure. So let's give it a title, Hello React. And then here in the body, all I will do for now is to create a div with the ID of root. And it could be any ID here, of course, but root is the standard for React. And we will place nothing in here. So give it a save, and maybe you noticed how Prettier automatically formatted the code as I saved it. Okay, so let's now add React to this file, and the way we do that when we write pure React is by simply including the React library as a script. Now, to get the URL of those scripts, we can actually check out React's official documentation. So to do that, let's head over to our browser and then check out react.dev. So that's the official React website, and we will explore it a little bit in a future video. But for now, let's just come here to this learn part, and then right here, let's select installation. So right on this page, then you will find this small part here which says try React locally. And then here, let's click on this link here that says download this HTML page. Now, if for some reason that link there doesn't exist anymore in the future, then you can just try to write these two things here by hand, because it is these two scripts that we're now gonna add to our HTML file. Okay, so let's move back to VS Code and paste them right here. And with this, we have actually included React into this, let's say, project. Now again, usually when we write React, we do not do this, but instead we use a modern build tool, such as the ones that we are going to talk about next. But for now, we're doing it the pure way, just so you see why we actually need those tools. Now, in case you're wondering why we have two libraries here, it's because this first one here is basically the core React library. So this one is the one that works with components, state, and really all the React stuff. So this is basically the interface of how to interact with React. And then this other one here, so React DOM, is basically the rendering layer which can render React components into the DOM. And so since we want to render in the browser, we need to use React DOM. But React can actually be rendered in other environments, for example, as native applications using React Native. But anyway, let's now create our very first component. And of course, that also needs to happen inside a script, because that is also JavaScript. And so after these two scripts here, where we include the React library, let's open up another script. And then in there, we can create a function, and I will call it app, just like this. So remember from the very first app that we built that React is based on components. And a component is basically just a function that starts with an uppercase like this. And so now from this function here, we can return whatever we want to see on the UI. Now in that first application that we built, we returned some JSX code. Remember that? However, that is not going to work here because, well, we don't have the tooling that can convert JSX back to JavaScript. And so here we need to use the create element function. So let's do return react.create element and then simply the name of the HTML element. So let's say we want a header. So this React object here is the one that's coming from this script right here. So this script will give us this React object, and so from there we can then use this create element method. And if all this is really confusing to you right now, then please don't worry. So again, the goal here is really not for you to understand React at this point. We're just doing some experiments and just getting a first look at React here, but we are not really learning it yet. All right? So I'm really just trying to demonstrate here how we write pure React without a build tool. But anyway, let's now actually go back to that folder here and open index.html in Google Chrome just to see what happens. And let's inspect and close down this. I'll make it just a bit bigger here for you. And so this is just to show you that right now, actually nothing happened. So we still only have this root div and then of course our scripts. And so the reason why that header that we created is not here yet is because we didn't tell React to actually render it onto the page. So basically to place that header into the DOM. And so let's now go back and do that. And we do this here right at the very end. So after the component. So let's create a so-called root. And so here now we need that React DOM library that I mentioned before. So this one here. So from React DOM, we now do create root. And now we simply need to select this div element right here. So this div here, this element will become the root of our application, which means that the application will be rendered inside of this element. So basically right here. So let's simply select that with document.getElementById, which is just normal DOM manipulation, or in this case, just normal selecting elements using DOM methods. So we created our root, and now we can do root.render, and then again react.createElement app. So here is where our app component comes into play. So we render basically creating a new element out of this app component. And once again, please don't memorize any of this. All right, this is just to show you. So if you wondered, you didn't even have to write this code. It would be perfectly fine just watching me. But still, I think it's probably a good idea to just start typing a bit of code. But anyway, when I reload this now, we should see a header element here. So remember, it's inside this root. And yeah, there it is. Now it's empty because we didn't actually place any content in it, but React did render this header right here. So this header element inside our DOM. And so let's now actually add something in there. Now the way this works is a bit confusing. So this create element function does not only accept the name of the HTML element, but also so-called props, which in this case are null, and then as a third argument, the children of this element. And in this case, let's just write it as a string. Let's just do hello React. Give it a save. Let's go back. And yeah, there we go. Beautiful. So now this hello React is basically a child node of this header node right here. But let's go back. And yeah, as I mentioned before, we used JSX to write this, and then we wouldn't have to write this weird thing right here. We would just write it as HTML, basically, but that doesn't work here. And so that's one more reason why we do not write pure React like this in a real development environment. But anyway, right here in this function, we can of course just write any normal JavaScript logic. So let's, for example, create a string of the current time. So that's new date. And of course, this has nothing to do with React. To locale time string. And then let's add that here into the string, and we can just use a template literal for that. And in case you're not familiar with that for some reason, there is the next section in which I will explain all the essential JavaScript that we need for React. All right, but here let's just place now this time. Let's say it's, and then whatever the time is right now. Let's go back, and you see that we always have to manually reload the page. And of course, that also will disappear as soon as we start using some modern tooling. But anyway, here now we have our time. And as a last small thing in this application, what I want to do is to now update this every second with the new time, which then basically will make this function as a clock. So let's go back and let's do that. And for that, we need the concept of state. So maybe you remember from the first app that we built that state is necessary whenever we want to update something on the screen. But of course, we will go really deep into what state is and how it works a bit later in the course. For now, let's just create a new piece of state, and then we don't need this anymore, actually. So let's say const, and again calling it time, and then set time, which is a function with which we can update that time state. So then we need to say react.useState, and again, the React object is that big object that we got here from this script. And then here we need to set the default value. And so that's then going to be this. Let's paste that here, give it a save. And if we update now, it will look just exactly the same. So there's no updating yet. So it of course simply reflects the current time now. Okay, so let's go back and basically have it update every second. So for that, we need something called an effect. So react.useEffect, and we also did that in the first app. And now in here, inside this effect, we will simply use the JavaScript setInterval function. So this is not a React function, but it's simply a JavaScript function that we're going to use to set up a timer that every second will update this time state here. So setInterval also needs a function, and we could use arrow functions here to make it a bit shorter, but never mind. So this function should run every 1000 milliseconds, so once a second, and what should happen each time, so each time that this function here will be executed, is that the time should be set. So set time, and then again this, because this will then always be the new current time. So paste that here. And now finally here we need to define this empty array. And this will all make sense once we start learning about effects. But for now, just copy the code like this. And this should now already work. So let's check it out. Of course, we need to again manually update. And yeah, beautiful. So we have a working clock that we coded only with React. You see down here that the DOM is actually updated in this place once every second. And so that's the work of React. Nice. Now, this of course is all very bare bones. And yeah, as I said, this is really, really not how we use React in the real world. So we have no modules here. We have no way of converting JSX. We have no HTTP server, which automatically reloads the application, and so on. But again, I still believe that it was quite useful to shortly explore this pure React in this lecture. But of course, now it's time to move on to a more robust and real-world setup. Now, since we are in the first look at React section, Let's just take a quick look at React's official documentation that we first opened in the previous lecture. So the official React documentation is at react.dev. And so if you want, you can check out here their landing page and basically get a nice introduction to React. But what we are mostly interested in is here this learn part and the reference part. So here in learn, you have basically some stuff about getting started and some things about the installation, but you will not really need this for now because we will talk about how to set up a React project over the next few lectures. Then down here, you have the section about learning React. So where they basically teach you the very fundamentals of React. Now, since you are watching a React course, that's not going to be super helpful for you, but a few pages that might become helpful are here in this section of escape hatches. So not for now, but really for later. So this page here is really great once we start learning about effects, and the same thing about this page here as well. So I really like these two, and I advise you to read them once we reach the advanced part of use effect. So while you're going through the course, I think this is all you might need about this learn section. So we're more interested in here in this reference section. And so here, basically, they explain you every single method or every single function that exists inside React. So for example, the first React hook that we're going to learn in depth is this one here of useState. And so if you then want to learn even more about it or see maybe some other examples that I didn't talk about in the lecture, you can come here to this corresponding page about this useState hook, for example, and then you can read all about what they have to tell you here. Or maybe at some point I will mention the use layout effect function that we will not really go in depth into the course. And so then if you want to really learn what this means, you can click here and learn about it. All right. So you can keep this React documentation open at all times while you're learning. That's actually a good idea because a good developer always knows where to find all the information that they need. And in many cases, that's right in the official documentation. Okay, and that's all for this lecture. And so now let's move on to actually learning about how to set up a real-world React project. So as we just learned, in the real world, we don't just write React apps in a single JavaScript file without any tooling. So let's now learn about the options that we have to set up a brand new React project. And for now, the two most important options are the Create React App tool or a build tool called Vite. So first, Create React App is basically a complete starter kit for React applications that was developed many years ago in order to make it really easy for developers to scaffold new React apps. And what's really nice about this is that all the common development tools are already pre-configured out of the box specifically for React. So an app created with Create React App automatically comes with a development server, Webpack for module bundling, and of course important developer tools which include a linter like ESLint, a code formatter like Prettier, a testing library like Jest, and of course Babel for enabling the latest JavaScript features. Now this all sounds great, but the problem with Create React App is that, as I said in the beginning, it was developed many years ago, and so it uses some slow and kind of outdated technologies under the hood, and in particular the Webpack bundler. So the team behind Create React App has really stopped innovating, And therefore, right now, the recommendation is to not use Create React App for real-world projects anymore. It is, however, still a perfectly fine way to get started quickly with a new React app for tutorials, courses, or simple experiments. And so, therefore, we will actually use Create React App for most of the course. So for all the small learning projects that we're going to build together. So you might have read all the articles saying that Create React App is dead and that you should never use it again. But that's only true for building real apps. Again, for learning, it's still 100% fine because you will not encounter the problems that the large-scale apps will face, like slow refresh times. Now, if you do want to build real-world applications with React, as we will do by the end of the course, then Vite is the perfect choice. Now, Vite is actually quite different from Create React App, as it's basically simply a modern build tool. So a bit like a modern Webpack, but which happens to also contain a starter template for setting up brand new React applications. However, in a React app created with Vite, you will have to manually set up many important developer tools, such as ESLint, Prettier, a testing library, and so on. And the most annoying and painful of those is setting up ESLint to play nice with React. So that can be a bit of work, and it can go wrong. And so this is the reason why I still recommend using Create React App for tutorials when we just want to get up and running as quickly as possible. Now, if we have all this additional work to set up our tools, then why even use Vite in the first place? Well, the reason is that it's just extremely fast to automatically refresh the page when the code changes, which is what we call hot module replacement. Also, bundling is extremely fast too, which for large-scale applications can really make a difference. Because when you have to wait 1 or 2 seconds for each page refresh, it can become really annoying over time. But with Vite, the page will update almost instantly each time that we save our code and want to see the changes on the screen. So, in summary, we will use Create React App for most small apps in this course and then move to Vite for the last 2 or 3 projects to make them a bit more real world and more modern as well. Now, if you have spent any time looking at the React documentation, you might have read that the React team now advises developers to use a so-called React framework like Next.js or Remix to build new projects. So, in fact, we have even more options to set up a new React project than the ones that we just talked about. Now, we're going to talk about what React frameworks are throughout the course. But for now, all you need to know is that a framework like Next.js contains solutions for things like routing, data fetching, and server-side rendering. So things that React itself does not provide easily out of the box. So essentially, a React framework is a framework built on top of the React library, and which is going to make it even easier to build applications than with just vanilla React itself. And this sounds great, right? Well, yeah, it kind of does, but only for some applications. However, many people, and that include me, think that telling developers to always immediately go for a React framework is not the best idea and not always necessary. Vanilla React apps, so apps built only using React, still have a very important place too. And so forcing this opinion on everyone seems kind of strange. But again, we will discuss this later on. Now, in any case, This advice only makes sense for building actual production-ready products, but not for learning React, which is of course what we are trying to do in this course. So even if at some point you want to learn Next.js as well, of course you still need to learn React itself first. So all this is to say that you should not worry about this recommendation for now. For now, let's just learn React and set up new projects with Create React App first, and then with Vite in the bigger projects. And with all this being said, let's now actually go create our very first real React application. Welcome back. So now that we know that we want to use Create React App for small course projects, let's actually set up our very first project now with the Create React App tool. Now, Create React App is a command line interface tool. And so now we need actually a terminal or a command prompt, as it's called on Windows. So if you're on Windows, go ahead and open up your command prompt. And if you're on a Mac, then open up your terminal. Okay, let's make this a bit bigger. And there's not a lot of things that you need to know about the terminal. So all you need to know is that in the terminal, or also in the command prompt, which I'm just going to use interchangeably, you're always in a folder. And that folder is usually displayed here in the command prompt. Now this command prompt here, so this thing probably looks very different for you than it looks for me, but that's just because I have this kind of extension here installed. So for you, it's probably just all black, and most likely you will see the folder that you're currently in here. So I'm currently in this folder, which is basically just the home folder. And you can see the contents of the folder by writing ls on the Mac, and on Windows, the same thing is dir, which stands for directory. So again, with this, you can see the contents of the current directory. So what I want to do now is to navigate to another directory, which is where I ultimately want to run the Create React App tool. So for me, that's the desktop again. And so I can write cd and then the name of the folder and hit enter. And this command is actually the exact same on Windows. So that's also cd. And so make sure that you navigate to the folder in which you want to create the new project. So again, for me, that's on the desktop. And just to make sure, yeah, these are the two folders that are on my desktop, which are exactly these two, right? Now, later on, we will actually use the terminal that is integrated into VS Code, for example, to start and stop the application. But to create an application, we will always keep using this terminal here, because the terminal that's in VS Code is usually tied to the project folder itself. But here we don't have a project folder yet. Instead, we will now create it using Create React App. Once you're in the folder where you want to create the new project, type npx and then create-react app and then the name of the app that you want to build. Now in our case, that's going to be pizza-menu, because this is our very first project that we're going to build in this course in the next section. However, we're not really ready to run this yet, because I want you to actually use the version 5 of Create React App. So please write this @ and then 5 to lock in version 5 of Create React App. And that's important because this tool will most likely change in the future, and then it might work in a slightly different way than the one that I'm showing you here. But in order not to run into any problems, let's just fix this on version 5 for the rest of the course. And then later, if you want to build your own projects outside of the course, you of course no longer need this. Then you will just run Create React App like this without the version number. But here, let's do it like this. So once you have it written like this, just hit enter, and this will then take a long time to download. Well, actually first, it asks me if I want to proceed. So just type Y and then enter or return. And so yeah, now it is starting to download like thousands of packages, which will take a lot of time. But you see it already created the folder with the name of the app that we specified here, so pizza menu. So go ahead and pause the video right now, and I will be back here once downloading all of these packages has finished. Okay, and it's done installing all the packages, and so now we can actually close up this terminal or the command prompt. Now before I open up this folder here, I will quickly rename this folder just so they stay in the order that I want them to be. But this is totally optional. So number 2 will be for the next section. That's why this one is number 3. Okay, and now we're ready to open up this project as our project folder in VS Code. And so once again, I will drag and drop it onto the VS Code icon down here, or optionally, you can also just open a new VS Code window and then open up the project folder right here. But anyway, let's now explore the file structure that has been created for us by Create React App. And we can already see that this is actually just a regular NPM project that we could also have manually created using the npm init command. So we have a package.json file here, which contains the name of the app, the version, the dependencies, and also the npm scripts. Right, and we also have the node modules folder, which is where all the npm packages have been installed. And you see that there are hundreds, maybe thousands of them, but I'm just looking for the React ones here. And yeah, here they are. So here is the React package and here the React DOM package. And remember that these two are exactly the ones that we also included into our file in the pure React lecture, right? But we did it back then using the script tag and of course not using npm install, right? Now if this whole concept here of the npm project, so this node modules and the package.json is a bit strange for you, then don't worry. You don't really need to understand all that. But if you want, you can just try to read something on it or watch a video, or I also explain it all in my complete JavaScript course. But again, it's not really necessary. Just know that this is a very, very standard and basically all modern JavaScript projects that have a build tool associated. Okay? But anyway, let's now check out these other folders that have been created for us. Now, most of our development work, or basically all development, will happen here inside the source folder. So here we have a bunch of files where most of them we actually don't need, and so we will get rid of them soon. But for now, let's just leave everything here as it is. And checking out the other folder, which is the public folder. And this is where basically all the assets that will end up in the final application go. So all the images, like the fav icon, and also the index.html file. And if we open that up, we have a bunch of stuff here. And well, all of these comments here, which you can read if you want, but I just wanted to draw your attention to this div with the ID of root. So is that familiar to you? Yeah, we wrote exactly the same thing in the pure React lecture and used this as the root of our app. And so exactly the same convention has been used here by Create React App. So Create React App created this index.html file already for us. And then if we open index.js, you see that here it also selects that root element, so the element with the ID of root, and then it creates the root using react dom.createRoot and then renders the app into it. So exactly like we did in the pure React lecture. But more about all this at the beginning of the next section when we actually start building this project. For now, I just want to explore the file structure here a little bit. Now, what I do want to say in this video is that all of these files and this entire file structure here has been created by Create React App in a way that its developers thought was best. But it could be all completely different. Like this index.html could be out here, or it could be inside here, or we could maybe have no folders at all, because React really doesn't care about any of that. And the proof for that is that in the pure React lecture, we didn't need any of this, right? All we had was one index.html with some JavaScript in which we basically had this. So this part here is actual React, and it's this part which takes care of rendering this app component into the DOM. So this app component is here inside this app file, but we will open up all of these files and clean them up also once we start actually building the app. For now, I just wanted to explore this a little bit. And also, I actually wanted to now start this app. So to start a create React app, we can use this npm script right here. So this npm run start. So let's open up the terminal again. But as I said in the beginning, now we will actually use the integrated terminal that comes with VS Code. So for that, open up terminal right here. And now the big advantage here is that we are already automatically inside our project folder. So if we run ls here or dir on Windows, then you will see exactly the same files and folders that we have here in the sidebar. But anyway, now to start the project, all we need to do is to run npm run start, because this is how you run these commands right here. So you write npm run and then the name of one of these four in this case. And we could also create our own, but we don't need to. Now, in the case of the start command, we actually don't even need to write run. We can just type npm start, hit enter, and that will then start up our application and even open up a new browser tab. And there it is. So create React app created a web server for us and made our application run here on localhost port 3000. Okay, now let's just one more time come back here and open up this app component. So this app component here is inside the app file. And so let's just take everything here and just very quickly type h1 hello React, give it a save, and then once we go back, it should automatically have updated. And indeed, it did. So this was one of the things that we were missing in the pure React lecture, but now here we are actually using a web server, and so we get hot module replacement with that. Great! So congratulations, you just created your very first Create React App application. And with this, we actually reach the end of the first look at React section. Now the next section is a quick review of the essential JavaScript that you need for React, and so you can see if you need any of those lectures. But if not, then just move on right to the next section, where we will then start building this pizza menu that we started here to learn all the fundamentals of React. So hopefully I see you there very soon. React is a JavaScript library, and therefore you will need a good understanding of some essential JavaScript fundamentals. So if your JavaScript is a bit rusty, then this section is for you. So we're going to review topics such as destructuring, the spread operator, template literals, ternaries, and asynchronous JavaScript with promises and async await. Now, one of the things we do all the time in React is to work with immutable arrays. And so we will spend some time with the important array methods map, filter, reduce, and sort. Now, if you already know all these things, then please feel free to just skip this entire section and move right to the next one. So let's start this JavaScript review section with the very important concept of destructuring. And as always, I will start by creating a new folder here, which I'm simply calling JavaScript review. And then we need to get our starter files from the GitHub repo that we downloaded already in the beginning of the course. So let's select script.js here from the starter folder, and then let's paste that into the project folder that we just created. And now to open up this folder, I will simply drag and drop this folder onto the VS Code icon right here, which then sets it as the project folder. And alternatively, if that didn't work for some reason, you can of course always open up a project folder simply by clicking here on open. Right? But anyway, let's open up our script.js here, and as we see, it already contains some starter data. So we have this array here which contains 5 book objects. So we have one object for each book which has a title, a date, and so on. So all the relevant stuff about books. And then also I created 2 functions down here. So this getBooks will basically simply return this data here. And then we have getBook by ID, which basically simply returns the book with the ID that we pass in here. All right. So again, this lecture is about destructuring. And to start, let's create a variable called books, which will simply be the result of calling getBooks. Now, in order to actually execute this code, we will now use a special extension for that, which is called Quokka. So just go ahead and download this extension, which will allow us to run some JavaScript code right inside of VS Code. So without us having to connect this script with some HTML file, for example. So very helpful. And then to start Quokka on this file, we can come to our command palette, which is down here, or simply you can use this keyboard shortcut. So you should actually memorize this because this command palette is really useful all the time. So to start Quokka now on this file, you just type Quokka and type it correctly and then start. So then it is this one. So start on current file, hit enter, and you see that immediately it opened this panel down here. So in this output tab, and also it activated this tool here on the left side. And so now this code is actually already being executed, but to see anything, we can, for example, simply write now this variable, so this books that we already have, and it will immediately print it down here to this kind of console. It will show up here on the left side, so in this extension here, in this tab, and also it shows right here inside this file. So this is actually really helpful, especially for smaller values. So when you have an object, it's easier to check it out here in the sidebar. So here we can now see this entire array and all the objects that are in there. Okay, and now with all the setup in place, let's actually quickly talk about destructuring. So destructuring is very, very useful all the time whenever we need to basically get some data out of an object or out of an array. So for example, let's say we needed the title and the author of a certain book. And to demonstrate this, let's actually use getBook here with some ID, for example, ID2. Let's also call it here just book. Okay. And now, again, if we wanted to take the title out of this book object, so let's say we wanted to create a new variable called title, we could do book.title, right? And now using the Quokka extension, we can see that the title is the Cyberriet or something like that, right? And indeed, if we go here to the book with the ID 2, then we get exactly that title, right? And of course, we can take other data out of this. For example, let's say we wanted the author as well. We would do book.author. And then here, let's just see that. Okay. And by the way, we can also simply do console.log which will get a similar result. So again, this author here, but then we can do multiple at the same time, which can be a bit more helpful. Now, reading data from the book object like this can become a little bit cumbersome, especially when we have lots of properties that we need to take out. Then we would have to write one line of code for each of these properties. So that's really not ideal. And so that's why we have object destructuring. So with object destructuring, we can simply create these new variables all at once. So let's again say title and author. And right now, VS Code is complaining because we're already defining them up here, but never mind that for now. And so then here, we simply specify the object out of which we want to take the title and the author. And that's actually it. So let's comment out these two, and then we see that we get the exact same results down here. Now here, what's crucial is that we actually give these variable names here exactly the same name as the properties in the object. So if we had titles here, then that would not work. So you see that it would then be undefined here. And that's because there's no titles property in the book object. Okay, so really, really helpful all the time, especially whenever we get some data from an API, which is basically what we're simulating here with this getBook function. So this is, of course, not an asynchronous function, but it simulates that we're getting this book from some kind of API that's abstracted behind this function. And so then, once we get that data, usually as an object, we can then destructure all the properties out of there that we need. And actually, let's take out some more properties. Let's do pages. Let's do the publication date. Let's do the genres. I think that's what it's called. And then has movie adaptation. All right. So again, let's just basically log the book here so that we can have it here on this left sidebar. And so then here with this, we can easily see all the properties that are inside the book object. And so these ones are the ones that I'm taking out now, basically out of the book and storing them into their own variables. And so there's no need to log all of them here now. Okay, so this is how destructuring works in a nutshell for objects. There's actually some more stuff that we can do, but I will not go into that here. And instead, let's now move on to destructuring with arrays, which is pretty similar, but instead of relying on the property names, it simply relies on the order of the elements in the array. So for this example, let's work with the genres array. So we'll just lock it here so that we can see what this array looks like. So this is the array that we're going to work with, and it has all these 5 genres that the book belongs to. And so let's say that these genres right here are basically ordered by importance. And so the primary genre is this one is the secondary one, and these other ones are not that important. So let's say that we wanted to create a variable called primary genre. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but that doesn't really matter. So we could do genres and then taking out the first element, and then for the secondary genre, we could simply do this. Let's log it to the console, and here again, I'm using that snippet that we defined in the previous section. Remember that? So primary genre and the secondary one. And so indeed, we get science fiction and humor. But again, this can be done in a better way using destructuring. So let's using destructuring. So defining some variables, and then here instead of the curly brackets for the object, we use the square brackets, which is how we define arrays. Now here, primary genre and secondary, and then simply equal genres. Give it a save, and then here we have the exact same result. So basically, the first variable that we define here in this way, in this destructuring, will take the first element out of the array and assign it to this variable. And then here, of course, the second one. So it takes the second element out of the array and assigns it to this variable. And of course, we could keep going, but here we are only interested in the primary and in the secondary genre. So we take these two out of this array by using array destructuring. Moving on, let's quickly learn about the rest and the spread operator. And let's go back here to this line of code where we did the destructuring in the previous lecture. So where we took out this primary genre and the secondary genre out of this array. And now let's say that we also wanted to get all the other genres, so the ones that are not the first and the second one, into another array. So basically into an array containing all the other genres. And for that, we can use the rest operator. So here we can simply write ... and then give it any name that we want. So let's say other genres. And so this will automatically create an array which contains all the values that we haven't previously destructured. So let's log that here. And indeed, here it is. So we took out science fiction and humor, which, remember, is the first and the second one, and then we got an array with the third, the fourth, and the last one. So exactly what we wanted. And of course, if here we didn't have this one, then these other genres would also contain the secondary genre. So then only primary genre would be right here, so would be this one, and then the other genres would be all the other ones. Now this is not what we want, so let's put it back. And now just one important thing about this is that we can only place this here in the end of the destructuring operation. So placing this like here wouldn't make a lot of sense. So this immediately gives us here an error saying that a rest element must be the last in the destructuring pattern. Okay, so let's again go back. And that's actually it for the rest operator. Now, what's a bit confusing about this is that the same syntax, so the 3 dots, is also used for the spread operator, which is a bit more common than the rest operator. So the spread operator, we use it actually all the time. It's really important and very common. And just like destructuring, we can also use it both on arrays and objects. And let's start to look here at arrays first. So let's say that we want to create a new array with all the genres, but add a new one to the end. So how could we do that? Let's say new genres. So we want a new array, as we said, right, containing all the current genres and then another one at the end. So we could try to just add genres here and then let's say epic fantasy. So let's see what that would get us. But immediately we see that this is not exactly what we wanted, because we now have an array which contains, of course, the epic fantasy, but then also another array. So we simply have the entire genres array and then the genre that we wanted to add. But this is not what we want. We want one array which contains all of these values here individually. So all of these 6 genres one by one, and not one array which contains 5 genres and then simply the other genre in the end. So what we can do is to use the spread operator. So the spread operator, as I said, has the same syntax. So we can simply write this here. And what this will do is to basically take all the values out of the array and place them here one by one. So you can imagine as if this would be converted into simply writing these genres here one by one. So taking them out of the array, placing them here. And so since we're building a new array here, we will then get this new array which contains all these individual values and at the end, epic fantasy. All right, so this is really, really helpful. And of course, we could also place it at the end, and then epic fantasy would simply be at the beginning of the new array. So just like this. Great. So this is how the spread operator works with arrays. But now let's move on to objects, where the spread operator is even more important because it allows us to add new properties and also to update existing ones. So let's create a variable called updated book. And let's say that now we wanted to create a new object based on the current book, but which has a new property. And that new property, for example, can be the movie publication date. So we already have a publication date property here, and we also have a movie adaptation. And so we can now also create a property which says when the movie was actually published. Now this book here doesn't actually have a movie, but that's not really the point here. That doesn't really matter. We're just learning how to do this. So let's try to create this updated book object just like we did before by using the current book object and then adding a property here saying movie publication date. And let's simply use this date. And this date is actually the publication of the movie of the first Lord of the Rings book, which I think is book number 1. And so let's, just to make this right, let's get the book number 1 here. So you see immediately everything updates here. So all these loggings that we have, all these genres here, of course. But what we're interested in here is the updated book, right? And again, to inspect this, let's open up here this sidebar. And just like before, this is really not what we wanted. So inside this book, we now have another book property, which contains the book itself, plus this new movie publication date property. So this is not what we want. Instead, we want one big object which contains all of this and this new property. And so the solution, just like before, is to simply spread out all the properties of this book object into the new object. And immediately you see how it updated here. And now everything is simply inside the updated book object. Great. So this is how we add new properties to an object using the spread operator. But as I said in the beginning, we can also use it to basically update properties. So by simply overriding them. So we see that we have this pages property, but let's imagine for some reason that it is wrong. And so we can simply override that here. So let's say the number of pages is actually 1210. So if we inspect that again, then you see that now it is actually 1210. And the reason that works is because, as I mentioned in the beginning, this syntax here basically takes all the elements, so all the properties of the object into this new object, and that of course will contain the original pages property. And so then we have two pages properties, and so then the second one, so this last one, will override the first one. So if we place this one first, which is perfectly valid, then you will see that it goes back to 1216, because then the pages property coming from right here is the last and will therefore then overwrite this one. So whenever we want to do this, the spread out original object needs to be first. So just writing out what we did here, adding a new property, and then overriding an existing property. And I'm focusing so much here on this because this is going to be really, really important when we work with React, because when we want to update objects in state, which you will learn later what that is, we will need to use this technique. And we will also talk about this a bit later again in this section. But for now, just keep in mind that when we want to create a new object and then add new properties to it or override existing ones, this is how we do it. So we use the spread operator. And the same is true for arrays. So very, very important. So it's fundamental that you know this as we go through the course. In this lecture, let's review template literals. So template literals are an ES6 JavaScript feature which allows us to very easily create strings that contain some JavaScript variables, or actually that contains any JavaScript expression inside of a string. So let's illustrate that by using some of these variables that we have created here in the beginning. So like some of these here about this book, in order to create a summary string of the book. So creating a string that contains a summary of the current book object. So let's create summary, and here is where we will have our string. Now usually strings in JavaScript are defined with normal quotes like this, or with double quotes, right? However, template literals are with these backticks. And if you're using an English keyboard, they are just above the tab key on the left side on the keyboard. So these backticks indicate to JavaScript that this is a template literal. So for now, let's just write anything here. And then I will immediately write it out here again so that Quokka can display the result of this variable here. And so for now, we see that this is still a normal string as if it had been defined with the normal quote. But now let's actually add some JavaScript expression in here. So for that, we use this $sign and then curly braces. So let's say title is a book, and indeed this title right here, or in fact any JavaScript that is in here inside of this block, is then replaced in the string with the value that this block basically returns. So the value that is created here. And so title is of course Lord of the Rings, and so then in the string we see the Lord of the Rings is a book. So let's try something else here. So as I was saying, any JavaScript expression works here. So we can do 2 + 4, or really whatever we want. We can call functions here, and really anything that is an expression. So anything that immediately produces a value can be placed here inside this block. Okay, but now let's create a little bit more of a nice looking string here. So let's say the Lord of the Rings is a book with a certain number of pages. So here we can use the pages variable, which remember we took out of the books object using destructuring. And so now you start seeing why it is so helpful, because otherwise we would have to write book.title, then here book.pages, and so on. So for all these variables that we're going to use here. So it's a 1216 page long book, was written by, now let's use the author here. And again, we took that one out using destructuring and published in, now here we can use our publish date, or actually I think it's called publication date. All right. So then here, sometimes the string becomes a bit too long. And in that case, I just like to scroll down here and see the output right here in this panel here on the bottom. And by the way, in case that your Quokka didn't open up this panel, you can always open it up by opening the terminal, which should be right here. So you can do a new terminal like this. And then you see that here you have the problems tab, the output tab, and then here you can just select Quokka. All right. So here we have this string now, and here we have the publication date. But here I just want the year, and so let's just take out the year. And so this is again to show you that we can write any JavaScript expression here inside these curly braces. So let's say we want to split this string by this dash, which will result in an array. And then from there, we just take the first element. So that's just standard JavaScript. And so now indeed, here we get the string as we want it. Great. And that's actually all I had to tell you about template literals. That's just how easy and straightforward they are, but we use them really all the time in React. So in React, we need to define values based on a condition all the time, and many times in situations where we cannot use an if-else statement. And so let's now learn how to use the ternary operator instead. So in JavaScript, the ternary operator is a very special type of operator that has three operands. So three parts that are needed for this operator to work. So let's work here on the pages value again. And so the first part of the ternary operator is a condition. So let's say pages greater 1000. So this is a condition. And if this is true, the result of this operator will be whatever is after this question mark. So let's define a string here, and let's say over 1000. Then let's add this colon, and for now I will just write another string here, and then I will explain what's happening. So less than 1000. So again, the ternary operator has three parts. The first part is this condition here. The second part is this second operand, which is the result of the operation in case that the condition is true. And in case that the condition is actually false, then the result of this operator will be this third part of the operator. Okay? And in case that is confusing, just remember that an operator is a bit similar to a function. So it always returns some value. So for example, if we have 2 plus 2, then the operator here is the 2, and it will result basically this 4, right? And this operator here, so the ternary operator, again, will return this value here in case that the first operand is true. So this condition is true. And if it's false, then this part here will be the result of the operator. And then we can, as always, store that result into a variable. So let's just call this the pages range. Let's lock that here. And so our pages are currently 1210, which is of course more than 1000. And so then here we get that pages range is over 1000. And if we had another book, so if here a book was get book ID 2, well then our book still has 1210 pages because we are actually manipulating that value here, remember? But let's take that out, and then our book only has 295 pages, which will then result here in the string of less than 1000. And so then we can use this here, for example, to create another string. Let's log that to the console. And again, using a template literal, the book has pages range page. And so now we get the book has less than 1000 pages. Let's put this one here back and go also back to book number 1. And then we get the book has over 1000 pages. Great. So that's what we use the ternary operator for. So to define a variable conditionally. And let's just quickly do that here again, right here in the summary string, just so I can show you that we can really use any JavaScript that returns a value here in one of these blocks. So the book has, here will be our JavaScript block, and then let me just write the end, been adapted as a movie. And so here basically, if the has movie adaptation is true, then we want to return nothing. And if it's false, we want to return not. That makes more sense if we write it out. So has movie adaptation, which we can again use because we already took it out of the object up here in this destructuring. So if has movie adaptation, then return nothing. And if not, then return the string not. Okay, and well, that's a bit hard to see there. So the book has been adapted as a movie, which makes sense because this here is true. But once again, if we change this to number 2 here, then the book, then the book is different. It has no movie, and so then our string should say, the book has not been adapted as a movie. Great. So with this, we used a conditional right here inside the template literal, and it would not have been possible to use an if-else statement here instead, because an if-else statement is, well, as the name says, it's a statement, so it does not return a value. So it would have been impossible to use that here, and so then the ternary operator is exactly the way to go. And as I said in the beginning, we do this all the time in React. And so this is one of these things that is really important to know before starting to write React applications. In this video, let's quickly get ourselves familiar with arrow functions. So arrow functions are a new way of writing functions that have been introduced into JavaScript in ES6. And they are very helpful for writing quick and short one-line functions. Now, many people actually use arrow functions for all functions now, but I personally really don't like that, and I only find them useful for, well, as I said, these one-liner functions. So let's say that we want to write a function which automatically does this part here. So it takes in a value that is supposed to be a date and will get the year. So based on this convention that our dates are always written in this format right here. So date dash month dash day. So the, let's say, old way of writing that would be simply to use the function keyword. Then let's say get year, and it receives a string, and then we can return, just like we did up here. Let's actually copy this to make it a bit faster. And then we could use get year with, for example, the publication date that we already have. And so this results in 1965, just as we have here. So this is the traditional way of writing functions, which I still use all the time for longer functions, but now we also have arrow functions. So let's see how we write an arrow function. So the function is basically simply the argument, then the arrow, and then what we want to return, which is string.split, and then the first element. And that's it. This is a function. And maybe you noticed that the prettier extension that we're using in this course did automatically wrap this parameter here inside these parentheses. And that's because we can actually specify multiple arguments or parameters, and then we really need to use the parentheses. And so that's why Prettier placed them there, because like this, we cannot make any mistakes. So we could really pass any number of parameters here in that we wanted, and then based off those, we can then return something. So again, this part here is automatically returned without us having to write the return keyword explicitly. Okay, so let's just turn this one here off, because now we want to reuse this getYear name. Because right now, this is a function, but we cannot really use it because we haven't stored it anywhere. So we can just do this, const getYear, and then store that function value into this variable here. And so this then becomes a so-called function expression as well, while this one here is a function declaration. So that's a subtle difference that you might have heard about, and it's not really important. What matters is that this is an arrow function where we automatically return whatever is here on the right side of this arrow. Now, if we had more code here, so if we had multiple lines, then we would have to use a function block again. So using these curly braces, then we could write whatever code we needed here. and then in the end, we would actually have to manually return again. So this one would also work the same way. So you see that we have the result here. But if you use this block, then you really do need this return keyword again. Otherwise, as you see, it returns undefined. But again, the ideal way of using this function is when you really have just a one-liner. Then you don't need a return keyword, don't need a function block. All you need is this. And this really becomes very useful for callback functions, for example, in some arrow methods, as we will see later. Now, let's actually use this here. So for that, I will cut this part and we'll place it here before the summary, because now I want to use the getYear function in here. Let's also delete this part. Actually, I cut it and put it here just as a reference. And now here, instead of doing it manually here, we can call the function right here inside of the template literal. So getYear, and again, publication date. And the result that we get in the console is indeed exactly the same. In this lecture, let's review how short-circuiting works with some logical operators. So in JavaScript, some logical operators, such as the AND and the OR operator, have a feature called short-circuiting. So short-circuiting in logical operators means that in certain conditions, the operator will immediately return the first value and not even look at the second value. And this probably sounds confusing, so of course let's write some code here. So starting with the AND operator, the AND operator short circuits when the first operand, so when the first value is false, and then will immediately return that first value. So let's use a console.log here, and let's do what I just said. So when the first value is true, the AND operator will automatically return the second operand, so the second value, no matter what that is. So let's say some string. And so indeed, immediately we get some string here. And so here we have no short circuiting. The short circuiting works in the AND operator when the first value is false. So here, if we have false, then there is a short circuit and the operator does not even look at the second value. So instead it immediately returns the first one here. And this can be quite helpful, basically in order to use this as an if. So for example, we could do has movie adaptation and this book has a movie. And so here the operator, just like in this previous line, immediately returns this false value because as we can see here, has movie adaptation is false. And so the AND operator short circuits and doesn't even look at this other part here. But of course, if we go back to using the first book right here, then we get this book has a movie. So again, this acts a little bit like an if, right? And so sometimes in React, we use that to our advantage. And this also works with so-called truthy and falsy values. So a truthy value is basically any value that is not a falsy value. And the falsy value, let's just write that here, is 0, an empty string, null, and undefined. And I think there's actually one more, which I can't think of right now. So yeah, these are the ones that actually matter. So this one is not one of these falsy values, and therefore it's a truthy value, which means that for the AND operator, it is as if this was actually really a true value, because basically behind the scenes, this gets converted to true. And so, since this is true, we get the second value out of the operation. But if we use a falsy value, let's say 0, then we get that first one. So here once again, we have short circuiting in action because this is a falsy value. All right, so that's enough for the AND operator. Now let's go to the OR operator, which works exactly in the opposite way. So this one short circuits whenever the first operand is true and will then return it. So if we have true or some string, it doesn't really matter here the word, then we immediately get true. But if we have false, then we get some string. And so from this example, we can see that the short circuiting happens here in this case whenever the first value is true. So this is true, so the operator doesn't even look at the second value. Now, we can use this here actually to our advantage in order to set default values. Let's try an example actually with the data that we're working with. And let's first look at book.translations.spanish. And so we get this Spanish string here. And that's because we have a Spanish translation for this book. But for the other book, again, book number 2, I think there is none. So yeah, it's undefined. And so let's say that we wanted to set a default value in case there is none. So we can use the AND operator for that. So let's say Spanish translation is book.translations.spanish or not translated. So the result of Spanish translation right now is not translated, because remember, this one was undefined, and undefined is one of these falsy values, right? And as we saw here, when the value is false or falsy, then the AND operator goes to the second part of the operator. So there's no short circuiting. And so here we are then using that to our advantage by setting this default string right here. And so this is then what will become the result of this entire operation, and then it will get assigned to this variable. And if the book was number 1, which I'm not going to do now, but yeah, you remember that it had a translation. And so then this here would become a truthy value, and then we would have short circuiting. So this one would not be evaluated, and then the value of Spanish translation would simply be this one. Great. However, this can also go wrong, because this works for all the falsy values, such as 0 as well. So sometimes that can have some consequences. So let me show you what I mean by that. So in book.reviews.library anything, and now .review count is 0. So each of these books has this reviews property, and there we have some reviews from Goodreads and from library anything or something. And so then in there, well, this one doesn't have anything. Or actually it does, but as you saw down here, that's only available in the Pro edition, which you have to pay. And so yeah, inside reviews we have Goodreads and library anything. And then each of those has a rating count, and reviews count. But for this book number 1 that we're using right now, the reviews count for library anything is 0. And so let's use this value so I can show you that this can also go wrong. So this setting a default value. So count, let's call it actually count wrong. So book.reviews.library anything.reviews count or no data. So basically we want to get the reviews count, but if there is no value there, then we want it to be no data. So let's see what count wrong is. Well, it says no data, but we know that it is actually 0. So we would want the count to be 0 and not no data, because there is actually data, right? So for the book 1, for example, or any other book, there is this other number. So something that is not 0. And so here then the count wrong is actually correct. So here 452 is exactly what we want. But not when it is 0. So when this value is 0, it is a falsy value. And so when this is a falsy value, which 0 is, the result of this operation, so of this operator, will be the second part, which in this case is, again, wrong. Now, to solve this, JavaScript has recently added a new logical operator, which is called the nullish coalescing operator. So a very weird name, but what matters is that it works very similarly to the OR operator, but it does also short circuit for falsy values. So let me show you what that means. So again, const, now let's just call it count, is equal to book.reviews.libraryanything.reviews count, and then question mark, no data. So here we have basically exactly the same, but instead of using OR, we're using the nullish coalescing. And so now the count will indeed not be no data, but will be 0. So this nullish coalescing operator will only return the second value when the first value is null or undefined, but not when it is 0 or an empty string. And I get that this sounds super confusing probably right now, but you will see in practice that this makes all the difference, and it is yet another nice addition here, this one, to JavaScript. Let's now take a quick look at the very important optional chaining operator. So remember how I said earlier that each book has this review field, and it has reviews from this Goodreads source and also from the library anything. And notice how each of them has a different reviews count. And so in this lecture, we will want to create a function that gives us the total reviews count for each book. So that's going to be basically this one plus this one. Sounds very easy, right? And that's because it is. So let's quickly write a function that does that. So let's say get total review count for a certain book. So we pass in a certain book. Let's just do that immediately, just so we see how we use this function. Then, of course, our book. Here it could be called anything else, just b, for example, because, of course, this is simply the value that we are passing in. So let's create one variable for each of these review counts. So book.reviews.goodreads.review count. And then the same thing for this library anything. book.reviews.libraryanything.reviews count. And then we simply return one plus the other. So Goodread should be Goodreads plus this one. Okay, nice. Now we need to log this to the console, as always, to get our result, which is 812. So that works beautifully for this book number 2. But watch what happens when we use book number 3. So let's wait for it. And actually the error pops up already up here. And so then nothing else is evaluated. So cannot read properties of undefined reading review count. Well, let's just take out all this code here. And so then the error pops up down here. So again, cannot read properties of undefined reading reviews count. So what this means is that this particular book, number 3, here in the reviews doesn't have the library anything. So it only has Goodreads. And therefore, this here will get undefined. And then we're trying to read reviews count out of undefined. And so that's, of course, then not possible. So again, the problem is that book.reviews.libraryanything right now is undefined. So basically in JavaScript, this part will then get replaced by undefined, And then essentially we are reading undefined dot reviews count, which of course doesn't exist. And then it results in this error right here. But fortunately for us, modern JavaScript has a solution for this, which is called optional chaining. And so with optional chaining, we can basically ask JavaScript to only keep asking here for these next properties in case that what comes before it actually exists. So here, instead of trying to always read reviews count out of this, we can just do it optionally. Well, not like this, but like this. So what happens now is that whenever this here is undefined, then JavaScript will no longer even try to read reviews count out of this. And so this is why we call this optional chaining. So the chain here only continues in case that this part here actually is not undefined or not null. So what happens now is that all of this thing here is immediately undefined. And therefore here we get this not a number. So the result here is still wrong, but at least we're not getting an error anymore. So right now it's not a number because this is some number, and then we're adding undefined, which we can confirm like this, right? And so, yeah, we get not a number. Therefore here we now need to set a default value. And this is why we learned about the nullish coalescing operator, because that one is actually perfect in this situation. So in this case, we simply say 0. So if there is nothing here, if there is no count for library anything, then it's just 0. So then we're just adding 0 to the value that we have from Goodreads, and then we get our final result. Okay, so again, what's happening here is that because of this optional chaining, JavaScript will no longer try to read reviews count out of this undefined thing here. So before we had undefined.reviews count, which of course did not exist and gave us an error. But with optional chaining, as soon as this here is undefined, the entire thing, so all of this, will automatically become undefined. And so then we use this nullish coalescing operator here to then simply give us 0 instead of that undefined right here. Okay, so this is helpful whenever we are not sure that all the values that we expect exist in an object. So before we had this here, we would have to first check if actually books.reviews.library anything exists, and only then we could read reviews count out of that, which would really be a lot of work. Because, for example, let's say we're also not sure if even reviews.library anything exists. So it would be even safer to do this also here. And why not also here? Because there might be some situation where maybe the book has no Goodreads reviews. So let's simply do this always. At least always we are not sure about the data structure of the data we are receiving. Now, before you can start building any meaningful React application, you need to be a true master of the 3 functional array methods in JavaScript, which are map, filter, and reduce. And I call them functional array methods because these methods do not mutate the original array, but do instead return a new array based on the original one. So in this lecture, let's start by taking a look at the map method. And to start, let's actually take out all this code here, because we do no longer need it now, because from now on, we will actually start working with the entire books array. So let me take that out, give it a save, and then here we have all this panel and this Quokka output here cleaned up a bit. So let's again pretend that we are getting our books from this fictional API using the getBooks function. So let's say get books, and so remember that this will then give us the entire books array. And so now we are ready to use the map method on that array. So what does the map method actually do? Well, basically the map method will loop over an array and return a new array with the same length with some operation applied to each of the elements of the original array. So just to illustrate that, let's say we have this very simple array. And on that, we can call map. And so now map expects a callback function, which is a function that will be called for each of these elements of the array. And so now here, these arrow functions that we talked about earlier become really handy, because now we can simply use an arrow function here, for example, like this. And I will explain in a second what this does, but for now, let's just take a look at the output here. Actually, let's save this in some variable. And so what you see here is that we get an array which is basically double the previous array. So what happened here? So again, we passed in this callback function, which is a function that gets called for each of the elements of this array. And in this callback function, the element parameter will always be the current element of the array. So for this first element here, L will become 1, and then here we simply return 1 times 2, which is 2. So that's then placed in the array, and we move on to the next one. So then here we have 2, so therefore element becomes 2, 2 times 2 is 4, and so that then gets placed in the array. And like this, it goes all the way until the end of the array. And so again, the map method is basically to create a new array based on the original array with some operation applied to each element of the original array. So this was just some demo here, but now what I want to do is to create an array that contains simply all the titles of all the books. So instead of having this huge array which contains all these objects, all I want is an array which simply has all the titles. So let's say titles equals books dot map, and now again our callback function. And here let's call each element a book, because well, we have this books array, which is well actually it isn't isn't anything, and that's because we have this error here. Let's just return something here so that the error ends. But yeah, this is not the books array anyway. Yeah, so here we have this array with all these objects. And so now as we loop over this array, each of the elements is one book object, right? So this is the argument to the function, and then remember is what we return. So what do we want to return? Well, simply book.title. And now as we check out what titles is, we see it is this array which only contains the titles. Beautiful. So that was pretty simple, right? So the operation doesn't, well, of course, have to be like a math operation like this. Here, simply what we return for each book element is book.title. And so that then gets placed into the array. So the new output array, which then gets stored into these titles. Okay, let's see another example. And let's say that we wanted to basically only get the essential data for each of these book objects. So we want an array with objects still, but now we only want like the title and the author, maybe. So let's say essential data should be books.map. And again, I'm calling each one the book. And now here what we want to return is a new object which contains, again, the title and the author. Now in an arrow function, whenever we use these curly braces like this, the arrow function will think that this is a declaration block, right? So this is not returning an object. So if we wrote like x23, this would not be returning anything, because again, the arrow function simply thinks that this here is the function block. So we can solve this in two ways. First, we can simply then return the object from here manually. So we can now say title is book.title and author is book.author. Let's take a look at that. And yeah, that works. So now for each of the books, we only have the author and the title and nothing else. So that worked. So that's great. But yeah, here we have a bit too much code. So let's get rid of this return again. And so the trick is to simply wrap this here in a parenthesis. So we don't need any of this. And so now that works the same. And so by using these parentheses first, instead of the curly braces, then again, we are automatically returning this object from here. So just like here, we are returning the result of this operation, and here we are returning simply this value right here. And of course, we could also do some computations in here. For example, let's say we wanted the reviews count. And now here we could get back this function that we did before. Let's just copy that. And then let's just call get total review count for the current book. And so now, yeah, we get all of this data that we wanted. But again, it's just the essential data, just basically a small part of the total data that we had before in the books array. So these are just a few use cases that are going to become in handy for the rest of the React course. And if this was maybe a bit too fast, so if you didn't know this map method before and you didn't quite understand it yet, that's understandable because this was more of a crash course on this map method. And so if somehow it hasn't clicked for you yet, you can just check out the documentation on MDN, or of course you can also check out my complete JavaScript course, because there I explain it all in a lot more detail. But for this short introduction, this should be enough. And so let's now move on to the next important method, which is the filter method. So next up is the filter method. And as the name says, we can use the filter method in order to filter out some elements of the array based on a condition. So let's say that we want to create an array which only has books that have more than 500 pages. So let's say long books, and then books.filter. Give it some more space right here. And now here, the idea is the same thing as before. So again, we pass in a callback function, which should return something. So again, each element of the array is a book. And now here, instead of returning the value that we want in a new array, we need to return a condition which will either be true or false. And if the result of that condition is true, then the current element will go into the filtered array. But if it's false, then it will get filtered out, basically. So let's see that in action. And let's say book.pages greater than 500. And that's already it. So let's put long books here, close down here. So long books should be this one. And we see immediately that the array only has a length of 3 now. So this one has 1216 pages, this one 658, and then here also more than 500. So it worked. And so let's now go again over this to see what actually happened. So just like in the map method, this function here, this callback, will be called for each element of the array. So let's then go through the array one by one. So this is the first element. And so here, then this condition will be executed. So book.pages greater than 500. And indeed it is. And so here, this function, this entire callback here will return true. And so if it is true, then that element goes into the new array. So into the new long books array. Okay, let's do the next one. Here we have pages only 295. And so then here in the second element of the array, this will become false. And if it's false, then the element is basically filtered out. It will not make it into the new array. Then filter moves on to the next one. Here we have 658, which we already saw here in the results. And of course, that's because it has more than 500. Here, this one is again left out. as it has only 200 and something. And finally, the last one, yeah, Game of Thrones is a long book. So that, of course, makes it into the long books array. Nice. Now we can actually keep adding new methods here. So after this filter, we can chain on another filter. And that's possible simply because this one here returns a new array. And on arrays, we can call filter, right? And therefore, we can call filter here again. And let's now say that we only want the books who have a movie adaptation. So out of these three, so book dot has movie adaptation. And that's already it, because this alone, so this has movie adaptation, is already a Boolean value. And so here we don't even need to write a condition, because all we need is to return either true or false, right? And so now long books, well, it's actually still 3. So it seems like all of these actually have movie adaptations. Yeah, that's right. So let's just put Dune here. So book number 3, let's put it to false, just to see what happens. All right. And now indeed, that movie also has been filtered out. So we just set Dune to false. And so now we only have here the Lord of the Rings and a Game of Thrones. So these are the only 2 long books which have a movie adaptation. So let's say long books with movie, right? Now this one here was just to show you that we can chain multiple filters. In practice, it would probably be better to just do an AND here, right? So that would be more efficient, but this one also works. So since this is so important, so again, we use this filter really all the time in React. This is really super important, this method. Let's do another one here. So let's only filter out adventure books. So not actually filtering out, but let's basically filter for adventure books. So that's a better way of saying it. So books.filter, and again it will loop over the entire books array. And so let's do books, and then we're back to our genres array. So remember that this is an array, and now what we want is to include books in the array where the genres array includes adventure. So we're looking for adventure books, and so books.genres should include adventure. So includes always returns either true or false, and so right there we have our condition. Okay, so adventure books, but actually let's do something first. So let's again chain another method here, and this time let's actually chain a map. So that is also perfectly fine, because we already know that this here returns an array, and so then on an array we can always call map. So again, let's call it book, but of course it could be called anything that we wanted. So in all of these methods here, we called it book because that is what makes more sense semantically. But if we just called it X, like it would work the exact same way, right? So this is just a function, and we can call the parameter, so the argument that it receives, anything that we want. So here again, let's just return the title so that the output is a little bit easier to read. So the books that or where the genres include adventure are The Lord of the Rings, Dune, and this Harry Potter book. And so if we check that out, then indeed, well, here we cannot see that. That's because of the Quokka limitation, where we cannot see so deep into the object with the free version. But I can assure you that, for example, The Lord of the Rings, yeah, so you see, here we have adventure. So this book made it into the final array. This one does not. That's why it was not there. This one, yeah, this one is also adventure, and so is this one. Somehow Game of Thrones is not an adventure. Not sure why that is. But yeah. So this is how we combine a filter and a map in an effective way to model our data exactly in the way that we want it. And so since front-end development with React and really any other front-end framework is really a lot about working with data, these methods here are absolutely essential. All right, so we tackled the map and the filter method, and so now it's time for the one method that rules them all, which is the reduce method. So the reduce method is really the most versatile and the most powerful of all array methods in JavaScript. So in fact, we could probably implement all the other methods simply using the reduce method, but that would be a little bit too much work. And so that's why we have all of these other methods, which are a lot easier to use. So I will really not go deep into the reduce method here because we could spend hours just with this method, but I will just show you one of the most common use cases, which is to add together numbers, or basically to perform any operation or mathematical operations with numbers. So let's say that for some reason we wanted to read all of the books in the array, and we wanted to know how many pages we would have to read. So the solution is to add together all of these pages properties of all of the books in the array, right? And so for that, we can use the reduce method. So let's say pages, all books, and then books.reduce. Now the reduce method also takes in a callback function, which will be executed for each element of the array, and as a second argument, it also takes in a starter value, basically. But before we go into these, let's actually understand what the reduce method does and what it's used for. So it is called the reduce method because the goal of reduce is to reduce basically the entire array to just one value. So to boil it down. And if you think about it, this is exactly what we are trying to do now. So we want to boil down the entire array to just one number, which is in this case the number of pages of all the books combined, right? And so that second argument that I mentioned earlier is basically the starter value for that final value that we want to obtain. So first we will want to pass in a function. We will do that in a minute. And second, we want that starter value. And in this case, since we are adding together all of these values, we will start from 0, of course. It makes sense, right? And now here, let's talk about the function that will get called. So before we always had this callback function with a book, and then here we did something, right? But here, the callback function will be a little bit different. So the function that we pass in here will not only get called with the current element, but also with the current value of the accumulator, which starts at 0. So that all sounds very confusing, but let me just call this here ACC, which stands for accumulator, and then we will see in a second why this makes sense. So here, what we want to return is this accumulator plus book.pages. And now if we say pages all books, then we get this huge number. Okay, so let's understand what happened here by going over this array element by element. So the first element, again, here is the Lord of the Rings. And so in this first iteration, this book here is of course this one. But what is the accumulator? Well, the accumulator is basically the current value of the final value that we want to boil the array down to. So basically, in this case, the pages of all the books combined, which starts at 0. And so in the first iteration, the accumulator will still be 0. So this function here will get called for the first element, and then the accumulator will be 0, and the book will be the current book. And so then we add together the current accumulator, so the current pages, all books, so to say, which is still 0, plus these 1216. And so we can imagine that the second value here then becomes 1216 after this first iteration. And so therefore in the next iteration, when we go to the second object, the current accumulator is already 1216. So here again, it will, in the second iteration, be already 1216, and then on top of that, we add 295. So that's then the current book pages. And so then, in the next iteration, the accumulator will already be 1216 plus 295, which is like 1500 something, and then on top of that, we add this number of pages, and so it goes all the way until the end. So we can imagine this accumulator here basically as a pile onto which we put more and more and more until in the end we reach the final result that we were looking for. So it's like an intermediary value, in this case, onto which we keep adding the number of pages until in the end we reach 3,227 pages. Okay, so that was a bit confusing once again, but it's also not super important to understand how it works, especially if all we're doing is like these simple adding of numbers. So this always works the same in the end. And so yeah, the most important use case usually of reduce is just this. But we can also do very, very complex things, as I said in the beginning, because this initial value here doesn't have to be a number. It could also be an array, or it could be an object. And so what this means is that we could do really anything that we do with map or filter also with a reduce. But I won't go into that right now because yeah, for that we have already map and filter. Now here I just like to, in this case, to replace the accumulator value with sum. So calling it just sum because that is what it's actually doing. But just keep in mind that, well, it is an accumulator because we keep adding up and up and up onto this temporary value, so to say. In this case, it's simply the sum of the pages. And so here I like to then call it sum. Okay, and that's actually all I had to show you here about reduce, because yeah, many times we just use it for simple stuff like this. And so now you know how to do that. And now the last array method that I want to quickly talk about, because we also use it quite frequently in React applications, is the sort method. And as the name says, we can use this method to sort an array. So let's start with a small demo array, basically. Let's just give it a few numbers. And let's here create a new array based on that array. So x.sort, and here we need to pass in a function with two arguments. And we usually just call them a and b. And I will actually not really go into how this algorithm and how this method works here. But let me just tell you that in order to sort this array in an ascending way, we do a minus b. Okay, and now let's, oh, and actually we cannot do this because we already used that apparently before. Okay, and now let's take a look at sorted. And indeed, it is now sorted in an ascending way. So starting from the lowest number all the way to the highest. Now, very, very briefly, what happens here is that basically JavaScript goes over the array, so it loops through it, and it calls this function here. And a and b are always the current value and the next value. And then here in the callback function, when we return a negative value, then these two numbers will basically be sorted in an ascending way. So the small number will come first, and then the biggest number will come afterwards. And if we do the opposite, so if we return a positive number, then, well, the opposite will happen. Then these two values will be sorted in a descending way. And so we return these positive or negative numbers simply by subtracting one minus the other. So here A and B in this example will be 3 and 7, and so then 3 minus 7 is minus 4, and so yeah, they will then be sorted in an ascending way, as I said before. But that's not really important. You should just basically follow this as a recipe. So when you do A minus B, it will be sorted in an ascending way. When you do B minus A, then descending. So indeed now we start with 9 and with 1. Now what's very surprising about the sort method is what happens when we now check out R. So R itself has been sorted as well, right? So it also now starts from 9, ends in 1, and if we switch this around, then you see that both these arrays are exactly the same. So what happened here? Well, what happened is that unlike the map, filter, and reduce method, this is not a functional method. So this is actually a method that mutates, so it changes the original array. And so we actually didn't even have to store this in a new array, right? Because it already changed this original array anyway. However, usually we do not want that to happen, especially in a front-end framework like React, which really does not like us mutating data. So a nice trick that we can do here is to first take a copy of the array simply by doing array.slice and open and close. And so this will then basically return a brand new array, which is a copy of this one. And so then on that array, we can chain the sort method. And so you see that with this, the sorted is still the sorted array, but R is now back to being the original one. So now it's not been affected because before sorting, we took a copy and then we sorted only this copy, but not the R itself. Okay, but now going back to a more practical examples, because rarely we have an array like this that we need to sort, but usually we always have an array of objects. So that's very common that we have to sort that. And so let's say sorted by pages. So as you can imagine, we will now sort the entire books array by the number of pages. So books.slice, again, very important to take a copy here. Then here we just follow that recipe. So AB, and let's say we want a descending one. And so then we say B, but now it's not just B minus A, right? Because these are now the two book objects. And of course we cannot subtract those. So we need still a numeric value here. And since we want to sort by pages, we do b.pages minus a.pages. And now sorted by pages. And cannot really see that there. Let's close all of these. So we start with Lord of the Rings, which has 1200 something, then 800, 600, 200, and then the shortest one is Harry Potter with 223 pages. So that worked perfectly. Let's do the opposite just to be sure. And yeah, so now Harry Potter is the first one in line, and yeah, it's now sorted in an ascending way. So we do this all the time. And so now when I do this inside the React course, I will no longer need to explain what we're doing and will simply follow this recipe. In React, many operations need to be immutable. So operations where we do not manipulate the underlying data structure. And so therefore, it's quite important to know how to add element to arrays, how to delete elements, and also to update elements, all without mutating the original underlying array. Now, these techniques that we're going to learn here are absolutely essential for React development. But the good news is that they always work in the same way. And so if you understand here how it works, then you will be well prepared for the rest of the course. So, as I mentioned, what we want to do here is to learn how to add elements, how to delete elements, and how to update elements of an array without changing the original one. And so once again, we are going to work with our array of books. So an array of objects, which really is the most common thing, so the most common data structure that we're going to find when we work with data on the front end. So let's say first add a book object to array. Let's start by creating this new book object here actually. So this one is going to be the number 6 here. The title should be Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Well, it's still wrong. And then the author is J.K. Rowling. So we already have one Harry Potter book in the array. And so now here we add another one. And in fact, we did already learn how we create a new array based on an original array and then adding some other element. So we talked about that right at the beginning of the section when we talked about the spread operator. Remember that? So let's say books, then after adding, let's say, or after add. And so all we need to do is to spread all the books here into this newly created array and then simply add another book, so another object. And then if we take a look at this right here, you see that now we have 6 of them and the last one is this one that we just created. And again, we could add this also to the beginning. So right here, but it's most common to simply add a new book right to the end of the array. So this one was quite easy. Now let's delete a book. So delete a book object from array. So again, this is always going to work in the exact same way, no matter how the objects look like, well, as long as they have an ID, which they usually have. So now let's create a new array again. So always new arrays. We need always to not mutate anything, but create new arrays. Now, in practice, these operations would be abstracted away into some functions. So for example, we would create a function called add book and delete book and update book instead of creating all these arrays like this. But of course, this is just to illustrate the idea and the technique. All right. So books after delete will be a new array after deleting one of the book objects. So we will basically now create a new array based on books after add, which we just created. And now we are going to use one of our array methods. And so let's together think about this. So we want to delete a book. And so after deleting, the array will be shorter than before. And so which of the array methods makes an array shorter than it was before? Well, that's right. It's the filter array, right? So when we filter out something, then the new array will be shorter. So let's filter. And once again, each element here is a book. And so in this case, let's say we want to delete the book with the ID number 3. And so we can say book.id is different from 3. And that's actually it. Let's take a look at that. So this one has ID 2 and the next one has number 4. So 3 is no longer there. Great. So why did this work? Well, because of what we already learned before. So whenever this condition here in the callback returns a false value, then that object will not be in the final array. So if we want to delete the book with the ID 3, basically what we want is to include in the final array all the books where the ID is different from 3, right? Because, again, whenever this condition here is actually true, the object will end up in the final filtered array. And so the easiest way of thinking about this is to actually write a condition which does place the objects into the new array. And so, again, that happens whenever the book ID is different than 3, because when it is 3, we want to delete it. And so, yeah, that's exactly what happened here, as we saw here in the result. Great. And yeah, again, we would usually create a function called deleteBook, and then that function would receive this ID here, and then here we would simply use that ID like this. But here we're simply like manually deleting the one with the ID of 3. So again, just to illustrate how it all works. And so now let's, in the final stage, update a book object, well, in the array. So books, let's say after update, and we're going to do it on the books after delete. So it's like chaining all of this here one after another, but we're storing the intermediate result inside variables. And again, let's think about what array method we need here. So after updating one of the book objects, the resulting array should have the exact same length as before, right? And so which method produces an array which has the same length as before? Yes, that's the map method. So map is our choice whenever we want to update an object that is inside an array. Okay, so here we now need our ternary operator, because we, of course, don't want to do anything for most of the books. We only want to update exactly one book object, which is the one with the ID that we're looking for. So let's imagine we want to update the book with the ID of 1. Then let's say book.id, if it is 1, then return an updated object, which for now let's just write an empty object temporarily. But if not, well, then simply return the book as it is, so without any changes. And that's simply book, right? So let's already look at the result here, just to see that something happened. So again, we are trying to update the book with the ID of 1. And so now this one here is indeed just an empty object, because this was the one where book ID was equal to 1. So it was equal to 1, and so therefore, then what was returned from this callback function was this empty object, which is what we see here. But for all the other ones, it simply returned the original object. So then nothing changed. All right, but of course, we don't want to return this empty object, but we want to return an object which has an updated property. And in fact, we already learned how to do that way back, again using the spread operator. So remember, we simply spread out the current book object into this object, so this newly created object. So we take basically all of the properties into this new object, and then we can simply overwrite one of them. Let's say we want pages, again 12, 110. Let's just do something a bit more dramatic just to see the result a bit better. And so, yeah, now we have only one page here, while everything else, again, remains unaffected. Let's put it 1210, and there we go. So we updated one property in one object of the array. And this is, again, something that we do all the time. And so you just basically need to memorize this recipe right here. So when we want to add a new object to an array, we do this. We create a new array, spread the current elements, and add the new element. When we want to delete one, we use filter, because filter makes the resulting array shorter, then we simply keep all the book elements, so all the book objects where the ID is different than the one we want to delete. And to update, we use the map method because the map method creates an array which has the exact same length as the original. And so then when we are at the ID that we're looking for, so that we want to manipulate, then we create a new object and overwrite the property that we want to manipulate. And for all the other books, we simply return the book unchanged. So to finish this section, we're quickly going to review how we can use asynchronous JavaScript techniques in order to fetch data, so to load data from an external web API. And the first way in which we're going to do this is to directly use the concept of promises. And let's start by deactivating all this code that we no longer need. So now we're actually going to leave this domain of books, and we'll just focus quickly here on something entirely different. So in order to fetch data from an API, in the browsers we have the so-called fetch API. So a function that is called fetch, and into which we can pass a URL of an API. And let's actually use a kind of dummy API that you commonly see in tutorials. And that's the JSON placeholder API. Yes, it doesn't matter. So just Google this JSON placeholder. All right, and then open up this this page, and then we can just copy this URL right here. So /todos, but without the one. So that's not necessary. And immediately here, you also see that they are using the fetch function, right? So let's create a new string like this and then paste in that URL. Now, in order for this to actually work in Quokka right here, you need at least version 18 of Node.js installed on your computer. So if you didn't do that previously, when I mentioned that you should use version 18, then this is a good time to update your Node.js version, because Quokka here actually isn't using a browser, but it is using Node.js. And the fetch function was only added to Node in version 18. Okay, but anyway, what is going to happen here when this function gets called? Because fetching the data from this API here, so from this string, will of course take some time, because JavaScript needs to do an HTTP request, needs to wait until that request is processed, and then it needs to download that data basically from this server. And so in the meantime, JavaScript actually keeps running. So if we log something to the console here, Jonas, for example, it will get executed immediately. So JavaScript will not wait until this data is fetched. It will simply execute this function and will then immediately move on to the next line of code, which in this case is this one. So how do we basically wait for this code here and do something as soon as the data has arrived? Well, that's where the asynchronous JavaScript techniques come into play. So this fetch function here, what it returns immediately and then moving on to the next line is a so-called promise. And we should be able to see that with a console.log here. Let's see. And indeed, so this is a so-called promise. And it says here that it's pending because that's one of the multiple states in which a promise can be. So it can be pending when it's still doing something in the background. It can be rejected if there was an error, in this case, if there was an error fetching this data, or it can be fulfilled, which means that the data successfully arrived. And once again, I will not go deeply into the details here. For that, you can go ahead and read the promise documentation on MDN, or you can watch some YouTube video, or you can, of course, also check out my complete JavaScript course. But anyway, the promise state that we are interested in here is the fulfilled state, right? So that's the state where the data has actually arrived. And we can handle that state by using or by adding the then method. So let's of course first get rid of this console.log. And so then, again, this returns a promise, and on a promise, we can call the then method. And so the then method will basically be called as soon as the promise is fulfilled. So as soon as it successfully got back with the data. Now, promises are used for more than data fetching, but here I'm just using that as an example, okay? Now, into this then method, we need to pass in a callback function, which is basically the code that will then be executed as soon as the data has arrived. So JavaScript will call this callback function here with the response that it has received. So that's why I like to call this here res. And this data then needs to be converted from JSON to a JavaScript object. So again, not going deep into it here. And here it just needs to be res.json. Okay. And now the thing is that actually doing so will return another promise. So this .json here also takes some time. So it's also an asynchronous operation. And therefore here we need to add another then. Okay. But then here we already have our final data in the JavaScript form. And so this function here will then get called with the result of this previous function, which is then the data. So let's simply log this data then to the console at this point. So let's see. And indeed, here we got the to-dos. So there's a lot of them. All of them came through the JSON placeholder API. Now what you notice here again is that it first printed Jonas to the console, so the result of this, and only later is when this array of to-do objects was finally printed to the console as well. And again, that's because this data arrived later. So what happened here was that, as I mentioned before, is that this fetch function fired off a request to the API. And then immediately JavaScript moved on to the next line, which is this one here, where it simply basically registered this function here to be executed later. The same here, and then it immediately executed this line of code, right? Then some time passed, and then the data from the API arrived. And so then JavaScript goes back here and executes this callback function that we had registered before. And so this is where the response arrives. It's converted to JSON, and then here we receive the data in this callback function and log it to the console. So literally, JavaScript will wait until it executes these functions here, which is usually not how JavaScript works. But here we are using asynchronous JavaScript, while usually JavaScript is a synchronous language, where one line of code is simply executed after the other. Okay, and here now at this point, you could do something a bit more meaningful. For example, in React, we would then typically take this data and set some state, which would then get reflected right in the user interface. But of course, more about that later. For now, I just wanted to basically show you or to review how we use these promise methods here in order to successfully handle the moment when the data arrives from the API. So, in the previous lecture, we learned how to handle fetching data using promise methods. But in this lecture, let's take it one step further and learn how to do the exact same thing with a much nicer and cleaner syntax called async await. So, this syntax that we just learned here works really well, but it's not the most easy thing to work with, I would say. It's not the most beautiful code in a way. And so we can basically implement this logic here in a different way using async functions in the await keyword. Now, everything I explained to you in the previous lecture is still 100% valid, and the whole idea behind promises doesn't go away. The only thing that's going to go away is these then handlers right here. So we're going to, again, do it in a cleaner way. So now instead of just doing it like this, let's create an async function. So that's simply a function with the async keyword before it. And then let's call it or get to do's. Okay, then let's just grab this part here, and I will actually now comment all of this out here. Okay, and so now we can, inside the async function, await this. So await this promise immediately right here. And what will happen then is that actually inside this async function, JavaScript will not immediately move on to the next line like it usually does. So as I explained in the previous lecture, JavaScript by default will always immediately move on to the next line. It never waits for anyone, basically. So here, as we fetch, it will then immediately move here, and move here. It will, of course, not execute these callback functions, but it will basically register them. That's not really important, but what is important is that we saw that immediately this code here was logged to the console. So way before the data from the API actually arrived. But now, with the await keyword inside the async functions, for the first time in JavaScript, we do actually have a way of stopping and of pausing the code inside a function. And by doing this, it makes the function looks a lot more normal again and a lot more like normal synchronous JavaScript code. Because then we can very simply store the result of this here into a variable. So let's again call it response, and it's the exact same name as before. So here we call the response a res inside this callback function because, well, the response of the fetch is the data that is passed into this callback. So basically the response is this res. So here we can immediately and directly call it like this in a way that is a lot more legible and a lot more easy to understand. And the same thing then with the data. So we can immediately call it data and then simply await res.json. And then we can log it to the console. Just like this. And then we can call that function out here. And there we go. So here we get all this data that we had before again. But of course, that waiting only works inside this async function. So if here we again logged Jonas to the console, you would see that Jonas, of course, needs to be logged again before. Because, well, JavaScript here simply defines the function, then it arrives here, it calls the function, and immediately it moves on to the next line. But this function here, while being executed, does actually wait, but only here inside this async function, and only in the lines that have this await keyword. So what do you think would happen if we actually would try to return something from here and store it into a variable? So like returning these posts. Well, that's not correct. Well, actually, yeah, data, it's called data right here. Now let's try to store that here into some variable. So to-dos equal get to-dos. So what do you think would be logged to the console right here? Well, we can see it here. It is a promise. So what's going on here? Well, it's the same thing as before. Right after this function is being called, JavaScript immediately moves on to the next line. It does not wait. And so at this point here, JavaScript has no way of knowing yet what these to-dos are going to be. And so simply to-dos is a promise, which means that the result value of this async function is always just a promise. And this is a fundamental piece of knowledge that you need to have in order to work with async functions and with asynchronous data in general in JavaScript. Because now if you wanted to actually get these to-dos out here, you would again have to use the then method on here, or you would have to use another async await function. Now you have another promise in your hands here that you need to handle. But fortunately for us, in React, that's not very common, because usually what we want as soon as we receive some data is to set the state. So that we would do immediately here in this async function, and then we wouldn't usually return anything here. So this was just, again, showing you the synchronous and asynchronous nature of JavaScript. So if you want to understand this a bit better, then you can go ahead and compare these two solutions here, which achieve the exact same thing, and see how they are different, and how, at least in my opinion, this one is a lot nicer, because it looks, again, like a normal function, while this one here does not really. So here you can easily store the result of the awaited data immediately into some variables, and then use them in a flow that looks just like synchronous code. Now, okay, and with this, we actually finish our review of essential JavaScript for React section. So hopefully this brought you up to speed with all the JavaScript that you need to know to be able to now successfully complete this course. And so now the time has actually come to really move on to the actual complete and ultimate React course. In this section, we're going to explore 3 core concepts of building React apps: components, props, and JSX. So we'll learn how components are the building blocks of React applications and how to create and reuse them using the powerful JSX syntax. We're also going to share data between components using props and learn about rendering lists, conditional rendering, and more, all while building this first beautiful project. Along the way, you will start practicing React on your own by building a developer profile card using these fundamental skills. Now, okay, so let's go start this React journey right now. Welcome to the pizza menu project that we're going to build throughout this section. And in this lecture, I actually want to start to build this project from complete scratch. And with complete scratch, I mean that we are going to delete all of these files that we have here that we don't really need and start a project from scratch, as I just said. So let's close this one, and even the index.html, which we will not delete and recreate, but all of these, feel free to ignore them and to delete them. So delete, and let's start from scratch. So here we have our first error, and notice that I placed the browser here on one side and our code editor on the left side so that we can always see the output at the same time. So you see that our application is kind of looking for this file right here, but of course it doesn't exist anymore because we just deleted it. So let's start from scratch. And we're going to create our first file inside of this folder, and it's going to be called index.js. And it really needs to be called index.js because Webpack, which is the module bundler in this project, expects the entry point to be called index.js. All right. But anyway, let's now start by importing React from React. And again, this is just simple JavaScript here. So importing modules is part of JavaScript, and specifically since ES6. Then let's also import React DOM from react-dom/client. All right, and as I keep saving, somehow it keeps moving the file here, but never mind. So we just imported these two libraries, and again, remember how we imported basically these exact two same libraries in the pure React lecture. And in fact, I want to open up that file here so that we can compare it. So open, and then on the desktop, pure React, then index.html. And so remember, here we imported also React and React DOM using these script tags. But again, here, these were installed using npm, and here we are now importing them into our project using the import syntax, which is coming directly from JavaScript. Next up, let's actually create our app component again. So function app, and it wouldn't have to be called app. This is just a convention, right? What is necessary is that this component starts with an uppercase here. So now let's return here, again, the same thing that we returned before, which is just hello React. And now all we need to do is to render this to the DOM. And so once again, this is going to be similar to what we did here. So we could even copy paste all of this here into our app that we already have. But let's write it by hand. So of course, in the future, we will not be writing all of this by hand, but at least once, I want you to write all of this by hand so that you actually know what is going on here. All right. So let's now create a so-called root. And for that, we use the React DOM library on which there is a create root method. And so now we select this root element. Well, not here, of course, but in our public folder. So here you have all this stuff, like this strange URL here. And again, Webpack will take care of all of this. Like it will replace this URL right there. But what we're looking for here is this div with this ID. So ID root. So we are going to select this element so that React can render our application inside of this div. So document.get element by ID. Okay. And then let's do root.render. And we could also have written it all in one line. So without storing this here as an intermediary variable, but like this, it's a bit cleaner. Okay. And then here we place our app, give it a save, and there it is. Hello React, which is our nice app component right here. So this is how we write React from scratch, basically. Now I just want to draw your attention that this is the way that we render the root, so that we basically render our app in the DOM in React version 18. So React version 18. But if you're seeing an older code base that is before React 18, this worked in a different way. So it looked a little bit different. So let's just exemplify that here. And you don't need to write this code here. I just want to quickly show it to you. So before React 18, we would simply do react.render and then place the app in there. All right. And another change that we would have to do is to get rid of this. So this would be a React 17 app, but with these changes, so with having React DOM/client and with rendering this way, we made our app ready for React 18. So we can now comment this one out, and I will just leave it here as a reference. Now, just one final thing that I want to talk about here is strict mode. So we can simply activate strict mode by, instead of directly rendering the app component as a root component, wrapping this here into a strict mode component. So let's write react.strict mode. And so this strict mode is basically a component that is part of React and that we can take from React. And so you see that automatically VS Code then closes this component. So let's copy or cut this from here and place it here, give it a save. And so the app is now wrapped inside of this strict mode. And strict mode is really not a big deal. The only thing that it does is that during development, it will render our components twice in order to find certain bugs. And also React will check if we're using outdated parts of the React API. So strict mode is nothing groundbreaking, but it's still a good idea to always activate it when we develop React applications. From now on, you will start coding on your own computer, and it's pretty much guaranteed that errors will happen and that some things simply won't work. And so right off the bat, I want to show you a few techniques for dealing with these errors and problems. So this is a really important lecture, so please don't skip it. So let's say that you're doing some change here in your code and save it, and then you want to see the output. But imagine that for some reason your page didn't update here. So what do you do? So when that happens, don't panic, but instead try out a few solutions, which I will tell you now. And the first one is to make sure that the application is actually running. And believe me or not, this has actually happened to me before. So I thought the app should be running, and I was doing some updates to the code, changing something, and I was wondering why the app was not reloading. Then at some point I noticed that, well, I actually hadn't even started the app. And so this is actually something that can happen. So if you don't have the app running, of course, so if you didn't use npm start like I showed you earlier, then, well, of course, your app cannot reload in the browser. But if you're sure that it is actually running but still not updating, then one solution can be to stop the app and restart it. So here is the tab in the terminal where I currently have the app running. And so in order to stop it, we use Control-C. So on the Mac, that's Control-C, and on Windows, it's also just Control-C. Then on Windows, I think it might ask you if you actually want to stop, and then you can just type Y and hit enter. So with this, you have it stopped, and then you can restart. So that's then again npm start, which should then open up a new tab. And yeah, there we go. And so, yeah, here it is. And if I change something now, then it should be reflected immediately. So there it is. And actually, it's more common than you might think that you have to do these kinds of things. And that's why I really wanted to include this lecture early on. And what's also pretty common is that sometimes all you have to do is to do a hard reload here in the browser. So just click this reloading button, because this automatic reload, so the hot module replacement, actually breaks all the time for some reason. And so then one of the solutions is to just hard reload the browser. Now, another good tip that I can give you is to always keep the terminal open here at all times, and the same here for the DevTools in the browser. Well, it's not. So inspecting, and then here, that's a bit too big. Yeah, then here, having the console open. Also, there's something called the React DevTools, but we will talk about that a little bit later. So it's good to keep these open, because then in case there are some unexpected errors, they will show up here in this console and also down here. And also, if you have this open, you can always be sure that the app is running. You can just maybe make it a little bit smaller because, well, the window here is so small already. Otherwise, we almost can't see our code. Now, I was talking about error messages before, and so sometimes these appear when you do something wrong. So Create React App actually has some internal thing which will automatically display errors right here on top. So like on top on the window, and also all of here. We show that to you. So I will just write something here which will create an error. And so indeed we have the error here. Well, actually not here, but sometimes important errors do pop up here. But we have this overlay over the entire app, which gives us this error message. And so it's a good idea to then take a look at this error message and maybe try to understand what exactly went wrong. So usually this first part here is not really important, but then here it tells us adjacent JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Did you want a JSX fragment? And maybe if you don't really understand this, you can just take this, copy, open your new tab, and Google it. And so this is now the power of React's huge community, because hundreds, if not thousands of people before you have had the same problem and have Googled it, or have like asked a question on Stack Overflow, and so you will find your answer there. So this one is a little bit older. I saw earlier, it's from 2016, yeah. So you should usually find something a bit more recent, like this one here from 2020. But yeah, so here we are not trying to solve a specific problem. I was just mentioning that it's many times a good idea to Google these error messages right here. So in this case, it's really not allowed to return more than one element. So here we are returning the h1 and the p, and that's not allowed in React. So just delete that, and then the error will disappear. Another important tip is to always work with ESLint. So ESLint is enabled by default. For example, if you do this, like const x equals Jonas, and give it a save, then immediately you get this warning here. So then you can hover, and it will warn you that x is declared, but its value is never read. And this is just one of countless examples and situations in which ESLint can warn you that you're about to do something that you're not supposed to. Because if you have a variable that you're not using, it means that probably somewhere else you declared the wrong variable that you actually didn't want to. Right? And by the way, these problems, they also appear down here in this problems tab. So this is also very useful down here. So whenever you have some issue like this, so these yellow lines under some of your code, you should probably check out what's going on there. Now, talking here about these tabs down here, sometimes the prettier extension stops working for some reason. And when that happens, it's a good idea to come here to this output tab, and then here you can select one of these processes that is running inside your VS Code. For example, as I was saying, prettier. So here it looks as if everything is working fine, but sometimes it will show you an error here, and then you can try to fix that. And the same is true for ESLint. So if you notice that ESLint for some reason stopped working, you can come here and check out if there is any problem. So this here even looks as though there is some problem. Yeah, there's an error here, but well, it still works. So yeah, we don't need to worry about that in this case. Okay, but let's come back to our terminal, which is the one that we want open most of the time. So if everything looks correct in your code, and if you did everything that I told you, but still your code is not working, it probably means that you have some bug in your code because it is different than the one that I'm showing you in the video. And so in that case, the best thing to do is to open up the final code for each of the projects, so the one that we downloaded in the beginning, and then simply try to compare that with my code. And doing so should then enable you to find the bug that you have in your code. And speaking of bugs, actually, I introduced a bug here in this render part here. So the way that we rendered before React 18, remember, is this react.render, but nowhere we are telling here where to render the app component. And so again, we need to select that root element and actually place that here as a second argument. So just to fix this here, but again, you are not going to write this yourself, but maybe you will work on an older code base at some point, which uses an older version of React. And so then this is how that project will render the root element into your application. And by the way, you can see which React version you're using right here in the dependencies array. And so in this case, we are using React 18.2, or at least I am. So if you're watching this far in the future, then probably some other version has already come out. But all of this, what we're talking about here, will of course apply to probably most of the future versions. And that's actually it. So that's the list of tips that I have for you for dealing with problems that will sooner or later arrive as you start writing your own React applications, and even while you follow this course. So as I have mentioned a few times already, React is all about components. But now let's formally learn what React components are and why they are so important. So components are the most fundamental concept in React, simply because React applications are, in fact, entirely made out of components. So when you look at any React app, there's nothing that is not a component, or at least not inside of some component. Therefore, I like to say that components are the building blocks of any user interface in React. In fact, basically all React does is to take components and draw them onto a web page, so onto a user interface, or UI for short. Now that sounds simple, but it's actually the main job of React. In more technical terms, React renders a view for each component, and all these views together make up the user interface. So we can also think of a component as being a piece of the user interface, right? Now, one key property of components is that each component has its own data, JavaScript logic, and appearance. So basically, each component describes how it works and what it looks like, which makes them such a great way of building user interfaces. And speaking of building user interfaces, based on what we have just learned, it makes sense that in React, we build complex UIs like this one by building multiple components and then combining these components like Lego pieces. So here we can identify components like a video player, a menu, this questions list, and also this part where we can refine the displayed questions. So those are like the big components, but we can identify many other smaller components in this UI as well, like for example these filters right here. And what you can see is that this filter is inside the refine questions component, right? So actually one thing that we do all the time is to place components inside of other components, or in other words, we nest components inside each other. So nesting components is a key aspect of using components in React, along with component reusability. Now notice how we have three similar questions in the questions list. And so we can create one question component and then reuse it 3 times here. Now of course the data for each of them is different, but we can easily pass different data into different question components by using something called props, which we're going to talk about later. So whenever we need some duplication in our UI, we create a new component and reuse it as many times as necessary. So as you can see, one crucial skill that you will learn throughout this course is how to break a design like this into its components. Now one thing that helps with that and with analyzing the components that we create is a component tree like this one. So this shows the hierarchy that exists between the components that make up the user interface. And it makes it really easy to understand how all of these components are nested inside each other and really how they relate to one another. We can also clearly see relationships between components, like the refine questions being the parent component of filters, or the other way around, that filters is a child component of refine questions. And we use these terms, so parent and child component, all the time in React. And so it's important to understand what they mean. And so a component tree like this is perfect to understand these kinds of relationships between components. And I think that this is all you need to know about components for now. We will go really deep into some important concepts like reusability later, but for now, let's start to put some of these concepts into practice. Let's continue building our application by creating a brand new component and by taking a first look at reusability. But first, let's get the starter files for this project from the files that we downloaded from GitHub. So right here in the starter folder, take these 3, copy, and then go into your project folder, and I will copy them for now here into the public folder. So we have this folder of pizza images, we have this starter data, and this index.css, which we should probably move into this source folder. So make sure that you have these 2 files here after including the starter files. And now let's come back here and let's create that brand new component that I was talking about. So in React, we write new components using functions. So function, and I'm calling this one pizza because it will contain some data about a pizza. And then here for now, we have no parameters to this function, and then the function body. Now in React, there are two important rules when we write components as functions. First, the function name needs to start with an uppercase letter like this. And second, the function needs to return some markup. So usually in the form of JSX, but we can even return nothing, like returning null. But here, let's just return some h2 element, for example, and then let's just write pizza. So give it a save, but of course, nothing will appear here in the user interface. And that's because we're not including this new component anywhere. And even ESLint is warning us about that here. So this yellow line, which says pizza is defined but never used. So again, we're not including this pizza component into our app component, which is the component that is currently being rendered on the screen. So we can use our component here just like this. So pizza, and then we immediately close the element like this. This, however, will give us an error. So right here, which we already saw before. And the reason for this error is that each component can only return exactly one element, not two elements as we have here. So let's wrap this here into a div. And sometimes it can become a bit annoying that VS Code automatically closes these elements for us. But anyway, now we get our pizza in the UI. And so that's because we now nested this pizza component inside this app component. And with nesting, I mean that we basically used or called this component here inside app. What's very, very important to notice is that by nesting, we do not mean that we write the function inside this other function. So what we should never do is to nest the component declaration itself. So like this. This still works actually, but it's a very, very bad idea for reasons that we will learn about later. So never nest the function declarations, but always declare all your components in the top level. So just like this. So again, when we say nesting components, what we mean is that we include one component into another like this. Okay, so let's now make this pizza component here just a little bit more interesting. And for that, we are going to use our starter data here. So let's open up data.js. And all we need this for is to select everything, then copy it, and then let's just paste it here. Okay. So as you see, right now we are doing all the development of this application in one big file. While in the real world, we divide our code into modules and then include these modules into one another. But here I just want to keep it simple, so we're not going to do that yet. So actually we can then delete this data.js and close this down. So for now, we will simply use this here as an example. So I will now copy paste, let's say this pizza here, and use that here as the name. And then let's also grab the ingredients. So let's just copy and paste all of this text. And notice that I'm really only interested in the text. We don't need, of course, these quotes, because again, this is just like writing HTML. And there you also don't need quotes, right? So here, let's create a paragraph. And then immediately you see we get this red underline here, which is because, again, we are trying to return two elements here, which is not allowed. Okay, so here what I like to do is to then move up this line here using a shortcut. So let's see what that is for you. So it's this move line up. So you should probably get used to this shortcut and this one, so where we move lines up and down. So like this, for example. So that's very, very helpful, and we're going to do that all the time. We just need to get rid of this semicolon that we have here, which was right there. Okay, so we have some text. Now let's also actually use this image that we have in the public folder. So yeah, this one right here. So remember how I mentioned in the beginning that all the assets of the app will go into this public folder because Webpack, so the module bundler, will then basically automatically get them from there. And so we can now write an image here. So again, just like HTML. And then if we write a path to the image like this, spinachi.jpg, then Webpack will automatically get that here from this folder. And let's see if that works. And indeed, there goes our image. Now we get these yellow underline here, and that's because an ESLint rule which says that images always should have an alt prop. So let's just add that here. So to make it a little bit more accessible, let's just put the name of the pizza here, and then ESLint is happy. So we have this component here, and now let's talk about the idea of reusing this component. And for now, all we're going to do to reuse this component is to basically use it several times. So let's do 3 times, just so you can see that now this piece of UI, which is the pizza component, will be included 3 times. So 3 times this delicious spinach pizza. Nice. Now, of course, the data here in all of them is now the same because we didn't customize that data yet, but we will do that later, of course, when we talk about props. For now, I just want you to get this really important concept that we can call each piece of the UI, or in other words, each component multiple times here in order to reuse it. And that's a fundamental concept of writing React applications. Now, just one final thing here, and this has nothing to do with code, is that maybe you have noticed that we get all these colored lines here in the sidebar, and even down here. Now, the reason for this is that when we create a new project with Create React App, it will actually automatically set up this project as a GitHub repo. That's why you also get all these different colors here. And also here you see all the changes that we have made to the different files. So here we deleted some stuff, we modified some stuff, and here these images are still untracked. Now, since we're not really going to use GitHub as we build these small projects, I actually just want to remove these colored lines here from the gutter, so from this place. And for that, we can go to our settings and then just search for div decorations. So here the default is all, so let's set it to none. And so then our editor will look just a little bit cleaner here. And we can close down the sidebar. And with this, we finish this lecture and are ready to move on. We have written some pieces of JSX in this course already. But what actually is JSX and why is it such a big deal in React? Well, when we first talked about components, we talked about how a component contains its own data, logic, and appearance. And that makes sense, right? Because if a component is a piece of the user interface, it means that we must be able to describe exactly what that component looks like. And so that's where JSX comes into play. So JSX is a declarative syntax that we use to describe what components look like and how they work based on their data and logic. So it's all about the component's appearance. In practice, this means that each component must return one block of JSX, which React will then use to render the component on the UI. Now, looking at this code, this JSX looks a lot like HTML, right? But in fact, JSX is an extension of JavaScript, which allows us to combine parts of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript all into one block of code. So basically, we can write HTML and embed some pieces of JavaScript where necessary, for example, to reference some JavaScript variables. And we can even reference other React components so that we can then combine, nest, and reuse multiple components. But now you might be thinking, if React is a JavaScript framework, then how will it understand this HTML-looking code? Well, remember that JSX is just an extension of JavaScript, which means that there is a simple way of converting JSX to JavaScript. This is done by a tool called Babel, which was automatically included in our application by Create React App. And the result of this conversion looks something like this code on the right, where each JSX element was converted to a React.createElement function call. And does this look familiar? Well, I hope it does, because this is exactly what we returned from the app component in the pure React lecture. So in that lecture where we couldn't use JSX because we didn't have that Babel tool. But anyway, this conversion is necessary because browsers, of course, do not understand JSX. They only understand HTML. So behind the scenes, all the JSX that we write is converted into many nested React.createElement function calls. And these function calls are what, in the end, create the HTML elements that we see on the screen. Now, what this means is that we could actually use React without JSX at all. So we could just manually write these createElement functions instead of JSX. But that doesn't look like a lot of fun, right? It also makes the code really hard to read and to understand, and so actually everyone just uses JSX. Alright, so now that we know what JSX is all about, let's go back to that first paragraph where I say that JSX is a declarative syntax. So what does it actually mean that JSX is declarative? Well, before we can understand what declarative means, we first have to review what imperative means. So when we try to build UIs using vanilla JavaScript, we will, by default, use an imperative approach. This means that we manually select elements, traverse the DOM, and attach event handlers to elements. Then, each time something happens in the app, like a click on a button, we give the browser step-by-step instructions on how to mutate those DOM elements until we reach the desired updated UI. So, in the imperative approach, we basically tell the browser exactly how to do things. However, doing this in a complex app is completely unfeasible, for all the reasons that we have learned about before. And remember that that's the reason why frameworks like React exist in the first place. And it's why React chose to use a declarative approach to building user interfaces. So, a declarative approach is to simply describe what the UI should look like at all times, always based on the current data that's in the component. And we will soon learn that this data is props and state. And so again, basically we use JSX to describe the UI based on props and state. So the data that's currently in the component. And all that happens without any DOM manipulation at all. So there are no query selectors, no add event listeners, no class list, no text content properties anywhere to be seen here. Because, in fact, React is basically a huge abstraction away from the DOM, so that we developers never have to touch the DOM directly. Instead, we think of the UI as a reflection of the current data and let React automatically synchronize the UI with that data. So, in essence, the difference between imperative and declarative is that in the declarative approach, we use JSX to tell React what we want to see on the screen. but not how to achieve it step by step. React can figure that out on its own, basically. And this has many, many advantages, as we will see throughout the course. So with our new knowledge about JSX, let's now create a couple more components to keep building our application. But before we do that, this is probably the perfect time to show you the application as it will look like after we have finished with this section. So basically we have this header here with the name of a pizzeria. Then down here we have the menu, and then basically here we have some kind of footer letting the user know that the restaurant is currently open, and this button, which of course doesn't do anything once we click it. So here is like the heart of this application, which is the display of these 6 pizzas. And notice how we already kind of displayed this pizza here. And so here you see that we are going to reuse this pizza component 6 times in order to print these 6 pizzas. All right, but now what I want to do in this lecture is to basically focus more on these bigger layout components. So let's create one component for each of these 3 big parts. So one for the header. So a component called header, and we can leave this empty for now. We are just building out here the structure. Then one for the menu. And then one for the footer. And here I'm always missing the parentheses. So that's not good. Yeah, nice. And just by the way, we could of course also write these functions as function expressions and arrow functions. So we could also do const, let's just call it test, equal function like this, or even simpler, it could be an arrow function. So if you prefer these types of functions, feel free to use those. But I always like to use the regular function keyword as I have been using. But anyway, let's now return something from here. And so here is where we write that name of the restaurant, which is Fast React Pizza Company. All right, and here we can now use this component instead of this h1. And again, we include it here as if it was just any other HTML element. And so that's the beauty of JSX. So it changed to Fast React Pizza Co. right here now. And let's next up create a footer. And here let's actually play around a little bit with JSX and with create element. So using the knowledge that we gained in the previous lecture, let's instead of immediately returning the JSX, return a create element call. So react.create element, just so you can see how bad it would be to write components this way without JSX. So we want to return an HTML node, so an HTML element named footer. Then here the second argument is null because it is for props. And then here is the child element. So here we just want some text. Let's say, and here this must actually be a string now. We're currently open. And now, of course, we need to then use the component here in the app. So that's footer, close it immediately. And let's check it out down here. Yeah, there is our footer. We can see that also here, at least if we had some space. Yeah, so in the body, we have, of course, our root, where the entire application is rendered. Then we have this div right here, which is this one. So coming from the app component. And then we have here the h1, which is this one here. And then these 3 divs, each for 1 pizza and finally the footer that we just created. So of course here in the actual HTML, we will no longer see the name of our components, right? Because once React renders everything into the DOM, it only renders the h1 element itself. So the DOM doesn't know that this h1 is actually coming from this header component and that these divs, for example, are actually coming from a pizza component. This web page that is now being rendered here has no idea about any of that. Okay, but anyway, going back here to our footer, let's now just comment this out and then return what we actually want to return, which is for now actually the same, but written in a nice way. So we're currently open, and now let's actually enter JavaScript mode here. Why not? Just to do some JavaScript in here, and let's just display the current time. We actually did that before, so just create a new date and then .to local time string. All right, and so down here, we see that right now it's this time we're currently open. Nice. So this is the power of being able to combine JavaScript basically right into the HTML. So just as we learned in the previous lecture. Now finally, we have the menu here. And what do we want in the menu? Well, let's start by adding an h2 here. Just saying our menu. And then let's actually place our pizzas here. So these pizzas should actually be part of the menu. So let's do that. You can just write pizza, but then of course, React is not going to be happy about that because remember, each time that we write one piece of JSX, that JSX can only have basically one root element. All right. So let's remove all the pizzas. So I'm cutting them and place them here. And now they are gone from here because we didn't include the menu yet. So let's quickly do that. And there we go. So we have the same result as before, but now our components are even more nested. So all of this here is the app component. And then inside the app, we have the menu component nested into it. And then inside the menu, we have these 4 pizza components. And so now you really start to see this idea that we build complex user interfaces by combining small components into bigger ones. So we have these really small pizza components, then we combine a couple of them into one slightly bigger component, which is the menu, which we then combine with header and footer to create the overall big app component. Let's now take a quick first look at writing logic inside of React components. Now we have already written some JavaScript logic before, but we always did it just inside the JSX that is returned. So just like here, right? But since components are just JavaScript functions, we can of course do any JavaScript in them that we want. And that code is then simply executed as soon as the function is called. So as soon as the component is initialized. So for example here, we can create any new variable that we want. Let's say hour. And here I will again create a new date. And then let's say get hours. And then we can log that to the console. And now we're going to use that snippet for the first time that we set up earlier. So here we can just write CL, hit enter, and then hour. So let's check out our console. And so here, yeah, we have the number 9. So that's currently the hour. And now what I want to do here is to basically display an alert in the app whether the restaurant is currently open or not. So let's define a few more variables for that. So open hour. So let's say that the pizzeria actually opens at 12 p.m. and closes at 10 p.m. So that's 12 and 22 for the close hour. So close hour equals 22. And so now, again, we can use any JavaScript in here. So let's just write a simple if-else statement saying that if the hour is greater or equal the open hour and the hour is less or equal the close hour, then just alert we're currently open. So alert is just a built-in JavaScript function, so that you should be familiar with. And we will just use this here as a demonstration that we can write some simple JavaScript in here. So alert, sorry, we're closed. And here we need some double quotes like this. And here we have some bug. So probably JavaScript wants us to include the semicolon here. And there it is. So, sorry, we are closed. And that's because right now it is 9 in the morning. And you saw that it happened here twice. And that's because of the strict mode that I was telling you before. So in strict mode, our components are usually rendered twice. And so that's why we got that alert twice as well. Now, if we change the open hour here, let's say to 8 and re-render, then it says we are currently open. All right. Now this alert function is actually blocking JavaScript. And so that's why it runs in the beginning, but nothing else happens. And so, of course, this is really not ideal, and we wouldn't use this in a real app. But this was just a short demo here anyway. So let's just comment all of this out. And just to use this code here, because it will actually become useful later, let's create a variable here called isOpen. And so that will then simply become a true or false value, depending on whether this condition is true or false. Let's log that then to the console, like this. Well, what's happening here? Yeah, that's better. And you see that right now it's open. Let's set that back to 12, and there we go. At this point, we have used JSX to describe the appearance of some components, and we have also used some JavaScript inside of them. And so now that we have a tiny bit of experience in writing components, I want to take a minute and go back to the fact that JSX combines HTML, CSS, and JavaScript into one single block of code. Because you might be wondering, why did React come up with this idea in the first place? So why not just keep HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in separate places like we have always done before? And this might sound like a trivial question, something you think is not really relevant at all, but it's actually deeply relevant to understand why React was completely designed around components. And let's understand this topic from the very beginning. So from the rise of interactive single-page applications. So before single-page apps, we always had one file for HTML, one for JavaScript, and one for CSS. So basically one technology per file. That was our traditional separation of concerns. And I'm pretty sure that, just like me, this is how you first learned web development. However, as pages got more and more interactive, they became single-page applications, where the JavaScript started to determine the user interface and the content in general. Or, in other words, JavaScript became more and more in charge of the HTML. And we can see that here in this really small code example, where the content and the presentation of these HTML elements are really completely determined by the JavaScript code. They are, in fact, tightly coupled together. So the HTML doesn't even make sense without the JavaScript here. Now, the details of this code are really not important. So if you can't read this code, that's no problem at all. My point here is that if the JavaScript is in charge of the HTML anyway, so if the logic and the UI are so tightly coupled together, then why should we keep them separated in these different files and in different code blocks? Well, the answer to that question is what gave us React components and JSX. So the fact that logic and UI are so coupled in modern web applications is really the reason why a React component contains the data, the logic, and the appearance of one piece of the UI. In fact, it's the fundamental reason why React is all about components. And the same is actually also true for most other modern front-end frameworks. Now, returning to some code, in this React example, we can see how JavaScript and HTML markup live very happily together in this one single component. So this component has some JavaScript logic, it has JSX, and then inside that JSX, there is yet another block of JavaScript, which in turn has even more JSX inside of it. So everything is mixed together, but it all still works really well. So content and logic are tightly coupled together, and so it makes sense that they are co-located here. And co-located simply means that things that change together should be located as close as possible together. And in the case of React apps, that means that instead of one technology per file, we have one component per file. So one component that contains data, logic, and appearance all mixed together. Now, when React and JSX first came out a long time ago, many people just hated the way that JSX looks like. And they hated that we are throwing separations of concerns out of the window. But actually, are we really? Is there really no separation of concerns in React? Well, I think that the people who say that React has no separation of concerns got it all wrong. Because React does actually have separation of concerns. It's just not one concern per file as we had traditionally, but one concern per component. So each component is, in fact, only concerned with one piece of the UI. Then within each of these components, of course, we still have the three concerns of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript all mixed up, as we have been discussing. So compared to the traditional separation of concerns, this is a completely new paradigm that many people were really not used to in the beginning. But now, many years later, we all got used to this and it works just great. So having all the information about a certain component in one single place really does work in an amazing way. All right, so this was a long lecture, longer than I had expected, just to arrive at this conclusion that React does actually have separation of concerns, just a different separation of concerns. But I still hope that you liked the way how we arrived at that conclusion over the course of this video, because hopefully this gave you a lot of additional fundamental React knowledge. So at this point, we know that React components can also contain CSS styles. And so let's now learn about some simple ways of applying CSS to React applications. So in React, we have many different ways of styling our components. And React doesn't really care about how we do that. It doesn't have an opinion about styling. And the reason for that is that, just as we learned in the very beginning, React is actually more of a library than a framework. So it doesn't have a preferred way of how we should style our components and, in the end, our applications. Therefore, we can choose between many different options. For example, we can use inline styling, we can use external CSS or even Sass files, we can use CSS modules, styled components, or even Tailwind CSS is an option to style our components. Now, in this lecture, we will not go into all of these, of course, but we will talk about many of them later. For now, I just want to use inline CSS and then also later include an external CSS file. So, as you might know, in HTML, we can actually style elements using the style attribute. So just like this, and then in HTML, we write those styles in a string like this. However, in JSX, that's not how it works. So in JSX, we actually need to define inline styles using a JavaScript object. So if we need to write a JavaScript object, we first need to enter JavaScript mode. So that's what the curly braces are for, but then we need another set of curly braces. And so that is, again, to now create an object. And so here we can now define some properties. So let's say we want to style this text, so this H1 text, with a red color. And so now as I give it a save, there it is. There it changed. And so with this, you have the easiest way, so the most straightforward way to style components in JSX. So simply using the style attribute that is also available in HTML. Now in HTML, we basically never ever use this, and that's because of the separation of concerns that we talked about in the previous lecture. So where we always had the CSS in a separate file and never mixed together with the markup. But here in React, as we just discovered, doing that is completely fine and natural. Let's try another one. So now font size, which in CSS you would write like this, right? So font-size. But in JavaScript, that's not a valid property name. And therefore, all the CSS property names have been converted, basically in JSX, to this camel case notation. So you need to write font size like this. Let's say 32 pixels. And so since we're writing an object, then also this value always needs to be a string. Now, well, that didn't change anything. Maybe that's already the size. Let's see what happens with 48. Yeah, so now it's bigger. And let's try another one. Text transform. And you see that, as always, VS Code already shows you here the available options. So make sure to always write these property values then basically here as strings. Because again, this is in the end just a JavaScript object. And you could even extract this out here. So just cutting this. Let's create a variable here. Const style. And it could be any variable name, of course. Then let's place that here. And it all still looks the same. Great. So this is the easiest way of adding some styling to individual components. However, when the application gets just a little bit bigger, it can get out of hand and can be a lot of work to write our styles like this. So like creating an object for each of these components. It's perfectly doable, but you don't see many people doing that in the real world. Now, one thing that we can do is to actually include an external CSS files, just like we have been doing all the time in our applications. And so that is the easiest way, I would say, to style React applications, which is basically the same as styling any other web page. Now, in that case, we're not really mixing the CSS concern with the JavaScript and HTML concerns in the way that we learned in the last lecture, but that's of course not a problem. And also we will learn how to do that a little bit later again, using something called styled components. But for now, let's take a look at the CSS file that we included here in the very beginning of this lecture. And so this is, well, a very pretty standard CSS file with some classes here. And so now we need to add these class names to the JSX elements so that these classes then get applied. So let's go back. And before we do any of that, so before we add the classes, we need to first import this CSS file. So right now, our application has no way of knowing that this CSS file exists in the project. So what we need to do here is to simply import that file. And so once again, it is actually Webpack that will take care of then taking the styles out of the CSS file and injecting them into our application. So index.css. All right. And you see already things changed here. So the background color is different. The font family has changed. Yeah, for now I think that's all. And we also get this nice yellow border at the bottom of the page. So you see that immediately Webpack included these styles now in our application. Okay, but now let's add the classes. So you see that we have one container, we have a header, we have menu, and we probably have footer. Yeah, so just very straightforward. So here let's add the class of container, and let me first do it in the wrong way. So I will just write class as we would do in HTML, but then React will actually warn us. So you see here, invalid DOM, property class, did you mean class name? And so this is one of the important rules of JSX. So in JSX, we cannot use class, but instead class name. Okay, so this is a common beginner mistake, but now you have been warned. It still does work here somehow, but we are really not supposed to use class in JSX. And that's probably because class is already a reserved keyword in JavaScript. Okay, but let's keep going here. So again, let's add class name here of header. All right. And now this didn't really change a lot. And that's because we still have this style here applied. So we probably don't want that. And so just to keep this here, I will duplicate this one, comment it out, and then I will just make this an empty object. Well, and that didn't really change a lot. And I know why that is. It is because here we are actually supposed to have a header element first. All right, and so that class should go there. So this is a little bit just of semantic HTML right here, or let's say semantic markup, where the header element is a bit better suited here than simply having the h1. And here we have some problem. Let's maybe change something here very quickly. So here we have this 12 rem of width. Let's change that to 4. So that's a bit better, even though it's not perfect yet because, of course, this page is very narrow. But never mind, we will fix that in a moment. Next up here, let's add the class of menu. And again, that's class name, and then just a simple string. So menu, and here, since we were talking about semantic markup, let's actually use the main tag, so the main HTML element, and then of course we need to close it correctly as well. Beautiful. So you see that now we get this nice styling here on the menu. Okay. Next up, we have this class name here, which will just be footer. All right. So let's see what we get. Here we have this weird styling applied to these titles, which is not supposed to be happening. And so let's just make them H3, not H2. Yep. And so here we have the footer. Nice. So with this, we actually have some styling applied to our application right now. And as I mentioned, we are getting these styles now from this external CSS style sheet, which remember, we simply imported here using this import syntax, which will make Webpack import the styles into our application. Then here remember that we used class name and not class because class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript already. And by the way, there are a few more JSX rules like this, which we will talk about a little bit later in this section. For now, just notice that the styles that we included here are global styles. so they are not scoped to each particular component. And that's very easy to show. For example, we could add the header class also here. And well, that looks kind of the same. Let's try something else. Let's add maybe the footer class also to the header. Yeah, and again, it doesn't change a lot. But if we inspect the element here, yeah, so right here, then of course, both of these classes here, so all of these styles will be applied to this same element and in the end to the same component. And so again, each component does not really contain its own styles, but simply uses the global styles that are in index.css. And this works fine for small apps, but we will also use something called styled components later in another project. And so then we will have CSS that really only belongs to one single component. It's time to introduce yet another fundamental React concept, which is props. And props is essentially how we pass data between components, and in particular from parent components to child components. So we can imagine props as being like a communication channel between a parent and a child component. So in practice, what we're going to do is to now customize each of these pizza components that we have right here. So remember how we created the pizza component, which has this image, the pizza name, and the ingredients. But right now, all of the pizzas are the same because, well, we didn't have a way of passing different data into them to make each of them customized. But now, as we learn about props, we will be able to do that. So first of all, let's grab our pizza component and cut it from here and place it right after the menu, just so we can see what's happening. And then let's get rid of this repetition here for now. So we only want this one pizza component here for now. Okay, and so now it's time to pass the data from this parent component here, which is the menu in this case, to the pizza component. So what we want to pass is basically this string right here. So the link to the image, then the name of the pizza and the ingredients. So to define props, we do it in two steps. First, we pass the props into the component, and then second, we receive the props in the component that we pass them into. So here is where we pass those props in. And we write them just like this. So just as if they were normal attributes. So pizza spinaci, that's the first one. Then let's also define a prop for the ingredient. And by the way, prop simply stands for property. It's just a short for property. Okay, and then finally, let's say the photo or photo name, and then let's grab this one here. All right, and maybe let's also pass in a price. And for now, I will also pass it as a string, but I will show you something in a minute. So for now, just write it like this. Give it a save, and then Prettier will format everything nicely like this. And now we need to go to the second step, which is to actually receive the props here inside the child component. So right now, of course, the component has no way of knowing that these 4 props have been passed in. So the way we do that is to accept a props parameter here in this component. And then for starters, let's just log this props to the console and take a look at what's happening. And we already can see something here. So this props is basically this object right here. And it has name, then pizza spinaci, which is exactly this. So what happened as React included this pizza component, it basically called this function and passed in this props object. And this props object is made out of these 4 props that we passed into the component. And so now we can use this props object to replace all of these values here. Now we need to take these values out of the object, and therefore we need JavaScript, right? So here, this is no longer a string, but we need to enter JavaScript node again. So props.photo name is this one. Then here it is the name of the pizza, and again, we need JavaScript mode. So props.name. The same thing down here. So props.name. And finally, down here, we want props.ingredients. Or actually, it's ingredient. Let's fix that here. Ingredients and ingredients down here. Okay, and of course now everything still looks the same because the data that we had here before is exactly the data that we have here. But now let's actually make some magic happen. So let's create another pizza component, and then this is where we will see why props are so useful. So let's create a pizza fungi. Let's give it some ingredients. So tomato, let's say also mushrooms. And this is not important here. This is just to show you that we can now fully customize our components. Next, we can define the price. And notice that I'm doing it now in a different order. So here I had first the photo name, then the price. And this is just to show you that the order in which we pass in the props is completely irrelevant. So photo name is pizzas/fungi.jpg. Okay, and now we need to immediately close this component just like before. And as I save it, watch what happened here. And there is our second pizza component, now with completely different data. And so now for the first time, we have reused a component and configured it in a way that makes each component unique and display their own data. Okay, and now let's just improve this pizza component here a little bit. So for starters, in our CSS, we actually have a class name here. So a class name called pizza. Okay, and then let's also place these two here inside their own div so that this data can be displayed at the side of the image. So just like here in our original. So this is what we're going for. So here we have a div, and then again, I'm using that trick where I simply push down that line. And this is already looking a lot nicer. Let's just finally also add the price here. And I'm doing that as a span. So props dot price, and there it is. But now let's say that we wanted for some reason to add a number here. So we wanted to increase all the prices by 3, let's say. But what happens when we try this? So all the prices plus 3. So what happens is that React or JavaScript basically simply added the 3 here to the end of this number. And the reason for that is that here we pass these numbers actually in as a string. And we can see that also here in this output. So we do not want a string here. Instead, we want a number. And so the way we can achieve that is by entering again JavaScript mode. And so in JavaScript, this is now an actual number. And so watch what happens. Indeed, now we have 13, which is the 10 we had before plus 3. Okay, then let's do the same thing here. And that fixes this. So this is very important to notice that whenever you want to pass in something that is not a string, you just use, again, this JavaScript mode, basically. Because in fact, you can pass in anything as a prop. So it doesn't have to be a string or a number. you can pass in arrays or objects or even other React components. So props is really powerful and really one of the most fundamental things in React. And now to review this concept and to go even a bit further, let's move on to the next lecture. So now that we already know what props are and how we use them in practice, let's quickly review them and even learn some important additional things about props. So, as we just learned, we use props in React to pass data from parent components to child components. So, essentially, to pass information down the component tree. This means that, essentially, we use props to communicate between parent and child components. Therefore, props are an essential React tool to configure and also to customize components. So we can imagine props as settings that we can use to make a parent component control how its child component should look like and how it should work. So in that regard, props are just like arguments passed to regular JavaScript functions. Also, we can pass anything into JavaScript functions, right? And so the same is actually true for props. So we can pass any type of value as a prop. So we can pass single values, arrays, objects, functions, and even other React components, which is a really powerful technique that we will explore a bit later. So those are the fundamentals of props in React, but now let's go dig a little bit deeper. But before we do that, we need to first take a step back. So at this point of the course, we have already learned about the component's appearance and its logic. So by writing both JSX and JavaScript logic inside components. Now, I've also been saying since the beginning of the course that React renders a component based on its current data, and that the UI will always be kept in sync with that data, right? But now it's time to get a bit more specific about what that data actually is. So this data that React uses to render a component is made out of props and state. And actually, there are even more types of data, but what matters for now are props and state. Now, state is basically internal component data that can be updated by the component's logic, so by the component itself, while props, on the other hand, is data that is coming from the parent component, so from the outside, basically. So it's the parent component who owns that data, and so therefore it cannot be modified by the child component. Instead, props can only be updated by the parent component itself. And this brings us to one of the few strict rules that React gives us, which is that props are immutable. So they cannot be changed, they are read-only. And if at any point you feel like you need to mutate props, actually what you need is state, because state is for data that changes over time, as we will learn soon. But why is that actually? Why are props immutable in React? Well, to start, props are just an object. Therefore, if you change the props object in your component, you would also affect the parent component, because that's just how objects work in JavaScript. So when you copy an object and mutate the copy, the original object will also be mutated. Now, if you change an object that is located outside of the component function, that function has then created a so-called side effect. So in general, a side effect happens whenever you change some data that's located outside of the current function. React, however, is all about pure functions, so functions without side effects, at least when it's about a component's data. So components have to be pure in terms of their props and state, because this allows React to optimize your application and it avoids some strange bugs that can appear when you manipulate external data. And in fact, we can extend this idea of immutability to React development in general. So a component should never mutate any data that we write outside of its function scope, like in this example here. And now to finish, it's important to understand that React uses a so-called one-way data flow. Now, what does that have to do with props? Well, in simple terms, one-way data flow means that in React applications, data can only be passed from parent to child components, which happens by using props. So, in other words, data can flow from parents to children, but never the opposite way. And therefore, we have a one-way data flow, so only from top to bottom of the component tree. Now, this may sound obvious to you, but other frameworks, such as Angular, actually employ a two-way data flow. So, if you know one of those frameworks already, this might be quite a change for you. But there is actually a reason, or multiple reasons, why React uses a one-way data flow like this. The first is that it makes applications way more predictable and way easier to understand for developers, because it is just a lot easier to understand where the data is coming from if it only flows in one direction. In a similar vein, it makes applications way easier to debug. Again, because we have way more control over the data and we understand exactly how that data flows around. And finally, two-way data binding is usually less efficient, so it's less performant to implement. Okay, so that sounds great, but you might be wondering, what if I actually wanted to pass some data, for example some state, up to a parent component? Well, there is actually a very clever way to do that, but as so often, we will learn about that a bit later, and actually in the next section to be specific, so it's not far away. There are just so many moving pieces in learning a whole library like React that, of course, you can't learn it all at once. But trust me, you will get there, and then everything will fall nicely into place at the end. Welcome to the very first coding challenge of this course, where you will now for the first time practice all the skills that you have already learned in this course on your own. So, the goal of this challenge is to build a developer profile card just like this one. So we have like an avatar image here, then the name of the developer, a short bio, and finally a list of skills. Now to actually build this project, you have two options. First, you can simply create a new Create React app on your own computer and then build the project there, just like we have been doing in this section. Or second, you can use the Code Sandbox app that we used for the very first app that we built in the course. So this is basically an online editor which makes it very easy to quickly try out some new small projects. And so this is what I'm actually going to use to build this challenge. Now, in case you want to do the same, I advise you to create a new account here, and then once you're done, you can simply create a new React app here. So just click up here to create and then React. And again, maybe by the time you're watching this, Code Sandbox looks completely different, but just find a button somewhere to create a new React app. Or alternatively, as I showed you also before, you can simply do react.new. And this will then also scaffold a new React app. And actually, it does use, under the hood, also create React app. It's a bit different here in terms of the file structure, but yeah, it also allows us to very quickly build a small React app. Now, before you actually start coding, I have a few pieces of advice for you, because this probably seems a bit daunting. So building all of this here from scratch as a complete beginner might be a bit difficult. So let me give you a few hints. So here I already have basically the app component. And so let's together look at the structure here. So in this app, we return a div with the class name of card. And by the way, you can get all of these styles right here from this file, which is available at this URL. So at this starter for this challenge, which of course I will attach to the lecture on Udemy as always. So make sure to check out that link, and from there you can then get this CSS. But anyway, going back here, what I want you to do is to create this div, which is the entire card. So basically the container for all this with this black border. And then in there we have an avatar component, which will be for the image. And then we have this div for the data. Then in the data we have the intro, which is for this heading here and for this bio. And then we have here a list of skills. So a component called skill list. And in the skill list, you should have one skill component for each web development skill that you have. And in order to customize each of these skills, you will use props. So just as we learned previously. So going back here, for example, I created one skill for each of these 6 web dev skills that I have. And so into each of them, I passed the skill itself, then the emoji here, and then also the background color. And this background color is probably the most challenging part here, so maybe don't worry too much about that part. What matters to me here is that you pass in the emoji and the skill name itself. And so basically with that, you can already customize the skill component pretty nicely. Now, as for the image, you can actually upload the image, so your avatar image or any other image that you wish, right here into Code Sandbox. So you can just open this public folder and then drag and drop an image right into this. So this will then upload the image right into the sandbox, and you can then reference that image just like we have been doing in our app throughout this section. Okay, and I think these instructions should get you going. And in case you need some more, then you can just start watching my solution. That is, of course, no problem at all. It's really, really no problem if you're not able to do all of this on your own on your first try. So if you need to watch my solution, that's 100% fine. Now, make sure also to read here through this styles.css, because this will then give you the hints for which class names you should use. For example, for the avatar image, this is the class that you need. Here for the skills list, and so on. So please go ahead, pause the video now, and then do as much as you can. And once you're done with that, I will meet you back here with my solution. And probably I should leave this one here up on the screen so you can see what you actually need to build. So good luck with that, and I see you in a minute. Okay, so how did you do? Well, let's try to tackle this one together. So I'm creating here a brand new React app, so the one that I actually created before with react.new. And then let's get rid of this file here, as we will once again do it all inside index.js. Okay, so let's create the app component right here. And actually, just to make it a bit quicker, I will already copy in the code that I already had before. So this way, we're speeding up the video a little bit. So just like this. And I will also, of course, get these starter styles. Okay, and so now let's just create these additional components. So function avatar, then the intro, and finally also the skill list and the skill itself. So again, we're going to have one skill component for each of our web development skills. And now let's start with the easiest one. So the avatar is basically just an image with a source. Let's leave this one empty for now. And let's add the alt tag with my name. Okay, and now let's grab the image and drag and drop it here. So I have it in my downloads folder. So this will quickly upload the file, and then I can just write here in the source jonas.jpg. So if I save this now, then let's see if something happens. Well, we have some errors here. So let's just reload this internal browser. That should just fix it. And there we go. So this is way too large, and that's simply because I forgot the appropriate class name here. So that's just class name avatar. Yeah, beautiful. So that's already our first part right there. Let's just close down. Yeah, just like that. So next up we have the intro. Which is just some div here, and then one primary heading. And then here with a paragraph for the bio. And here I will just grab it from here. And of course, you are hopefully going to write your own one. Give it a save. So that's the next part. And now here comes the hardest part, which is the skill list. So before we tackle the skill list, let's actually build the skill itself. So return. It's a div with the class name of skill. And hopefully you got this one simply by looking at the CSS file. Let's close it. And for now, let's just write something in here. And also just some emoji. Okay. And then let's here also create a div. And if I'm going a bit too fast for you, it's simply because I don't want this video to take forever. Okay. And I will also explain the important parts, of course, after the code is written. But anyway, we see that we already included our very first skill right here. However, if I now copy and paste this, then we have the same problem as we had before with our pizzas, which is that they are all the same. And so now we need to again reach for props in order to customize these skills. So into the skills component, let's pass in a prop called skill. And I will call it React. And then let's also pass in an emoji. So this one, for example. Okay. And now here, just like before, we receive the props object. So as an argument or as a parameter to this skills component function. And so here we can now use exactly that. So let's maybe actually create one span. So one element for the skill itself and then one for the emoji. So here all we have to do is to now write props. So props again is that object that React will automatically pass into the component when we define some props on it. And so now we have on props, prop.skill and prop.emoji, because these are the two props that we passed in right here. So again, think of a prop as a communication channel between this skill list component, which is calling, so which is including this skill component, and the child component, so the component itself. So these two can now basically communicate by passing in some data. But anyway, let's now use this prop. So props.skill. And then let's use another span here for props.emoji. And let's see what happens. So we have the skill, but here, of course, that cannot work. And there we go. Beautiful. So let's keep going. So let's say skill HTML plus CSS. And the emoji, let's say, is the same. So also some strong skills right there. And so now indeed we got two different components here. So two skill components with different data. And now let's add just another skill. What do we have here? So we have, let's say, svelte, then with this baby emoji, because, well, I'm not very good at svelte. I just tried it out once for a few hours, so I can't say that I'm good with svelte. All right, here we actually need to add the class name of skill list, I believe. Yeah, this then places them nicely side by side. And let's actually just add one more, just so they wrap onto the next line. Let's say JavaScript here. All right, so we are already almost done here. So the only thing that is missing, and which I told you is not really mandatory because it is quite confusing, is the background color here. So how do we do the background color? Well, first of all, I will pass in a string with the name of the color. So let's call that prop color. And then for React, the color that I want, well, I'm not really sure, let's just use blue. So I could, of course, also do some hexadecimal value right here. So I will just leave that there for now. So HTML, CSS, let's do orange, red for this one. Then here, yellow. And well, svelte is also kind of orange. So let's do that. Okay, so we passed in a color. Now it's time to use it here. So what we want to do is to add it here as a background color. So basically, we want to add an individual style to each of these skill components. And do you remember how we can do that? Well, we can just use the style property, or actually the style prop, as we now know it is called. So each of these is called a prop, even here. So like even this class name in JSX and also this style is called a prop. So we enter JavaScript mode and then we create an object with the property of background color. And then here, all we do is to use that prop that we passed in. So that's props.color. Give it a save and beautiful. So that worked. So maybe you also got this, and if you did, then really congratulations. This here was the trickiest part, but my main concern here was actually to get you writing these components here on your own and have all of them return some JSX, and then of course apply your new knowledge about props. So having these two components here basically communicate with one another. So this is really, really important that you understood what is happening here. Just make this a little bit prettier here. Let's do actually this one orange and this other one orange, red. And even though these colors are not perfect, they are at least a bit better than they were before. All right, so hopefully you found this challenge useful, and hopefully it helped you really to understand this concept of props here even better. And again, if for some reason you weren't able to do all of this on your own, then please really, really don't worry. There's plenty of time to learn all of this stuff throughout the course. And I'm 100% that by the end of it, or even after a few sections already, you will start to get really good at React. But now let's keep going and keep learning about some more fundamental React principles and techniques. Many beginners get quite confused when they start using JSX in their own code. And in fact, JSX can be a bit tricky to understand and to master. But that's why I am here by your side, helping you along the way. And so let's quickly check out the rules of how JSX works. Now, there are some general JSX rules, and there are some rules about how JSX is different from HTML. And starting with the general rules, you should know that JSX works essentially just like HTML, so it has a very similar syntax. However, we can enter a JavaScript mode by using curly braces anywhere in a markup where a value, like text or an attribute, is expected. Now, into this JavaScript mode, we can place any JavaScript expression, so anything that produces a value. So we can reference variables, create arrays or objects, we can loop over arrays using the map method, or we can use operators like the ternary operator. What's not allowed are statements. So in JSX, you cannot use things like an if-else statement, for loops, a switch, or any other statement. Now, what's super important to understand is that a piece of JSX produces a JavaScript expression. Or, in other words, a piece of JSX is just like any other JavaScript expression. And this makes sense, because we already learned that JSX is simply converted to a createElement function call, which is, in fact, also an expression. Now, this fact has two important implications. First, it means that we can place other pieces of JSX inside the curly braces, so inside the JavaScript node. And again, this is only possible because we can put any JavaScript expression inside those curly braces, and that includes the expressions produced by JSX. The second implication of the fact that JSX produces an expression is that we can write JSX anywhere inside a component. For example, we can assign a piece of JSX to a variable, like in this code snippet. We can also use it inside an if-else statement, pass it into functions, and many other things. Finally, a piece of JSX can only have one root element, so basically one parent element. If you need more than that, for example, when you need to return two elements from a component, you can use something called a React fragment, which we will talk about later. Okay, and now let's see the differences between JSX and regular HTML. Now, I will actually not go through this entire list here at this point, because these are just some very simple, straightforward rules, which are best explored by using code. But I still wanted to include this list in this slide here, so that you can keep it as a reference when you download these slides. So again, we will encounter these rules as we keep writing code, which is exactly what we're going to do now. Rendering lists is one of the most common things that we do in basically all React applications. You will probably do it like 100 times throughout this course. And so let's now learn how to render lists in React. But first of all, what do we actually mean by rendering lists? Well, basically, rendering a list is when we have an array and we want to create one component for each element of the array. So for example, here we have our starter data. Remember? So here we have an array of these objects where each object is one pizza. And so as you can imagine, now we want to basically render this list. So basically we want to take this array, and for each of these pizza objects, we want to automatically create one pizza component here in our user interface. So instead of calling or of using here the pizza component manually one by one, we want to do it all at once dynamically. So if we have like 4 pizzas in the array, then we want 4 components to be rendered. But if we have like 6 or 10, then we want 10 components to show up here in our app. Okay, so let's now learn how to do this. Now, the beauty of React is that for many things, all we need really is the JavaScript knowledge that we already have. So for example, for rendering lists, there's nothing new about React that we need to learn. So it doesn't give us like a list element that we can use or something like this. All we need is the JavaScript knowledge that we already have. And in this case, all we need is the map method. So let me show you how after all this talk. So let's create a new div here, and later we will convert this to an actual list element, but let's just start out with any element here. It doesn't really matter which one. And for starters, let's also comment out this code right here. And maybe you noticed here, by the way, that a comment in JSX is simply again entering JavaScript mode, so with these curly braces, and then this is just a JavaScript comment. So this is one of the rules of JSX that was actually in one of the slides, or actually in the only slide in the previous lecture. So if you read that, then you're already familiar with this. But anyway, let's now render our pizza list. Let's remember, yeah, it's called pizza data. So let's enter JavaScript mode here, and then let's take our pizza data, which remember is just an array, and then let's map over it. So with map, we basically loop over this array and create a brand new array. So in this pizza data, each element is a pizza. So let's do this. And what we want in this new array, so in the new array that will be the result of map, is for each pizza, a pizza component. And now we can simply pass all of these props in dynamically here. Let's first close it like this. So we can now say pizza dot, and I think it is name, but let's check. Yeah, so we have name, ingredients, price, photo data, and even this other property. So if I give it a save right now, we should already see the 6 components over there. And indeed, beautiful. There they are. They're missing here the image and the prices, I guess, but in principle, it's already working. So you see here that we now get these console.logs here for each of the pizzas exactly with the names we have here. And so now we are effectively already rendering a list. So a list based on this pizza data. Now we could keep going here and basically add another property now for the photo name, for example. So we can do pizza.photo name and so on and so forth. But usually this is not how we do it. Usually what we do is to pass in the entire object into the more specific component. So that's pizza in this case. And then inside of that component, we would then take the information that we want out of the object. So let's now change the way we pass props into this pizza and simply pass pizza, and let's maybe say pizza object, just to make it slightly less confusing, and then our JavaScript mode, and then the current pizza object. All right, and now it all breaks here because we need to adapt, of course, our pizza. So now here we have props.pizza object.photo name, right? And so let's paste this here everywhere, and here, and here, and here. And a bit later, we will make our lives a bit easier with some additional techniques. But for now, let's roll with this. And there you have it. There you have a list of all the pizzas based on our pizza data array. Let's just get rid of this. And of course, if we now remove something from here, then that last pizza over there is going to disappear. You see? But let's put it back. And yeah, there it is. Now, you notice how we have like an error here in the console. So let's scroll up a little bit and see what we get. So we have this warning saying that each child in a list should have a unique key property. So basically what this means is that each time we render a list like this, where is it? Yeah, so each time we render a list with the map method, each of the items that gets rendered needs a unique key property. So key is basically a prop that is internal to React, which it needs in order for some performance optimizations. And for now, it's not really important what that means, as we will learn later what exactly this key property is and what it does. For now, what matters is that we pass something here that is unique to each element. So to each pizza in this case. And that is the name. So the name in this example is always unique. So we can use that one as the unique key. And so then the warning here is gone. Okay. Now next what I want to do is to convert this here from a simple div to a UL. So an unordered list. And then each of these pizzas themselves should be a list element or list item. So an LI. So it's very important that we write semantic markup like this, which many courses somehow overlook, but I believe it's quite important. And here we are also missing an important class name to finally apply some more styling here, which is just pizzas. And so this then puts the pizzas like nicely in this grid and makes this look even nicer. So I'm really happy here with this design, like this. And it's already starting to look like very familiar to what we have here, right? We have just missing this button. The text here is a bit different. And we have some special styling here when a pizza is sold out. And so we will actually talk about this here pretty soon. But for now, let's quickly review what we did in this lecture. And so that is fundamentally this part right here. So the goal was to render one pizza element for each of the objects that are inside the pizza data array. And the way we do that in React is by simply using the map method on this array. And in case you're not entirely sure what the map method does, please go back to the previous section where I will introduce you to all the most important array methods that we use all the time. And this one here is probably the most important. So it will create a new array, and in this array, in each position, there will be a new pizza component. And into each of these pizza components, we pass as a prop the current pizza object, right? So we then receive that here as a prop, and from there we read all the data that we are interested in. All right. Now, of course, we could also not even have this component. Let me quickly show that to you as well. So let's copy this. And well, then you can simply replace it here, paste that there, and then of course we need to get rid of all this. So I'm just replacing all of them at the same time, and please don't follow this code here. So you don't need to do this. I just want to show you that we could have done it also without like the intermediate component. So all that matters here is that we return some JSX. So we can directly write the JSX here, but usually what we do is to place that JSX in another component. So let's go back, and there we go. Now you might have thought maybe that here we use a for each because it sounds a bit more logical, like maybe we wanted to render one pizza for each of these, but that wouldn't really work. Let's try that. And you see that then nothing happened. And so that's because here inside this UL, we actually need some JSX. And the only way we get that JSX is by creating a new array. And so that's what map does. So it creates a new array, which will, in this case, contain these 6 pizzas. And so then here we will have this array with all these pizzas, and then React knows how to render that. Okay, so very, very important technique. Make sure that you memorize this, or if you don't want to memorize, don't worry, because you will do this dozens of times throughout the course. Another very important technique that we use all the time in React development is conditional rendering. So in this video and the next two, we will talk about 3 ways of rendering some JSX or even an entire component based on a condition, and starting in this lecture with the AND operator. So remember how way back we created this isOpen variable right here in the footer. So basically this variable tells us if currently the restaurant is open, which happens when the current hour is between 12 and 22. And so now what we want to do is to basically only render something here inside of the footer if the restaurant is currently open. And so that's what conditional rendering is all about. So it's basically rendering some piece of the UI, no matter if that's a piece of JSX or if it's an entire component, based on a certain condition. And again, in this case, the condition is simply whether the restaurant is currently open or not. So let's actually get rid of all of this. And then here, since we are going to use JavaScript, let's enter JavaScript mode using this curly braces once more. So, as I mentioned initially, in this lecture, we're going to do conditional rendering with the AND operator. And that works because of short circuiting. Now, in case you're not sure what short circuiting means and how it works with the AND operator, then please go back to the previous section where I have one entire lecture about that. But in a nutshell, if we have some true or some truthy value, such as isOpen, and if we then use the AND operator, then the second part of the AND operator, so whatever comes here, will be returned in case that the condition is true. So let's just write something very simple here. Just open. So just like this. And let's check it out. And indeed, it says open. And so again, the reason for that is the way the AND operator works. So isOpen is currently true, as we can see from this console.log here. And so then, since this is true, the second part of the AND operator will be returned. Now, let's just change this here to say that the restaurant open at 20 hours. Then, here we get false. And then down here, well, we basically get nothing. And so that is the short circuiting in action. So short circuiting means that if this condition, so if this value here is false or falsy, then the second part of the operation will not even be executed. So JavaScript will not even look at this, and then nothing is rendered. So the result here is then true, which is the result of this, but React doesn't actually render true or false into the DOM. And so that's why this works. So let me show that to you actually here very quick. So if we write false here, so a Boolean value, then you see it's not showing up here. And the same is true for true. So that's not there. Okay, let's just write something a bit nicer here, like we're open until, and then here let's read the close hour, and then format it just a little bit. Come visit us or order online. And since we're already here, let's also create this small button that we have down here. All right, now here we cannot see anything, so let's put the open hour back so that our restaurant is actually open. Nice. And now let's wrap this entire thing here into a div. So div with the class name of order. Then let's wrap this here. And then create a button with the class name of btn order. And then we get all the styles from the style sheet that we included at the beginning. Beautiful. Now just notice here that we're doing exactly what we learned in the lecture about the rules of JSX. And in particular, we are inside this JavaScript mode here returning some more JSX, which is perfectly fine. As we learned, in the end, this is just a JavaScript expression as well. And so this is why this thing works. Nice. So this is a good use case of conditional rendering. Let's check out another one. So let's say that we only want to render this menu here in case that we actually have some pizzas. So first of all, let's actually get, actually it's here. So basically we only want to render this list in case that we have some pizzas. So to start, let's actually create a new variable here quickly, which I will call pizzas, and I will set it equal to pizza data. And then here, let's use that. And then let's, or pizzas, and then let's do conditional rendering again. So I will first start in a way that's not really going to work, but let's roll with it for now. So we can again do pizzas, and then, well, then this. So let's cut that, paste it here, and there we go. And so our pizzas are still here because pizzas is a truthy value. And so this behavior of the AND operator does not only work for true and false values, but also for truthy and falsy values. Now the problem with this is that, let's say that actually we have no pizzas. So pizzas equals an empty array. Well then, it actually appears as though this is empty here, but if we inspect, we see that the list itself should still be there. So you see, we have here the empty list. So it's empty because, of course, we have no pizzas to loop over, but the UL is still here. So this here is still being rendered. And that's because an empty array is still a truthy value. So what we need to do here is to basically check for the length of this array. So let's do num pizzas equal pizzas dot length. All right, and so now when there are no pizzas, then this will become 0. And so if we check based on this, then this is now a falsy value. And so if it's false, then this here will not get rendered. So let's see what happens then. And now we get this weird 0. Why is that? Well, it's because of short circuiting again. So when the AND operator short circuits, it will simply not evaluate this part, but instead the result of the operation will become this one. So this is 0, and so therefore that's what we get in the UI. That didn't happen down here, because as I mentioned, React will not render true or false value, but it will happily render a 0, and so that's why we get a 0. So as a conclusion, we should never ever have this here as a number. So we should always try to have a true or false condition here. So let's do this. If there are more than 0 pizzas, do this, and if not, well, then don't render anything. And so this here is the result that we were looking for. Let's put it back, just to see, and then our pizzas are actually back. Nice. Now, because of this behavior here that I just showed you, so that sometimes a 0 can show up in the UI, many people say that we should actually never use the AND operator to do conditional rendering. Now, I don't really agree with that, because sometimes it's nice to very quickly do some conditional rendering with this, but also usually I do prefer the ternary operator to do conditional rendering. And so that operator is up next in the next lecture. So let's check out how we can do the same thing with the ternary operator. So instead of the AND operator here, let's now use the ternary operator to do conditional rendering. And again, in case you are not familiar with this ternary operator, please go check out the previous section with a review of JavaScript needed for React. So the ternary operator has 3 parts. And the first part is a condition, and if this condition is true, then the result of the operation will be this second part of the operator, which right now is all of this, right? But then the ternary operator also needs a third part, which is basically like the else branch. And so if we want to reproduce the same thing we had before, here we can just write null. So give it a save, and you see we get exactly the same result as before. So again, the ternary operator has three parts. So first a condition, and if this is true, then this first branch here will become the result of the operation, so of using the operator. But if it's false, then this last part here, so this third part, will become the result. And so that's what is rendered then in this case. Let's check that out. And indeed, that's what happens. Now, the advantage of using the ternary operator is that then we can display some alternative. So let's write some more JSX here. And let's say we're still working on our menu. Please come back later, for example. And so then we get this. So this is, in some situations, a bit nicer than simply displaying nothing. But let's go back, and here we go. So you might be wondering why we cannot simply use an if-else statement right here. Well, the reason is, once again, because of what we learned in the lecture on the rules of JSX, which is that inside this JavaScript mode, we cannot write any JavaScript. What we need to do here is to write something that actually produces a value. And an if-else statement does not produce a value. So let's just experiment something fictional. So let's say we wrote if num pizzas greater than 0, then this. So let's try that. But yeah, that's not really going to happen. And we even get this big error here, and it simply says unexpected token. Well, that's all it says. And yeah, the reason here is that doing this does not produce a value. And so it's the same as just having this in the end. All right. So the ternary operator, when used like this, is really nice. And I do greatly prefer it over just the AND operator that we were using. And so let's go back down here and also replace it in this situation here. So let's replace that here. And then also let's print an alternative here. So another piece of JSX. We're happy to welcome you between. Let's just grab this from here. So here we have the open hour. Okay. Let's change it again to 20. And yeah, nice. So the ternary operator is a really important tool in your React toolbox. And once again, we are just using JavaScript here. There's nothing React specific that you need to learn or to memorize in order to do conditional rendering. It's all already part of the JavaScript language. You just need to know that this is how you use it. So basically inside these curly braces to enter JavaScript mode, and then, well, then you just use the operator just like you would do in vanilla JavaScript. The third way in which we can conditionally render some JSX or some component is by using multiple returns. So up until this point, all our components only ever had exactly one return keyword, right? But there is nothing stopping us from adding another return keyword based on some condition. So of course, each component still can only return one block of JSX, but that return can depend on a condition. So in other words, we can do, for example, this. So right here, we are outside of JSX. So we are simply inside the component. And so here we can write any JavaScript we want. So we can now easily use the if keyword. So we can say if is not open, then return, for example, this message right here. So this JSX. So paste that here, and that's actually it. So if the restaurant is not open, then this will be returned. But if it is opened, then all of this here is not executed, and then our normal return will simply be executed. What's important here is that these two returns cannot happen at the same time. But that's right now in short here. So let's again put it to 20. And so now we get this. So exactly this message right here. So it's not coming from here. So we could replace this, but I will leave it here and I will explain in a second why. But anyway, now this is actually coming from here. And we could, of course, do anything here just to make sure it is really coming from there. And yeah. Now, the problem in this case is that we are now no longer rendering the footer element around this P. So if we wanted to do the exact same thing, we would also have to copy the footer here, right? Otherwise, the footer would only be rendered in case the restaurant is open, but if not, then no footer would exist. So this is actually, in this case, not what we want. All right. So usually this early return, like we did here, is more useful when we want to render entire components conditionally, but not just some pieces of JSX. So let's try something else here, maybe. And what I'm looking for is actually this pizza component. So remember how the pizza has a property of sold out. So we can see that here in the props. So each pizza receives this pizza object now as a prop, and then we have sold out. So what we can do here as an early return is to say if props.pizza object.sold out, then return nothing. And so with this, then the pizza that is sold out will not appear on the user interface. And indeed, there was one pizza. So that's this one here, pizza salamino, and that's no longer here now. And so that's because here we have this early return. So that's sometimes a pretty common technique that we can use, which is to simply return null, so nothing, in case there is a certain condition that's true. And so in this case, this can be quite useful. So for now, let's leave this here, even though later we will do something even nicer with this property. So as a conclusion of these 3 lectures on conditional rendering, my recommendation is to use the ternary operator whenever you need to return some piece of JSX based on a condition. So just, for example, like this here. So this we are going to use all the time. But also sometimes you just want to do something like this. So you want to return something entirely different, no matter if that's nothing or if that's just some other component. So, for example, we could also say here something that doesn't make any sense. But let's just try this. So we could do this. So in case it's sold out, we return the header in this place. So again here, that makes no sense at all, but that would be a possibility. Although not a very good one. So throughout this course, you will learn which of these options is the best simply by practicing and using them in different situations over and over again. Now to practice the concepts of components and using props just a little bit more, let's extract parts of the footer into a new component. So the JSX here inside the footer component is getting a little bit too long. And so I got the idea of taking this part here and extracting it into its own component. So let's grab all of this and cut it. And then we're simply going to create a new component. So we write function, let's call it order. And then all we have to do is to just return that JSX that we just created. All right. Now Prettier did not format this because actually our code is wrong now. Because here we don't have anything as the first value in the ternary operator. And so let's immediately fix that. So instead of that JSX that we had here before, now what we want is to simply render the order component. So order, and that's actually it. Now React is still not happy with us, and that's because down here, close hour is of course no longer defined. And it makes sense, because close hour is only defined here inside the footer component. But now the JSX that we had here before is gone, and it is in the order component. So how do we give this order component access to this value right here? And I hope that you guessed that the answer is by using props. So as we see here, props is actually also quite similar to passing arguments into functions. So all we have to do here is to create a prop. So let's say open hour. So we can just give it exactly the same name as the variable. So it doesn't have to be like this, but it can. And so then here, let's receive props as a parameter. And then we can simply read close hour from there. And again, this works because we made the prop here exactly the same name as the variable. So if it was prop hours, then here, of course, we would also have to use that, right? But what matters is that it's working just fine. Well, actually, we are not seeing the result there. So let's set it back to 12. And so now, yeah, we're getting the order component rendered there. However, we see that here is a problem. And I notice that's because I actually created a bug. So here we have close hours, but what we passed in is actually open hours. So we're not interested in open, but in close. So this should be close hour, and here close hour, and here also close hour, as we had before. And so now that's fixed. And so that's actually it. So this is how we take a piece of JSX when the JSX in a component is getting a little bit too big, and simply extract it into its own component. And then if that JSX depends on some value that was in the parent component, so like this close hour, then we simply pass it in as a prop. And so this is something that we're going to do all the time when we build our React applications. So not always do we have all the components figured out in the beginning, but instead we start building them, and then when they get too big, we can decide to extract part of them into just another component. And now, since this was the last component that we're going to create in this project, I invite you to take a pen and a paper and to draw out the entire component tree that we just built here. So I think that's going to be a nice small exercise for you to get a better hold of how all the components in this application work together, and yeah, really understand the structure that we built here for this small project. And then once you're done with that, you can just simply move on to the next lecture. So now that we know what props are, let's make our lives a little bit easier when working with props in practice. So as we already know, each time that we pass some props into a component, that component will then automatically receive this object of props, which will contain all the props that we passed in. And actually, all components receive this props object. So even here in footer, where we don't pass any props in, we can define that and we can log it to the console. So it will be empty then. So let's see. Yeah, so it is empty, but it always exists. All right, so that just as a side note here. So what we want to do now is to avoid having to write this props dot whatever else all the time in our component. So wouldn't it be nice to directly receive this pizza object here into the component instead of just this props? Well, we can actually do that with destructuring. And again, if destructuring is a strange concept to you, then please go back to the previous review section. But Anyway, now here, instead of directly receiving these props, we can immediately destructure them. And so here we can write pizza object, which needs to match exactly the name of the prop that's being passed in. So this one here. And then from there on, all of these props here can go. So I will select them all here, one after the other, which I'm doing using the select next occurrence. So that's this shortcut right here. So you can just go ahead and use the shortcut that you see right here for you. So let's get rid of that. And this will now create a small problem, which is that here we are still trying to log to the console these props. But the props object now no longer exists because, well, we immediately destructured it right here. So now if we wanted to take a look at what we receive, we would have to do it like this. But the props object itself no longer exists. But this is really, really nice because right now, all we have to do is to look at this line right here in order to know which props this component will actually receive. So before this, all we had was the generic props. And then if we wanted to know what kind of props we will receive here eventually, we would have to go to the place where the props are actually passed in. But now, not anymore. So now, right here in this component definition, we can immediately see that we will receive a pizza object. And so that's the second really big advantage of immediately destructuring props. So let's do the same down here. So again, not props, but exactly the name of the prop that we pass in. So close our, and then here we can get rid of that. And of course, if we were passing in multiple props, and let's try that. So let's also pass in the open hour. And then here open hour. And so here all we have to do is to add open hour then. So here let's say we're open from, then open hour to this. Yep, and that worked just fine. Now we can actually really define anything we want here. Let's write test. Let's add that here, for example, and this will then simply be nothing. So if we try to destructure a property here that doesn't exist, it's simply undefined, right? So let's get rid of that here. But this was just to show you. So from now on, for the rest of the course, we will always receive props like this here. Just make sure to never ever forget the curly braces, because then, of course, everything will break. So that's a common beginner mistake. So yeah, you have been warned. Never forget that, because only with the curly braces we are actually destructuring. Let's now learn what a React fragment is and when exactly we might need one. So let's actually come here to the final version of the application so that I can show you that we are actually still missing something. And that's this sentence right here. So there's a paragraph of text right here that I'm just going to copy now. And you can maybe pause the video and type it, or you can just type something shorter. So let's, for now, place that paragraph here, give it a save, and yeah, then it looks exactly the same. But now what if we have no pizzas at all? So in this case, well, then we actually don't want to show this, so this sentence right here. We only want this one. So the one that's coming here from our conditional rendering. So let's put that back. And what that means is that we only want to render this paragraph here in this situation. So let's grab that paragraph and place that here. Because again, we want to render this paragraph and this UL in this case. But immediately React starts yelling at us. So JSX expressions must have one parent element. And so this is exactly what we learned in the rules of JSX lecture. So a piece of JSX, no matter where it is defined, can only have, in fact, one root element. And this has happened to us before, and the way we always solved this was by simply wrapping everything in a div or some other component. So let's try that. You don't have to do this. And this is just to show you that this will then actually mess up our formatting here. So this is actually not really what we want. We do not want to render one element which contains these two, but we really want to render these two elements here. So these two elements in separate without having one element as a parent of these two, right? And so this is the case in which we need a React fragment. So a React fragment basically lets us group some elements without leaving any trace in the HTML tree, so in the DOM. So it looks like here we need a React fragment. And that's very easy. All we have to do is to basically delete everything here. Just like this. And so this is now a fragment. So let's save. And then we are back to what we had before. So now let's then inspect the DOM tree, as I was saying, just to show you that actually this didn't create any new element at all. So here we have the header, and I see we still have that footer class there. Of course, let's get rid of that. All right. So we have our container, then we have the menu, then we have the h2, so this one, and then exactly, we have the paragraph and the UL, but in separate, so not wrapped in anything. So this is completely invisible here, and it's exactly what we were looking for. And that's it. That's all a React fragment is, and it's all that it does. Now, sometimes we need to add a key to a React fragment. So for example, when we are using it to render a list, and so then we need to actually write it in a slightly different way. So first, let's make sure that we have React imported, and we do. So it's right here. And so we can write React dot fragment. And then down here, we need to close that React dot fragment. And so then the result is exactly the same. But if we need it, then here we could add a key of just anything. All right. Now we don't need a key, so we can just go for the short version, which is of course a lot nicer. All right. Let's try maybe something else. Let's say that here we actually didn't want this container. So maybe we just needed all our elements right here directly in the root. So basically what we wanted in this case is the app component to return 3 components. So these 3 elements made out of these 3 components. And so then that would be very simple. Now in our case, it's of course going to mess up the formatting because then we are missing the container class. But just as an example, this is what it would look like in the end. So we would have our root with immediately these 3 as direct children. But let's put everything back. And yeah, I think that's all that you need to know about React fragments. It's a very simple concept, which basically allows us to have more than just one element inside a piece of JSX. To finish this project, let's learn how to conditionally set some text inside elements and also how to conditionally set class names. So if we take one final look at our final project, the only difference is that this pizza here that is sold out has this text of sold out instead of the price, and the whole element here is kind of grayed out. So just to show that it's not available. And so let's now do that. So right now we have this line of code here, which makes it so that the sold out pizza is not even displayed. So let's start by getting rid of that. And so now we are ready to conditionally display some text. And we are going to do it right here. So the difference between what we did before is that before we did conditionally render this entire element here. But now that's not what we want. Now we already know that we want this span element here, but we don't want the content yet. And so let's now conditionally set that. And that's very easy. So once again, we are going to use our ternary operator. So let's say pizza object dot sold out. Then the text here should be, and now what do you think we need here? Well, it's just a string, actually. So sold out, and if not, then we want the pizza's price. Give it a save, and yeah, nice, that worked. Let's just make it uppercase. It should be handled by the CSS, but we can also just do it like this. All right. So let's again appreciate the difference here. So we're not setting the element conditionally, which of course we could. Let's just quickly do that, because why not? So we could say if pizza object dot sold out, then display this span with sold out, and if not, then display the span with pizza dot price. So the result is going to be exactly the same as we see down here, but what we did is fundamentally different. So here we already know that we want a span element, we just don't know yet the content. While here, we apparently also don't know yet what element we want, though in both cases, we are then using a span. And so I think it's a lot better to do it like this. So to conditionally set the text content of an element, this is way cleaner in my opinion. But just for reference, I will leave this one here as well. Okay, and now finally, as for the class name, whenever the pizza is sold out, we can add the sold out class to the li, which will then make it grayed out. Let me show that to you. We can simply add it to all of them. And so then you see, this is the result we are going for. But of course, we only want this part here whenever the pizza is actually sold out. So let's again use our ternary operator for that. So this is how we're going to do it. We will now use, instead of a regular string, a template literal. So deleting the quote and deleting this. But now this is actually JavaScript. So a template literal is JavaScript. Therefore, let's enter JavaScript mode. Give it a save. And so for now, it is exactly what we had before. But now inside this template literal, we can, well, kind of enter the template literal JavaScript mode as well in this way. So remember that it's actually quite similar, the idea, than entering JavaScript mode inside of JSX, right? The difference here that in the template literal, to add some piece of code, we also need this one, right? So this $sign. But then here we can once again make use of our friend, the ternary operator. So we can say pizza object sold out. If yes, then here give us the string of sold out. But if not, then just an empty string. And this should be enough. And yeah, beautiful. So this is exactly what we were going for. So let's recap why this worked. So we have our template literal, and then here we simply write a JavaScript expression. And so then with the ternary operator, we check if this exists. And if so if this is true, then the result of this operator will be sold out. And so then this entire thing here becomes sold out, and then the string is exactly what we had before. So pizza space sold out. But if this is false, then we will simply return nothing here. So then the string is just pizza, which is, well, what we have here in all of these cases. So you see here the class is just pizza, with the space, of course, that we have here, but that's no problem at all. And then here we have pizza sold out. Great. So this is how we conditionally set some CSS classes onto elements. So all without using the class list property that we would have to use in vanilla JavaScript. And for this down here, remember in vanilla JavaScript, we would have to do some DOM manipulation with the text content property or inner HTML or something like that. But here, with the declarative nature of JSX and React, everything becomes just a little bit easier and nicer to work with. And now just one final detail. Let's come here to our public folder, and in the index.html, we will want to set now the title of the document. So here we have Fast React Pizza Co., but here it just says the default React app, which is a bit ugly. So let's say Fast React Pizza Co. And that's it. So with this, we actually finished our application and our very first project. So congratulations for making it all the way here until the end of this long section. And now, just to finish the section, we will have a lecture to review everything that we just learned, because it was a lot. And then finally, there is another coding challenge waiting for you, just so you can practice again what you learned here over the last few lectures. But before going there, I would invite you to once again check out the entire code that we wrote here together, see how all the components are related, and really check out again everything that you learned, even before checking out that summary lecture that's going to follow. And then after that, of course, watch that lecture to really drive the message home. Let's now take a few minutes to look back on all the concepts that we just learned throughout this section. So, first of all, we learned that components are the building blocks of any user interface in React. Now, each component is a self-contained piece of the user interface, which includes its own data, its own JavaScript logic, and its own appearance. Now, in practical terms, we write this appearance using a declarative syntax that's called JSX. And it's this block of JSX that ultimately gets returned from each component. And this JSX is what's going to describe exactly what the user will see on the screen when they use the application. And any piece of JSX can contain some markup, basically in the form of HTML. It can contain some CSS, which in this section we wrote using the style prop. So we used the style prop and then passed an object in there which contained some CSS code. And also usually the JSX contains some JavaScript inside curly braces, which I like to call entering the JavaScript mode. So this one is basically like writing JavaScript right inside of HTML. So this is basically everything that a component contains or can contain, and it is how we write it. So again, using JSX. Now, a complete application is usually composed out of many different components, which are then organized into a component tree like this one. So in a component tree like this, the components that are at the top have included or used the components that are below them, which makes them their parent component. So the components at the top, for example here the app component, is the parent component of header, menu, and footer. And so these three, so header, menu, and footer, are the child component of app. And at the same time, of course, the menu is the parent component of all the pizza components, and the footer is the parent component of order. So obviously, a component can be a parent and a child at the same time. Now, in order to share data between components, parent components can pass data into a direct child component using props. So for each value that we want to pass down, we simply define one prop, which is short for property. And so using props, we can configure components as we wish. For example, in this application, we rendered many different pizzas by creating one pizza component and then passing in different pizza objects into that component. So rendering it multiple times with a different prop. Now, it's very important to understand that props can only be passed down the tree, so only from parents to children, but never the other way around. Now, something that we do all the time in React applications is to render multiple components of the same type by looping over an array. And so this is what we call creating a list. So in the app that we just built, we created a list of pizzas by looping over the pizza array using the JavaScript map method. And so in React, there's nothing special to create lists. All we need to know is the map method that's available on all JavaScript arrays. So our JavaScript knowledge is more than enough to loop over an array in order to create lists of components of the same type. And finally, we also learned about conditional rendering. So that's another thing that we do all the time in order to render components only when certain conditions are met. And just like rendering lists, we can conditionally render components by using common JavaScript tools that we already know. For example, the AND operator, the ternary operator, and also using multiple returns. And that's it. So these are the more practical things that we just learned and that we applied to the projects that we have been building. We also learned some more theoretical stuff, like the difference between imperative and declarative approaches. We learned about separation of concerns. We learned exactly about why we cannot mutate props, which is another important thing that we learned. And yeah, we also learned a bunch more theoretical stuff that I'm not going to go into right now. So you can always rewatch those lectures if you're interested in. Here, I just wanted to summarize the practical aspects of everything that we just did in this section. So I hope that this was helpful. And now to round off this section, there is one final coding challenge waiting for you, where we will just finish the developer profile card that we started initially. So hopefully I see you there very soon. So let's now finish the developer profile card in this second coding challenge of this section. So we are still building this developer profile card here, but now we will do it in a slightly different and a little bit better way. So let's come over here just so I can show you what I want to do now. And so first off, we now have an array of skills. And so in this array, we have one object for each skill. So basically, we will now create one of these skills here for each of these objects. Or in other words, we're going to render a list of skills, right? So I want you to create a similar array, so with all your skills, then the level, and also a color for each of these skills. So that's your first task. And then you simply loop over this list and display one skill for each of them. Now, here the level can be one of three different choices. So either intermediate, advanced, or beginner. And so based on this level, I then want you to display one of these emojis. So going back here, this is the emoji for the advanced, this is for the intermediate, and this is for the beginner level. So basically, you will conditionally set this emoji right here. And yeah, that's basically all I want you to do for this challenge. So please go ahead and pause the video now, and I see you back here in a minute. Okay, so let's come here to our skill list, because that's where most of the difference will be. So here what we did was to manually create one skill component for each of these skills, right? But now we will get rid of all of this, because now we will create a list of skills. So we enter JavaScript mode, and then we simply take our skills and use the map method. So just like we did with the pizzas in our previous project. So here in this map, each element of the array is one skill. Of course, it could be any other variable name. But anyway, so for each skill, we want to create one skill component. And let's first close it to avoid the error, and then we can pass in the props. Now in the pizza project, we actually passed in the entire object as a prop, right? But here, just for this to be a little bit different, let's actually pass them in one by one. So the skill is going to be skill dot skill. So that's a lot of skills right there, like 4 times in a row. Then next, let's pass in the color. So that's skill dot color. And then finally, we also have the level. So that's at skill dot level. Like, that's it. So you immediately see the difference down here, because now we have 6 skills. So all the ones that are in the array, but we don't have the emojis yet, because previously we were actively passing in an emoji prop. But now we just pass in the level, which we then want to convert to an emoji, right? Now, before we move on here, let's actually destructure the props just like we did also in the project. So that's skill, color, and level. And again, this is so much useful like this, because now we immediately know which data this component here expects. And of course, it also makes our code in here a little bit nicer. So now we don't have the emoji variable here, of course. And so instead, let's use the level for now. Yeah, but now, again, we need to convert that. So how are we going to do that? Are we going to do conditional rendering, or are we simply going to conditionally set the text here? Well, I think it's best to just actually set the text conditionally. Now, we cannot use a ternary operator because we don't have just 2 options, but 3. So it can be advanced, intermediate, or beginner. And so we actually are going to use now the AND operator. So let me show you what I mean by that. So here, let's say level, if it equals beginner, then, well, let's just copy the emoji here. It's like this baby. Then here, the content should be this. And so there it is for this one, where I'm still at an advanced, or actually at a beginner level. And so now let's just use 3 of these. Right? And that's not a problem at all, because these 3 are going to be mutually exclusive. So only one of them will get applied. Intermediate and advanced. And now let's just grab the emojis here. This one for advanced, and this one for intermediate. And there we go. So here we conditionally set some text, this time not using the ternary operator, but this time using the AND operator and leveraging the property of short-circuiting that this operator has. So for example, in this first one here, level equals beginner is false, and so then here false will be the result of this, which does not get rendered. Then the same here, and then level equals advanced is actually true, and so then the result of this operation will be this one. And so in the end, this is the content that we see here. All right. Now you could have done it also in different ways. That would have been no problem at all. What matters is that somehow you got it to work. It's not important how you did it. Everyone can have different solutions here. That's just completely normal. Okay, and so now that's actually a wrap. So we finished this section, and so once again, congratulations for reaching the end of this first fundamentals of React section. You already learned a lot, and so you can be proud of yourself. Next up, we are going to learn about the concept of state and of handling events so that we can finally build some apps that are truly interactive. So that's going to be amazing, as we will build our really first useful project. So a project that will not just display some data in the UI, but with which we can also interact. So that will be, again, a lot of fun. And so don't waste any time. And so if you have some time left, then let's immediately move on there. Welcome to the next section. In this one, we will keep exploring fundamental React topics and finally make our components do something. So we will make components interactive now. So to do that, we will start learning how to handle events in React and how to update the user interface using the extremely important concept of state. We'll also start building our next project, where we're going to focus on state and on building forms in the React way using controlled elements. By the end of the section, we'll summarize everything we have learned about props and state, both in theory and in practice, by building a really nice small flashcards application. So once again, a super essential and foundational section for you. And so let's move on right away. So in this section, we will start to learn about events and state by building a very simple components where we can navigate through a few steps. And so let's now, in this lecture, start by building out the static part of that component. Now, in order to build that component, we will actually create a brand new project using Create React App. So if you're on Windows, go ahead and open up your command prompt. And if you're on a Mac, then just open your terminal. And remember that in the terminal, you're always in a folder. So you can see what folder that is here in your command prompt. And then from there, just navigate to the folder where you want to create your new projects. And for me, that is, again, the desktop. So remember that you can see all the folders that you can navigate to from here. So I am here in this home folder, basically. And so I can navigate to any one of these. And so that's what I'm going to do with CD. And just by the way, again on Windows, that's dir instead of ls. But anyway, I will now navigate to the desktop. And so now here, let's create our new project. So that's npx create-react-app. And now here, remember to log in the version number 5, just so we are all building the same thing here. So using the same versions. And then I will simply name this project here steps. So then hit enter, and then Create React App is doing its thing. And in the meantime, let's actually check out the component that we are going to build. So that's this one right here. So it's basically this component where we have these 3 steps. And as I said in the beginning, we can basically navigate through them by clicking here on these buttons. So when we click next, we go to step number 2. And so then we get apply to jobs. So first we had learn React, then apply to jobs, and then invest all your new income. So we can click these buttons here. So we have some interactivity here, and we can then also close and open up this component again. All right. So again, in this lecture, we will start by building out the static part of this component. So just the component, basically without any interactivity. So just writing the JSX. But anyway, Create React App has now finished. I will just quickly again rename the folder here. And then let's drag and drop it here onto VS Code. And as always, you can also open it right here. Okay, So let's clean up our starter files a little bit. And in fact, I will delete almost everything here. So we will just leave app.js and index.js. So all of them can go to the trash. And now let's open up index.js. Now this time, we will actually not write all of this here again by hand, because now you already know how that works. And so we can basically keep the code here that create React app put there for us. We just need to get rid of this part and also of this import. Now we also got rid of the index.css file. So this import right now doesn't work, but I do actually have a CSS file in these starter files. So let's open up the files that we downloaded in the beginning. Then here in the steps starter files, we have these two. So let's copy them. And then in steps, let's place them here in the source. And then let's also just move this vanilla.html into the public. So we're going to check out later what that is. Okay. Then going back here, notice how we are importing this app from this file app.js. And so that's this one. But here let's clean everything and let's once again start from scratch by creating a new component. And as always, that component will be the app component. So function app. And so you see that usually we use a component called app as the root component of our application. So basically as a component that is the parent component of all the other components. Let's just return something here. Hello React. And finally, all we have to do is to export this function from here. So export default, so that now index.js can import it here and render it into the DOM. So just, again, like we wrote before by hand, but now we will just leave the code here. Of course, we don't always have to do everything manually. Now let's come here to our integrated VS Code terminal. So just by clicking here, and as you see, this is already automatically in our project folder, or at least it should be. So now there's no need to navigate anywhere. All we need to do to start the project is to run npm start. So this will then automatically open up a new browser tab. And yeah, here it is. So this is the content of our app.js. All right. Just giving ourselves a bit more space here. And so you notice that the file name here, app.js, is exactly the name of the component. And so this is going to be a pattern that we will see throughout the course. But anyway, let's now together write the JSX here so that we end up with something like this. Again, just without the interactivity. So we actually start with a div that has the class name of steps. And if you're interested in the CSS, then of course make sure to check out the CSS file that we just included. And now this div here has 3 child elements. So it has a div with the class of numbers. And so here we will have these numbers 1, 2, 3. And now to make this a bit faster, I will just duplicate the code here, which, as I explained to you before, we can simply do with this command here. So copy line down. I think I actually personalized this command right here. So for you, it is probably another one, but you should see which one it is right here. And if you want, you can also personalize all your shortcuts right here. Okay. But anyway, let's now move on to the next one. And here we actually want a paragraph. So a paragraph with the class name of message. Let's just use a placeholder for now. And then finally a div again for the buttons. So here we then will have one button element. Let's see. Yeah, this first one says previous, and then another one which says next. So here, basically we have the numbers, then the message, and the buttons. And so what we have here is already looking pretty close to that. Now the buttons here are not purple, like in the demo, and that's because we will later have another button which should not have that background color. And so let's add those stylings here directly to the two buttons. And so with this, we can then also practice again how we add styles to some individual JSX elements. So remember that we do that by passing in basically the style prop into this element. So then we enter JavaScript mode, and then here we can define our object of styles. So background color, and here the color is 7950F2. And also the text color, let's set it to white, which is FFF, and it needs to be a string, of course, since again, this is just a JavaScript object. Now, in case you're wondering why these colors are so nicely highlighted, that's simply because I have this extension called Color Highlight. So a very popular one with 5 million installs. And so if you want to replicate the way this looks, then you can just also install that. But here, let's just copy all of this to make it faster. Next. And yeah, that's looking pretty close. All we are missing now is the highlight here of the current step. So here we are in step number 1, and therefore it is now highlighted with this purple color. And for that we have yet another class name. So class of active. Okay. Now finally, let's also add the message here. And those messages are actually in the CSS file that I provided for you. So I placed this JavaScript object here as a comment. And so let's paste that out here outside of the component. So this data doesn't depend on anything that is inside the component, and so it should be located outside, because otherwise each time that this function here is executed, this data, so this array, will be created again. But we will learn all about that a bit later, of course. So when objects are created and when these functions are executed and so on. So right now we are only learning really how we use these React features, but not yet how they work behind the scenes. So the mechanics of React are still a bit hidden to us. We are only just learning how we use the different features. Right? So now we need this message here, basically. So the first element of the array right here. But we're not going to just copy it, right? So we want to read it dynamically. And so let's here inside this component define a variable which will tell us which step we are currently in. So let's do const step, and let's just set it to 1. And by the way, it is this step here that we will want to update later as we click on these buttons. But for now, we are just building here the static part, so we are just manually setting it to 1. So then let's write step, and then the number of the step. And then let's read the value out of the array. So that's messages at position step. And we need a -1 here because, of course, the array is 0 based. All right. Beautiful. So if we now manually change it here to 2, then that will then change the message here. But what didn't change is that this step number 2 was not marked as active. So basically we need to now set the styles here on these elements conditionally. So if we just add the class name active to all of them, then they would always be active. But that's not what we want. So we need to basically determine this string here based on a condition. So just like we learned in the previous section. So let's enter JavaScript mode so that we can write a template literal. And so here we will then produce either active or nothing. So let's enter the JavaScript mode basically of the template literal. And then let's just ask if the step is greater or equal 1. And if so, then the result of the operation should be the string of active. And if not, well, then just nothing. So you see that this one here already became purple. And so that's of course because 2 is greater than 1. All right, but let's add this to all of them. But then here, of course, we need to adapt. And yeah, nice, that's working. So if we had number 3, then all 3 of them would become active. All right, and let's just quickly check this out. So you see now this one has the class of active, and these ones still have the class attribute because we specified it here, but then there is no string to it. So that's basically just this empty string that we return in these 2 cases. Great, so that's the static part of the application, but of course we want to now navigate here by clicking on these buttons. So not changing manually here this step variable, right? And so that means that it's now time to learn how we can handle the click events on these buttons. And so that's what the next lecture is going to be all about. Handling events in React is actually pretty straightforward. And so let's now learn how it's done. So as you can imagine, we are not going to use the addEventListener method here because that is the imperative way of building UIs. But here in React, we use a more declarative approach. So we do not manually select DOM elements, and so therefore we do also not use addEventListener. Instead, we use something similar to the HTML inline event listener. So instead, in React, we do something very similar to the HTML inline event listener. So basically, we will directly listen for the event right on the element where they will happen. So right here on the button, for example, we can use the onClick prop, and then we simply specify a function here. So the click is the event name, and then we always prefix it with the on, and then we need to write it in camel case. While in inline HTML, we would write it like this. So like this, and then specifying a string. So no camel case, but this is not HTML, it is JSX. And so it's slightly different, just as we learned before in the lecture about the rules on JSX. So again, we will pass in here now a function, and that function will then be executed whenever there is a click happening on this DOM element. So in this case, on this button right here. So let's create a quick arrow function here. And all I'm going to do now is to alert something. Let's say previous. And this should already be working. So if I click here now, then yes, we get the alert that is saying previous. And we can do the same thing on the other button. And here we say next. And so of course, then here we will get a different message. And that's essentially it. So this is how we handle events the React way. No addEvent listeners, but instead we specify an event listener function directly on the element using, in this case, the onClick prop. But it could be any other event as well. So we can specify another event handler. So let's use the onMouse enter. And so now here again, we need to specify a function. And it's really, really important to understand that it is not a function call, but really a function. So we cannot simply write alert test, for example, because watch what happens now as I save. So you see, immediately we got this test right here, and not when I hover over the button. So why is that? Well, basically, as soon as React initializes this component, so when it first calls this app function, it will then see this code. And so here we are calling alert. And so then that's exactly what it does. React will read this code, and then here it finds this function call. And so it will immediately call this function. But again, that's not what we want. We want to basically define a callback function which will be called at a later time. And that later time is in this case when the mouse enters this element. So you see that now nothing happened, but as soon as the mouse hovers here, then this function is called. So this function is called, and then we get our alert. So again, very, very important. Do not call a function here, but really specify a function value. Somehow we got that again here, but never mind. So this was just a test anyway. Let's get rid of this. This was just to show you that we can listen, of course, to more than just the click event. Now, usually we do not directly define the event handler function right here in the onClick prop, but instead we create a separate function and then pass that function in here. So let's do that now. And so usually we create those event handler functions right here in the component. So that's something new that we haven't done before, but that's perfectly fine. We can define any functions that we want here right inside the component body. And let's call this one handle previous. And this handle part here in the event handler function is pretty standard in React development. So you will see this all the time. And so then you know immediately that this function is an event handler function that is probably being used somewhere in the JSX of that component. In this case, it's going to be used right here. So handle previous. And what we want to do here, again for now, is just to alert previous. So if we click here now, that's going to work still. Great. And once again, really, really important to notice that here we are just passing in the function value. So we are not calling it, because if we were calling it, then again, we would immediately see that previous. So React would then immediately run this code here as it sees it. All right. But like this, we are only passing in the function. Or of course, we could also do this. But of course, that's very redundant. So now we are back to just having a function here, right? It's just a function that calls another one. So that's not very effective, but sometimes we will have to do something similar. But for now, this is the way that makes sense. And so let's now quickly create another one. So again, this is usually the way we do it. So creating a function which starts with handle, and then we simply pass that function here into the onClick prop or any other prop that we can use to handle some other event. All right, just to make sure that it works, and indeed it does. Great. So this is how we handle events typically in React. But of course, now we actually want something meaningful to happen here. And in particular, we want to basically change this step value here, right? And for that, we need something called state. Now we have touched on state many times already, but now it's time to really learn what state is and then how we can use it in practice. So we learned how to use event handlers, but now we want them to actually do something useful, right? So we want to make the component interactive. And for that, as I have mentioned already, we need state. Now, without a doubt, state is the most important concept in React. So everything basically revolves around state in React. And so we will keep learning about state throughout the entire course. Therefore, let's start with an overview of what exactly you will learn about state while going through this course. First, we will learn what state actually is, what it does, and why we need it, which is what this section is all about. Then we need to learn how to actually use state in practice using the useState or useReducer hooks, the context API, or even external tools like Redux. We will also need to deeply understand how to think about state in React. And so these are topics for future sections. Okay, and with this out of the way, we're now ready to learn what state actually is. So we have learned how to pass data into a component by using props, which, remember, is data that's coming from outside the component. But what if a component needs to actually hold its own data and also hold it over time? Also, what if we actually want to make our app interactive, changing the UI as a result of an action? Well, that's where finally state comes into play. So state is basically data that a component can hold over time, and we use it for information that the component needs to remember throughout its lifecycle. Therefore, we can think of state as being the memory of a component. So that can be quite a helpful analogy, I think. Now, examples of state can be simple things like a notification count, the text content of an input field, or the active tab in a tabbed component. It can also be a bit more complex data, for example, the content of a shopping cart. Now, what all these pieces of state have in common is that in the application, the user can easily change these values. For example, when they read a notification, the count will go down by 1, or when they click on another tab, that tab will become active. And therefore, each of these components needs to be able to hold this data over time, so over the lifecycle of the application. And for that reason, each of these pieces of information is a piece of state. And notice how I used the term piece of state here, because just the term state itself is more of a general term. So a piece of state, or a state variable, is just one single actual variable in the component that we can define in our code. On the other hand, the term state itself is more about the entire state that the component is in, like the entire condition at a certain point in time. So basically, the general term state is all the pieces of state together. And if this sounds confusing, don't worry. These are just some minor differences in terminology. In practice, we usually use the terms state, piece of state, and state variable quite interchangeably. But anyway, let's now move on to the most important aspect of state, which is the fact that updating state triggers React to re-render the component. So, again, whenever we update a piece of state in a component, this will make React re-render that component in the user interface. So it will create a new updated view for that component. And a component's view is basically just the component visually rendered on the screen, so in the user interface. Now, up until this point, I have always just used the generic term user interface. But now we are actually talking about a single component. And when one single component is rendered, we call that a view. And so all the views combined together then make up the final user interface. Now, do you remember this small diagram that we saw right at the beginning of the course when we first talked about how React automatically keeps data in sync with the UI? Well, state is how React does that. So state is how React keeps the user interface in sync with data. We change the state, we change the UI. So, summarizing, state allows developers to do two important things. First, state allows us to update the component's view by re-rendering the component. So it gives us a way to change part of the UI. Second, state allows developers to persist local variables between multiple renders and re-renders. So if you think about this, state is basically a tool. And in fact, it's the most powerful tool that we have in the world of React. So understanding how state works and what it does, so understanding the mechanics of state, will unlock the power of React development for you. But before we go understand the mechanics of state, let's actually first go back to our code and use this powerful tool in practice for the first time. So now that we know what state is, let's try to implement it in our small project. And just as a quick reminder, what we want to happen is that when we click this next and this previous button, we basically want the step to change. So the step here is currently set to 1, but we want this step variable basically to be dynamic. And so for that, we now need to add a new piece of state to our component. So let's get rid of this and add that new piece of state. So in order to use state in practice in a component, we do it in 3 steps. First, we add a new state variable, then we use it in the code, and usually in JSX, and third, we then update the piece of state in some event handler. And so let's start with the first step, which is to actually create the state variable. And we do so using the useState function that React provides to us. So that's useState. And if now I hit enter on my keyboard, as this useState here is selected in the VS Code autocomplete, VS Code will automatically import the useState function from React. So this line of code right here. Now, if for some reason that didn't happen in your code editor, then make sure that you import the useState function from React in that way. So the useState function is a function, and so it takes an argument. And the argument that we need to specify here is the default value of this state variable. So that's, in our case, step number 1, right? Now this useState function here will return an array, and so actually let's just call that array for now, and then log it to the console. So just so you see, and so yeah, now step is no longer defined. Let's just put that back for a minute. Step equals 1, and then open up our console here. So this is the array, and so you see it has 2 values here. So this first value, so this number 1, is the default value that we want for our state. So this one here. And then the second one is a function that we can use to update our state variable. So what we usually do is to then immediately destructure this array right here. So first we have step, which again is this first right here. And so this will be our state variable itself. And then second, again, we have the function. And so this one we usually call set, and then the name of the state variable. So set step in this case. Now we can get rid of this. And if we now reload, we see that our app is already using that piece of state, so that step variable, because this is exactly the variable name that we had before. So we are already using the step in our JSX here, and also here for this class name. Okay, so we have completed the first step of defining the state variable using the useState function, and the second step in which we use the state variable, so this step piece of state in our code. And so now the third step is to actually update the state in an event handler. So let's get rid of this alert, which was just a placeholder. Or actually, let's start with this one. So with the next one. So now it's time to use this set step function here. So we use set step to update the step state variable. And so what do we want the step to be? Well, basically just the current step plus 1. Right? So when we click the next button, the step should go 1 up. And so that's the current step plus 1. And so now we are ready to test this. So let's see. And yeah, that works. So our component is now dynamic. And so congratulations, you just unlocked the power of state and the power of React. So what happened here as we clicked on this button was that the handle next event handler function was called, and this event handler then updated the step state. And so then React automatically rendered this new component view for us. So that's just amazing. Now let's go back here and implement also the handle previous function. And here we basically want the opposite. So set step and then step -1. So let's see. And yeah, that works. However, right now we have a small bug in our app, because watch what happens when I keep clicking here. So you see step 0 and step -1 and so on. And the same here. So if I keep going, then of course we have no more elements in our array to show. So the array only has 3 elements, and so step 5 or anything below step 0 doesn't make any sense. And so here in the handler function, we can simply add a condition in order to prevent that. So let's just say if the step is greater than 1, only then set this step. And then here, something similar. So if the step is less than 3. So let's see, let's reload this. And so now if I click next, so right now the step is 3. So this one here is no longer true. And so now then this part should not be executed. And indeed, that works. So we fixed that small bug, and now our component is working just as we wanted. Great. Now just a few more things about the creation of the state variable here. So first of all, this useState function here is what we call a hook in React. And we can identify hooks because they start with this use keyword here. So all the React functions that start with use like this, for example, use effect or use reducer, and of course this use state, are React hooks. And we will learn in detail what a React hook is a bit later. But for now, what you need to know is that we can only call hooks like use state on the top level of the function. So of this component function right here. So only here is it allowed to call use state, not inside an if statement or inside another function or inside a loop. So for example, we could not do this. So immediately React would then tell us that the useState hook was called in a function that is not a React function component. So we can only do that right here. So also not in an if statement. So let's say if true, for example, then let's see. And again, you see immediately that we get this error saying that the useState was called conditionally. And before it actually gets to this dramatic error here, we can even see in this overlay in VS Code that React hook was called conditionally. And this one here is coming from ESLint, by the way. And that's why it was so important to set up ESLint in the beginning. Okay, but anyway, let's remove all of this. And now the other important thing about state is that we should really only update state using this setter function right here, so not manually. Now just to finish, I just noticed that here we actually don't need this when we use our step here. So there's no need for a template literal here, because here we are not really creating a new string. We are just basically outputting a new string based here on this ternary operator. But anyway, we now have this nice dynamic component, all without the imperative DOM manipulations that we need in vanilla JavaScript. By the end of the last lecture, I said that we should only update state using the setter function. But don't just trust me on that. So instead, let's actually explore this and break React. So just to see what happens when we try to update state manually. Now, right now we have this step state here defined as a const variable. And so we would not be able to even change it. So let's change this to a let. And so then we can actually break this. So let's say that here in handle next, instead of updating the state in the correct way, we would do it like this. So step equal step plus 1. That would be a perfectly normal way of updating a variable defined with let, right? And so right now, this is a let variable, so a variable that we can update. And so again, this would be a perfectly normal way of updating variables in JavaScript. But let's see what now happens when we click this button. Well, simply nothing happens. So we don't get any error from React, but simply nothing happens. And so the reason for that is that React has no way of knowing that this is actually trying to update the state. So React has no magic way of knowing that this here is the state variable and that this operation is basically updating it. So again, React doesn't know about that. And that's why React provided us with this setter function here, which is a functional way of updating the state value, but without mutating it. Because here we are directly mutating now this step variable, right? But React is all about immutability. And so therefore, we can only update the state using the tools that React gives us. So in this case, this set step function. And so this setter function is actually tied to this state variable right here. So when we use this functional way of updating the state, then React does know that this is the state variable that should be updated. Okay, so never do this mistake. Just always use const and always use the setter function. Okay. Now another way in which this could happen, which might be a little bit less obvious, is when we use an object or an array for state. So let's just do a quick experiment here. So let's just say test, for example, and then use state. And here as a default, we pass in an object. And let's give it some property of name. Now notice that here in the destructuring, I only took out the state variable itself. So I don't even have the setter function now. And so here, let's say that I wanted to update this name. Well, let's first actually also print it here. So test.name. So then we get Jonas there. And then here we might think that this is how we update that state. So test.name. And now let's use Fred, for example. So just some other name. And yeah, watch what happens when I click next now. And that did actually work. So mutating the object like this did actually trigger a new re-render of the component view. However, mutating objects like this is a really, really bad practice. So React really doesn't want you to do this. And that's because sometimes in more complex situations, this actually won't work. And in general, it's really just a bad practice of mutating objects like this, especially in a framework like React, which is all about immutability and functional state updates. So never do this. So if you really wanted to update this object here, we would again create a setter function here. So not creating, but basically taking this setter function out of the result of useState. And then here we would call that setter function and then pass in the complete new object. So the name should now be Fred. So it's back to what we had before now. And now if we click next, that still updates the name to Fred, but it does so in the correct way. So always treat state as immutable in React. So as something that you cannot change directly, but that you can only change using the tools that React gives us. So using the state setter function. Okay, so we have just seen the power of state by using the useState function. But now let's get a better understanding of how exactly state works in React. And let's start from a fundamental React principle that we have already discussed earlier. So remember how we learned that in React, we do not manipulate the DOM directly when we want to update a component's view, right? So React is declarative, not imperative. And so we never touch the DOM in our code. But if that's the case, then this leads us to the question of how do we update the component on the screen whenever some data changes or whenever we need to respond to some event like a click. Now we already know that the answer to this question is state, but here we are trying to derive it from first principles. So anyway, to answer that question, we need to understand another fundamental React principle, which is the fact that React updates a component view by re-rendering that entire component whenever the underlying data changes. Now, as soon as we will reach the section about how React works behind the scenes, we will learn exactly what actually happens inside React when a component re-renders. But for now, just know that re-rendering basically means that React calls the component function again, so each time the component is rendered. So conceptually, we can imagine this as React removing the entire view and replacing it with a new one each time a re-render needs to happen. But again, we will learn exactly what happens later. Now, React preserves the component state throughout re-renders. And so even though a component can be rendered and re-rendered time and time again, the state will not be reset unless the component disappears from the UI entirely, which is what we call unmounting. Now, speaking of state, it is when state is updated that a component is automatically re-rendered. So let's imagine that there is an event handler in the view, for example, on a button that the user can click. So the moment that button is clicked, we can update a piece of state in our component using the set function coming from the useState hook. So just like we did in the last lecture, right? Then when React sees that the state has been changed, it will automatically re-render the component, which will result in an updated view for this component. Or as a more real example, we can look at the simple advice app that we built right in the first lecture of the course. So in that application, each time we click the Get Advice button, a new piece of advice is fetched from the API. Then, when that data arrives, we store the data in the advice state variable, so we update the advice state. So let's imagine that the new advice is quality beats quantity. React will notice this state change and re-render the component, so it will remove the old one and display a new updated component view on the screen. And with this, I hope that the mechanics of state in React are now really clear to you. So the conclusion of all this is that as React developers, whenever we want to update a component view, we update its state. And so React will then react to that update and do its thing. And in fact, this whole mechanism is so fundamental to React that it's actually the reason why React is called React in the first place. So on a high level, moving from the component level to the application level now, React reacts to state changes by re-rendering the user interface. That's the main thing that it does, and therefore it was decided to call this library React. And with this, we have come full circle from the first lecture about why frameworks exist. There we learned that frameworks exist to keep UI in sync with data. And so now we have learned a bit better how React does that. So to practice state a little bit more, let's now implement the open and close functionality for our component. So looking at the demo here, what we want to implement now is this functionality that when we click this button here, then this part of the component disappears, and then when we click it again, then it is back. So, since this is something that changes on the screen, that means that we need a new piece of state. Let's first comment out this other state that we have here, so that we created for our experiment. I will not completely delete it, just to keep it as a reference here. But anyway, let's now create a new piece of state. So this is going to be called isOpen. And then again, the convention for the setter is to call it set and then the name of the state. So set isOpen. So equal use state. And by default, our component should be open. Therefore, we pass in value of true. So isOpen starts as true. And so that's then our default state value for the isOpen state. So that's the first part of using state. The second one is to then actually use this state variable in our code. So what do we want to achieve with this state variable? Well, whenever it is true, we want this here to show. And if it's false, we don't want this to show. And whenever it's false, we don't want this to show. So what this means is that we need conditional rendering. So let's do that. Now we cannot wrap all of this here into JavaScript mode now, but let's still try. So I selected all of it, and then I will open the curly braces to enter JavaScript mode, but this will not really work because this can only be done inside some element. So for example, we would need a div here. And so then here, close it. However, React is still not happy. So what do we have here? Test is not defined. So that's because we just removed this piece of state here from before. So let's just comment this out and give it a save. And again, we first needed to create this div element here outside, basically to start our JSX. And so then inside that JSX is where we can enter the JavaScript mode. And we need this JavaScript mode here because now we will use our isOpen. And then as for the conditional rendering, let's simply use the end operator. Give it a save, and that's already it. So whenever this is true, then the second part here will be returned, and when it's false, then only false will be returned. So that's just what we learned in the previous section. All right, now since this is true, nothing happens here, so this is still visible, but if we were to set it to false, then our component should disappear. Yeah, so it's gone, and therefore what this means is that this is working. So let's set it back to true. And with this, we finish the second part of using state. And now the third part of using state is to actually update the state. So for that, we need our button here in the corner. And for that, we need to write some more JSX. So let's do that here. So button with a class name of close. And then here we can use an HTML entity of times, which will basically write an X. There we go. And now we need our event handler. So for that, let's again use the onClick prop. So to directly attach the event handler onto this element. And this time, just to show you, let me actually create a function inline here. So instead of creating a handle function out here, like these two, I will now define the function directly here. So just to show you that sometimes this is also what we do, especially when we have some very simple logic. So we need to create a new function. And now what do we want to do here? Well, we want to update the isOpen state. So set isOpen, and then again, we need to pass in the new state. So the updated state. And what should that be? Well, it should always be the opposite of the current state. So if isOpen is true, it should become false, and if it's false, it should become true. And the way we do that is by using the not operator. So again, that's just common and standard JavaScript. Okay, and this should now already work. So let's just reload here to get rid of that error. And yes, beautiful. That's working nice. So our view is updated, so it's re-rendered. And so then after that re-render, isOpen is no longer true, but it's false. Therefore, then this entire part here of JSX is no longer rendered. Right? But then when we click again, this function here is called again, which will then switch isOpen to the other state. So from false to true in this case. And so updating this piece of state will then cause React to re-render the component, this time with isOpen to true. So when React then sees this piece of code, isOpen is true, and therefore this JSX is then returned. And so with this, we update the view right here in our application. Great. Now what I want you to notice about this is that let's change the state here. So again, with this here, we change the step state, which right now is at number 2. And now if we toggle this state, so if we change the state and change it again, you see that React did indeed remember the state of the step, even though we did re-render this component multiple times in between, right? So if we set it to 3, and then again, I can open and I can close, which means that this component, so this view here, has been re-rendered 2 times, still it will remember this other piece of state. So the 3 is still here. And so that's why we say that state is like a memory of the component. It can hold this information over time, even though we render and re-render it over and over again. Great. So with this, I hope you start seeing how we can use state in different situations and for different things in practice. Now, just one small thing that we could change here, and this has nothing to do with state, is that we actually don't want to return just one element here. So we want to return basically both this part here and the button. And so this means that this is a great use case for a React fragment here. So before I do that, let's just inspect. And so indeed, we have our root, which is basically everything, so the entire app. And then in there, we have this div, which is this one. But again, let's say we don't want that. Let's say we just want to have the button and then this steps div. So let's remove this from here and from here. And so now we have, remember, a fragment. So that's like the root of this JSX element here, which will then disappear in the DOM. So if we take a look now, then we only have this button and the steps div. So again, whenever you're in a situation like this, so where you need a piece of JSX to return 2 elements, then the fragment is great for that. As web developers, we rely a lot on developer tools. So things like the console or the element inspect panel in our browser. And so since tools are so helpful for developers, the React team built dev tools specific for React, which can be extremely helpful when working with state. And so since we're working with state now, let's go check them out. And actually, since the beginning, we got this message here in our console telling us to download these dev tools. So you can open up your console, and then here you will find the link to the place in the React documentation where we then can find the link to the dev tools. So here is the link for the Chrome Web Store and then for the other browsers. But since we're using Google Chrome, this is the one that we want. And if for some reason this link here didn't appear in your console, you can just Google Chrome React Dev Tools. So yeah, that's going to be this first one. And so then once you're on this page, or on this one, which is the same, you can just download this extension and install it in your Google Chrome. Now, I cannot do this because I'm on a guest window, so let me quickly fix that. And so now here in this window, I can actually use these dev tools as well. So hopefully you installed the tool, so just like any other Chrome extension, and then once you did, down here, once you have these developer tools here already open, you will see one tab which appears here, or actually two, which are coming from the React DevTools. So that's this component tab and this profiler tab. And since we're going to use this all the time, we can even drag, well, actually not. Now we can like drag it here to the beginning where it will then stay. Now here it says loading React element tree, which should be fast. So let's try that again. And actually it only worked for me after closing and reopening my browser. So if you see the same error message that I had previously down here, then please go ahead and do the same now. But so now everything is working. And so let's take a look at these DevTools, and in particular of this component part of the DevTools. Because again, there's another part, which is this profiler, but we will come back to that a bit later. So components, basically, as the name says, is for showing a component tree. Now, right now we only have one component, so only the app component, and so then this is the only one that we can see here. But if we had more, then all of them would be showing up down here, and we could see our entire component tree. So I will show you this again once we have that. The point here now is that we can take a look at all the state that is inside each component. Let's make this even a bit bigger here so you can actually see. Well, that's maybe too big. Or I can also make the entire window bigger. So just like this. So you see here that first we have this props, which is for all the props that the component that is currently selected is receiving. And in this case, we of course are receiving no props, so nothing there. But then here is the interesting part. So here we then have a list of all the hooks. And so here we have these two entries, one for each state hook that we used. So remember that we created the state with use state. And these use functions are hooks. Therefore, they are here in the list of hooks. But anyway, what's interesting is that we can now manipulate these values down here to experiment with them. For example, when we have a Boolean value, we here get this checkbox. And so then we can toggle it, which will then also toggle the value here. So from true to false. So basically we can do the same thing as in the UI, but here with the DevTools. And so that's very useful. And it's a bit similar to what we also can do with CSS here in the element tab. So here we can do similar things. So this was inspired by that. And then of course here we can also change this state. So we can go from 1 to 3 directly, or of course we can also try with values that we usually cannot access from the UI. So by clicking these buttons, we cannot set the state to 10, for example. But maybe for some reason we need to see what the UI looks like with 10. And so then we can come here to the DevTools and set it to this. Now, again, this is just a small demo example, so here that wouldn't be important. But in bigger and large scale applications, this might be necessary from time to time. And so this is very, very important to keep in mind that you can use the DevTools for this kind of thing. So that's one thing. And as I mentioned earlier, it's also very useful to be able to see the entire component tree right here. Because when we have many, many files in a project and dozens or even hundreds of components in our app maybe, then it can become quickly out of hand and we can lose sight which components are where. And so then a component tree can become very handy. So instead of drawing that manually, we just come here and there it is. Okay, and that's for now all I had to tell you about these DevTools. Very handy. Make sure that you install them and we will come back to them in future lectures for sure. It's very common that we update a state variable based on the current value of that state. And so let's now learn how to best do that. And in fact, we are updating state based on the current state all the time here. So here, for example, in setStep, we take the current step and then subtract 1. And here the same. So here we take the current is open state and toggle it basically. And so this is what I mean with updating state based on the current state. Now, the way we are doing it right now is working just fine, right? So our app works fine, but now let's imagine that after a few months, we come back to this app and then we want to change something. So let's say that we want this handle next function here to actually move forward twice. So let's say that we want to set the step state twice. So there's nothing stopping us from doing that. So we can do this once and duplicate it. So this is perfectly fine. We can call the same function twice. But what happens now? So what do you think is going to happen when I click next now? So in theory, it should take the step, which is currently 1, add 1, so 2, and then here it should do the same from 2 to 3, right? But again, watch what happens. So it only updated the state once. Now we will go into detail why exactly this happens, but for now what I need you to know is that we should not update state based on the current state like this. So the way that we have been doing it. Instead, what we should do is to pass in a callback function here. So instead of a value, we pass a function which will receive as the argument the current value of the state. So let's remove this here and let's create a function. And I will just create a simple arrow function here. And so as I was saying, this will receive as an input the current value of the state. Now there are multiple conventions on how to call this argument. So we could again call it step, but this might then be a bit confusing. We can call it the current step, for example, or just S. And so this is what I'm going to do now. So just an abbreviation. And so then here we can do S minus 1, just like before. And so this will now work the exact same way, right? So the view here was updated in the same way as before, but this is a little bit more correct. Because if we do this here, so again, receiving the current step as an input, which we just call S, but it could be called anything, right? And so then here we return that current step plus 1. And the same here. Plus 1. And so if we run this again, then it works. So then it is updating the state twice. So it started at 1, then therefore this callback here received the value of 1, and then 1 plus 1 was 2. And then here in the next state up, that updated value is already passed here into this callback. And so then we have 2 plus 1, which makes 3. Now here we actually do not want this, of course. So we just want to move forward by 1. But in order to be safe for future updates, it's a good idea to always use a callback like this when we want to update state based on the current value of that state. So let's do the same here. So again, here we are also doing the same. So we are also setting the isOpen state based on the current one. So let's just call it is and then toggle that. All right. And that works beautifully. Now, when we're not setting state based on the current state, then of course we can just pass in the value as normal. So just like we did here, for example. So that also happens sometimes. And so in that case, we need no callback. Then we just pass in the new state value as we do here and as we also had here previously. So again, in many situations, that would work just fine. So before we only had the S minus 1 here and nothing else, and so that worked as well. But in order to be safe for future updates or for working with coworkers, it's best to update the state in a more safe way like this. And so from now on, I will do this each time that we update the state based on the current value of the state. As we finish this first dive into state, I want to share a few more important thoughts or ideas about state, as well as some practical guidelines. So, first of all, there is one important technical detail that you should be aware of. And this might seem obvious, but it's still worth mentioning. So what I'm talking about is the fact that each component really has and manages its own state. So even if we render the same component multiple times on one page, each of these component instances will operate independently from all the other ones. So in this example, the three counter components all start with a piece of state called score, which is set initially to 0. Then, if one of the buttons is clicked, that increases the score by 1 for each click, but only in that component. The state in all the other components stays the same. So, again, if we change the state in one of the components, that won't affect the other components at all. And so the same thing, of course, is going to happen when we click one of the other buttons, or even when one of the components is removed from the UI entirely. So state really is isolated inside of each component. Now, if we analyze everything that we just learned about state, we can come to the conclusion that we can basically think of the entire application view, so the entire user interface, as a function of state. Or, in other words, the entire UI is always a representation of all the current states in all components. And taking this idea even one step further, a React application is fundamentally all about changing state over time, and of course also correctly displaying that state at all times. And this is really what the declarative approach to building user interfaces is all about. So instead of viewing a UI as explicit DOM manipulations, with state, we now view a UI as a reflection of data changing over time. And as you know by now, we describe that reflection of data using state, event handlers, and JSX. So we describe the UI, React does the rest. Now, this might all sound a bit philosophical at this point in your journey, but trust me, as you become more and more experienced in building React apps and working with state, you will truly and deeply understand everything I just said here. Okay, and now to finish, let me give you a few guidelines on how to use state in practice. So practical guidelines is always what students like the most, and here this also kind of serves as a summary of state in general. And these guidelines are for you to keep as a reference. So there is a lot of text here that I will just quickly go over now. So first of all, you should create a new state variable for any data that a component should keep track of over time. And the easy way of figuring this out is to think of variables that need to change at some point in the future. So if you're used to building apps in vanilla JavaScript, those would be variables defined with let or with var, or also an array or object that you mutate over the application's lifecycle. So in React, you use state for those. Another way of figuring out when you need state is this. Whenever you want something in a component to be dynamic, create a piece of state related to that thing, and then update the state when the thing should change. Or, in other words, when you need it to be dynamic. Now, since this thing is a bit abstract, let's think of a modal window that can be either open or closed. So, for a modal window, we can create a state variable called isOpen that will keep track of whether the modal is currently open or not. Then, when isOpen is true, we display the window on the screen, and if it's false, we hide it. Simple, right? So whenever you want to change the way a component looks like, or the data that it displays, just update its state, which you usually do inside an event handler function. Now, when you're actually building your components, it's going to be useful to always imagine the component's view, so the component rendered on the screen, as a reflection of state changing and evolving over time. Finally, there is one common mistake that many beginners make, which is to use state for every single variable that you need in a component. But that's really not necessary. So do not use state for variables that should not trigger a re-render, okay? Because that will just cause unnecessary re-renders, which can cause performance issues. So it's very common to need some variables that are not state. And so for those, you can just use regular variables defined with const. But we will come back to this in the next section. Alright, so this is my first set of guidelines about state, which should be more than enough for now. So if you truly internalize these, then building React applications in the future should be a lot easier for you. And I say this because I really believe that mastering state is the most difficult part of learning React. But once you overcome this hurdle and truly internalize when you need state and how it all works, it will unlock React development for you. And so that's why I spend so much time here showing you how state works. So to finish up this part, I want to once again do a quick comparison of the React code that we just wrote with an equivalent vanilla JavaScript implementation of the same app. And this vanilla JavaScript implementation I actually gave you at the beginning of this section. So we placed it right in the public folder. So let's now open that up and open it here on the side. Okay. So again, the vanilla JavaScript implementation is inside an HTML file, where here we have first the HTML and then separated the JavaScript. So this HTML might look familiar, as it is quite similar, of course, to this JSX. The only thing we don't have here is the button to open and close the component. So I didn't include that part. But anyway, here then starts our script. So we have the same messages. And then here we have to manually select all of these DOM elements based on the classes that we gave them. Then next we have this let variable here with a step, which we will then update down here in these event handler functions. So here we took the elements that we selected manually and used add event listener on them. We have a similar logic inside of these event handlers to basically update the step variable. So when we go back, the step goes -1, and when we go forward, the step goes +1. So this is a bit similar to what we have here, so these event handlers. But the big difference is that here, all we have to do is to just update the state. And so then React will keep the UI in sync, where here we first update the state variable, and then we have to call this function, which does the DOM manipulation. So here, inside of the update UI values function, we need to now manually update the DOM and keep it in sync with the step state. Because of course, as soon as we click these buttons here, if all we did was to update this value, then nothing would happen in the UI. So after doing that, we need to then call this function here, or of course we could also just have all of this code here, but since we need the same code here, I just place it into this function. So then here, we manually update the text content of the message, while here in the JSX, it is simply declared right in the markup. So here we have imperative code that tells JavaScript step by step what it needs to do. So update the text content, then set the class list, set this class list, and set this class list. So set the class to active in case that the step is currently active. While here, that's all just declared in the JSX. We don't tell React to do anything. We just write that here the step should be equal to the current step, and that here the active class should be inside the class name if the step is greater or equal 1. But we don't need the imperative DOM manipulation that we have here. So we talked about this now many times, and so I think that this is enough said at this point. But of course, it would be a good idea for you to keep comparing now these two implementations. There's just one small thing that I want to do here, which is going back to the previous lecture where I told you that each component has and manages its own state. So what I want to do now is to prove that to you in code. So let's actually take all of this code and place it into a new component, which we will call step. Or actually, let's call this component here step. Then we don't have to do so much copy pasting. Then let's remove this and actually call it steps. All right, and now here we do our app again. So export default function app, and then this app will basically include 2 steps. So let's say here we have a div, and then we want to have the steps 2 times. Now just a few more changes we need to do. So now, since we have 2 components on the same page, let's actually return a div here so that the button and then these steps are all in the same place. And then just one quick change in the CSS, please. So down here in the close, let's just remove this line of code. All right, let's close that, put it here on the side. And then as you reload, you will see that now we have 2 steps on the page. So we successfully reused our steps component. So this is now no longer the app. Again, it is steps. And we can nicely see that here in the React DevTools. So now we have a bit of a bigger component tree. So we have app, and then it has 2 child components. So, but what I wanted to show you is that as we change the state in this one, for example, the state here will stay the same. And so even though both of them are steps component, the state in each of them is completely isolated. So of course, I can also close this one, and this one stays open. And we can obviously also see that down here in the DevTools with a bit more space even. Yeah, so the first steps here, the state is 3 and it is visible. So that's this true here. While the second one, the state is 1 and it is not visible. Okay, so that was just a small and quick demonstration. And so now that we have used state a couple of times here, it's time for you to practice state on your own in the upcoming coding challenge. Welcome to the next coding challenge, which, as you can imagine, is all about state. So what I want you to build in this challenge is this very simple date counter. So here we have the current date, but then when we click here on the plus icon, you see that the count increases to 1, and then it says 1 day from now, it is Tuesday, June 22, while before it was 21. And so then when we keep going up, it basically keeps adding this number of days to the current date. We can also go back in time. So like 6 days ago, it was this date. So that's the most basic thing. But then here we can also adjust the step. So for example, if the step is 5, then each time we click on the plus button, it increases by 5. So no longer by 1. So 10, 15, 20, and so on and so forth. And the calculation then here, of course, is still the same. So that's what we're going to build. So open up a new code sandbox with react.new, or of course, as always, you can also build this challenge on your local computer. So for that, you can just create a new React app, just like we have been doing before. Now here, just to make sure you can see, I will make this a bit bigger, maybe not that big. And then I will actually just start writing a little bit of code here. So just to show you what I actually want. So I want you to create this counter function, which for now will just return tests. And then all we want to do is to include that counter right here. And that's it. So you can leave everything else the same, even the styles. Let's just leave them here. and just focus on this counter functionality. Now this part here with the dates can be a little bit tricky. So what I want you to focus on the most is actually the counter functionality here. So if the dates are a bit too tricky, then just leave that until the end and you can just print the current count value down here. Or you can also just Google, for example, JavaScript add days to date. Okay, so I will leave this up here so you can see what you are supposed to build, and then I meet you back here in a minute with my solution. All right, so welcome back. Hopefully you had some success with this. So there's actually a lot of moving parts here with handling the events and all the state. So hopefully the lectures that we had previously were enough for you to understand how this works. But if not, there's really no problem with that at all. So hopefully you just did anything, even if just the very simple counter. That's also fine. But anyway, we know that we want this count value here to update in the UI. So the view of this component should update whenever we click on one of these buttons. So that's a good sign that we need some state, right? So let's start by creating the count state. So const count and set count is use state. And now for some reason the use state didn't automatically get import. So we need to do that by hand from React. Nice. And now, well, we need to show this count on the screen and then we need to update it. So as always, the same 3 steps. So first, declaring the state variable, then use it in the JSX and then update it. So here we are missing the default of 0. And then let's just create one div with these 2 buttons and also with the value of the counter itself. So starting with that value actually, let's just count and then the count value. Oh, what's that? So count is 0, that's correct. And now we need some buttons. So button and on click. And here I will actually not create the event handler function separately, but instead I will just define them inline here. But if you did it separately, that's of course no problem at all. So what do we want to do here? So this one here is to decreasing the value. So set count, and we want the new count to be the current count minus 1. So what that means is that we want to update the count state based on the current state. And therefore, here we now should pass in a callback function. Remember that? So I'm going to write C for count. So this stands for count. And remember, it is the current value of the count state. And so then we want to return that count minus 1. And that should already be it. Let's just use this here for the minus sign. All right. Then let's copy paste. Well, let's actually just close down this sidebar. So copy and paste, and here just +1. So give it a save. And well, let's just adjust here the output a bit. And beautiful. That's working already. So the component view is being updated as we update the state. Great. And so now let's just also display the date down there. So for that, let's create a paragraph, or first, let's actually calculate that date. So maybe you Googled how to do this as I advised you to. So let's just define a variable called date and then new date. And of course, you can just leave it like this, or you can just pass in a string, for example, to define any other date that you want. For example, June 21st, 2027, so just for fun. So that's not a date today, as you can imagine. But anyway, now here we can, on the date object, call the setDate method. And so then here we can do date plus get the current date. Whoa, what's that? Yeah, date dot. So getting the current date and then adding a value. So that value can be the count. All right, so we're using now our count to add that count to the current date, basically. And so then that's what we can output down here. But again, this part was kind of optional here, really. So this is not what I was concerned about. What matters is that you got the state part right. So, but anyway, here let's now log the date and then convert it to a nice readable string. So toDate string. All right, now here we got some problems, and that's because, right now our JSX has 2 root elements. That's because I, by mistake, placed this outside the div, but there we go. So you see, that's already working. Nice. Now we are missing that part here that says the 30 days from now, for example, or today, or 10 days ago. So let's do that. And so to do this, let's add maybe another span. Let's wrap this one into a span element. And then let's create a span. So just for some inline text. And now here, then let's create that part of the string. So if the count is 0, then it is today. So then here we can output the string today is. And if not, for now, let's return nothing. And here we have a problem. And that's because here we need a colon. All right. So count is not 0 right now, but now it is. So today is this date. So that's correct. But now as an alternative here, we need to also account for the past and for the future. So we actually need 2 more different values here. And so here we need another ternary operator. Now using nested ternaries is quite ugly and can be quite unreadable. So usually I advise against using that. But well, here let's just break that rule. So basically here we have the else branch. And so then here we can ask if the count is greater than 0, then the string should be, let's use a template literal, then the count days from today is, and else count days ago was. Not like this. All right. So Prettier took care of formatting it for us. So it's at least a little bit more readable. So that works. 5 is, here we're missing the space. And now for the past. So -4 days ago was. So let's quickly do a math.absolute here. And yeah, that fixes it. So we have now this main counter working. So basically this part here is working. And now let's worry about the step. And the step is going to be quite similar. So const step and set step. And here I need to learn how to write step, apparently. And then use state again. And here the step by default is 1. So because by default, when we click here, we just want the counter to go up by 1. All right. And now we can just like copy paste this because it's going to look very similar. But here then we have the step. Then here also the step. And here also set step in both these places. So let's see. And yes, that's working. However, of course, if we now click here, then that step is not being applied here. So we are still simply adding 1 or subtracting 1. So how do we now put these two together? Well, as I was just saying, by default, we are just subtracting or adding 1. But that's no longer what we want. Instead, we want to add or subtract the step. So just replace the 1 here, step, and yes, that's working. Nice. And we can even go negative here, I think. Maybe we should change that, but never mind. That's too much work. So now if we add 3, we are actually going into the past. But yeah, that's no problem. Great. So that wraps up this challenge. It works exactly as what we had set out to build. So hopefully you had some fun with this. Hopefully you also did have some success. And so, yeah, let's keep going in this section. And actually, we will just, in the next lecture, create a brand new, very, very nice project. So I hope to see you there as soon as possible. In the second part of this section, let's now build our first project that has some real interactivity. And so, let's get straight to it. And by now, you know the drill. So if you're on Windows, open up your command prompt. If you're on a Mac, open your terminal, please. And then, as always, navigate to the folder where you want to create your project. So that's my desktop. And then in there, run npx create react app. And then please specify version number 5 here. And then finally, the name of the project, which is going to be travel list. Then hit enter and then let create react app do its thing. And in the meantime, I will give you a quick tour of the app that we're going to build. So this is the far away app, which is a simple travel list where we can add all the items that we need for our next trip. So for example, let's say we need 2 boarding passes that we really cannot forget. And then we can hit enter or click here. And so then that item gets added here to the list. And also you see that down here we have the statistics that just got updated. So that's already some interactivity right there, but of course we can do more. So for example, let's say we don't need the charger anymore for some reason. So we can just click there and it's gone. We also can mark these items as completed. So basically as packed. So let's say we already packed that one, and then down here it says we already packed 2, which is 50%. But there is even more. So we can also sort by these 3 things here. So input order, or by description, or by the packed status. And so then the packed items here, they appear at the end. And finally, maybe once we are back from our trip and want to prepare our next one, we can just clear the entire list at once. So it then asks us if we are sure, and yes we are. And indeed, then our list becomes completely empty. And that's it. So I think this is a really nice little project for us to learn some more interactivity, and it has all these nice but simple features that we are going to build. And on top of that, I also really like this nice design here. It's a bit retro, which I think really fits the vibe of this application. And now, before we start writing any code, let's actually take a look at how we can break up this entire design into components. So this first big yellow part, I think we can call this the logo of the application. And so we're going to create one component called logo just for this part. Then next up, we clearly have some form here. And so that's where we are going to put these elements. So yet another component. Next, then we have this entire list, which I think can be called the packing list. And then in there, each of these items is, well, just called an item. We could call it a packing item maybe, but we'll see once we get to the code. Finally, down here, we have this other area, which I think we can just call stats or statistics. So this is how we are going to break up this user interface into components. And we will talk a lot more about how we actually do this, so how we arrive at these different components, but that's not the focus of this application. Here we just want to work a little bit more with state, with events, and also learn about how we can handle form submissions. So if that sounds fun, then let's quickly move on to the next lecture and start implementing this layout. So with our project now installed, let's start by building the static layout of the application. And as always, let's start by getting the starter files, which in this case is just this CSS file. So of course that we don't have to write any styles ourselves. Then place that here into source. Now there will already be one, so just replace that. And since we're already here, we can get rid of all the junk that we don't need. So all of these. So in the end, we just have app.js, index.css, and index.js. Okay, then just renaming this here once again. And then let's drag and drop it onto the VS Code icon. Okay. So here we already have our files. As always, we need to clean this one here because we are importing some files that we no longer have, basically. But that's it. And once again, if you feel like it, you can actually delete all of this and write the code yourself just to practice how we can set up this React app from complete scratch. But I will just leave this here because in the end, when you build your own applications, you will always just leave this here as well. You're not always going to write everything from scratch. But here, I actually want to delete everything and start from scratch. So export default function app. So this is usually always the same as well here. So you always have your app parent component, which will include all the other components. And let's actually start with these other components. So just the components that we talked about in the previous lecture. So that's function logo. And now I will just quickly duplicate this code here just to make this a little bit faster. So packing list. And then we also have our stats. So these are the 4 big components that we identified in the last lecture. Remember that? And so let's now write a little bit of JSX for each of them, starting with the logo. So the logo is many times an image, but in this case, we will just have a primary heading. And we will say far away. And then let's add some emoji here. Now the way we write emojis on the Mac is by hitting Control, Command, Spacebar. And on Windows, the shortcut is Windows plus period. So like this. So the Windows key and then plus this dot. All right. Then here let's use a palm tree. So this one here. And then a bag. Just like this. And in case you can't get these emojis to work, you can always just copy them from the final files of this project, or you can, of course, just ignore them as well. So these are just to make the design a little bit nicer. Okay, that's enough for the logo. So we will just write some very simple starter JSX here for each component as we are scaffolding basically this layout. So here let's just return a div with the class of add form. And again, you can of course explore this CSS file and see all the CSS that I wrote for these class names that we are going to import here. So in here later we will have these form elements like the select box, the input box, and that button. But for now we will just write the text. So what do you need for your trip? And here we also had some emoji. Let's add that as well. And it's actually already down here. Okay. And notice how ESLint is complaining that we are not using these variables here. But of course, we will do that soon by including all of them here in the global parent component. So here in this app. But again, let's leave that for later. So we do that in the end. For now, we just write the static part of all the components. And this one is the list. So again, just like a placeholder there. And let's make this one here a footer element. So remember how this stats is really at the bottom of the page. And so a footer seems like a good fit here. So let's write you have, and then here in the end we will have a number. So let's just use an X for now. Items on your list, and you already packed, and then again an X, which is X% of the total. Then here we also had some emoji, like this other bag here. And yeah, I think this one was also formatted. So let's use emphasize here. So EM. And now with that, let's come here to our app component and use all of them here in our layout. And if you want, you can actually pause the video here and do that as a challenge. So just create one div element with the class of app and then include the 4 components in there if you'd like. So this is how you do that. So with the class of app, and then one by one after the other, we just include them here. So first the logo, then the form. So actually exactly in the way that we define them in our code. And by the way, in more real apps, and also a bit later in the course, we will start placing each of these components here into one individual file. So we will then have one file called app.js for this component, one called logo.js for this one, and so on and so forth. But here, since we are still learning, I think it's easier to build all of them here in the same file, because otherwise we are jumping around all the times through these files. And so that then makes everything a lot more confusing, especially when we get into topics such as child to parent communication. But yeah, more about that very soon. So to finish the stats, and that's it. So no component is yellow here anymore, and so that means that we didn't forget any. And yeah, with this we are done. So let's open up our integrated terminal like this, and we are already in the correct folder. So npm start. And let's wait for it. Beautiful. Well, here it seems we missed some class. Let's make this smaller again. All right. And so this footer here needs the class of stats. Yeah, wonderful. So this is what it's supposed to look like, and it looks exactly like our demo. Well, except, of course, for these details right here, which we will take care of starting in the next lecture. So next up, we will start rendering some static items here. So we will not yet dynamically add new items to the list, but we will render some static items from an array here in the UI. Remember how I said earlier how rendering lists is one of the most common tasks in React development? Well, this application is no exception. And so let's now render the list of packing items. And first of all, let's go to our CSS file, because that's again where I pasted this array of initial items. So let's grab that. We can also close index.js, and I will paste it here at the very top. So you see that we have, once again, an array with a few objects. And in this case, each object describes one item to be packed. So each of them has an ID, a description, quantity, and here the packed property, which tells us whether this one has been packed or not. So based on this, we will then display the item a little bit differently. So here, well, here we don't have any. So here in the demo app, so you see right now it's not packed, but if it is packed, then you see it is like strike through. Okay, so let's now take these items here and render them as a list into our UI. So as the name says, we're going to do that in the packing list. So first of all, let's again use semantic HTML and convert this div into a UL. So into a unordered list. All right, and then immediately here, we enter JavaScript mode. Because remember how we render lists in React? Well, we simply use the map method that we already know on the array. So initial items, and later on we will of course then, when we make this dynamic, use another array here. But again, for now, here we just want to render something. So just to make this work. Okay, then inside the map method, each of the elements will be, let's say, an item. All right, and then for each item, what we want to render is an item component. So let's immediately write that here, and we will then create the item component in a minute. So item, and then we pass in as a prop the entire item. So item, and then item again. Let's close this here. So you see we have a lot of items here. So the name of the component, the name of the prop, and then here the object itself, which remember is the argument of this callback function in each iteration over this array. So nothing new here at this point, I hope. So I'll give this a save, but of course item is not defined. So let's quickly take care of that. And now here we need to accept the props, right? So we can do it like this, remember, but even better, we can immediately destructure this and then give it the name here of the prop that we passed in, which is item. And again, it could be anything. It could be object, like obj or x or anything. But yeah, it's easier to just call it item here because that's what it is. It's just a packing item, so to say. So here, this item should be now an li element, so a list item, because that's usually what direct children of the UI or of the UL element should be. And then just to start, just to see if it's working, let's simply render, I think it's called description. Yes, that's it. We'll just copy that actually. So item.description, give it a save, and there it is. So we have passports and socks. Now the styling here is a little bit off. And the reason for that is that here I actually did a mistake in the HTML. So here, let's actually create a div. And then it's this div that is supposed to have the list class. All right. And the reason for that is that later on, we will have another element in here for these filters. So we will have a div for these two things down here. All right. So of course, for me, that's easy to see now because I already built the app beforehand. But once you start building your apps on your own, there will be a lot more back and forth, which of course I cannot do here in this course because then it would take just forever. Okay. But anyway, let's now add some more here. So we don't just want a description. We also want this icon here for deleting. And later we will want this checkbox, but let's leave that for later actually. So here let's create a span element. So for the text, let's grab that, paste that here. And then we also want the item dot, let's see, it's the item dot quantity. Exactly. So item dot quantity. And notice how sometimes Prettier creates like these empty strings here in our JSX. So many times this is not necessary, so just get rid of that. And now finally, we need that delete button. And for now, we won't attach any event handler here, but we will just place an icon here in the form of an emoji. So maybe like that. So this X right here. And again, if you can't make this work, then you can just write the X like this, or also like this. So that would work as well. All right. So this has now been rendered here based off this list. And if we duplicate this and add something else here, like a charger, one charger, then there it is. Now to finish, let's just mark one of them as packed. Make this one true so that we can add some additional styling here. So we want to basically have some strike through there. So that's simple stuff. So let's come here to the item. And here we will now conditionally add some styling. So instead of conditionally adding a class, here I want to conditionally simply add some style. So let's write style, and then it immediately enters JavaScript mode. But now I will not immediately write the object of CSS properties. Instead, let's actually use the ternary operator to decide which object the style should actually receive. So if item is packed, and here we don't really need a condition because this is already a Boolean. So if it is packed, then we want an object which will contain some CSS for the strike through. But if not, so if the item is not packed, then we will want to return this empty object. And so then no styles are going to be applied. So the CSS property that we're looking for is called text decoration. And let's set it to line through like this. And that worked quite nice. All right. So let's try another one just for fun. And yeah, immediately you see that it gets strike through as well. So this was yet another way of using the ternary operator to conditionally set some style here. So you see that we have a lot of freedom in React. And again, we simply use the JavaScript tools that we already have for this kind of stuff. One of the most important things that we do on the web is to interact with web applications through forms. So forms are fundamental in web applications. And so let's now start learning how to work with forms in React. And first off, when we build forms in React, we use the normal HTML form element. So we have a form, and then here let's add the select, the input, and the button. So just looking at the demo here, in HTML, this is a select element, this is an input element, and this is just a regular button. Here we need to change that as well. And there is a setting in VS Code that will make it so that as I update this one, the closing tag also gets updated, but I will find that out after this video and then I will let you know. But anyway, let's now create that select element. And now here we want to create a bunch of numbers. So inside the select, we create one option with the value. And here let's use again JavaScript mode. So in order to pass in an actual number 1 and not a string of 1, let's just duplicate this a few times because we will actually not use this. So you don't need to write this code if you don't want to. So this is just to show you what we will do instead in a minute here. Let's just create that input first of the type text. And let's also include a placeholder here. And again, this is just normal HTML, what we're doing here right now. Finally, a button with add. Now, okay, beautiful. So that looks just like here, or very similar. So here we have the 1, 2, 3. So these 3 values. But here in the real app, we have 20. So of course, we don't want to write these 20 options over there by hand, right? So instead, what we do is to, inside of JavaScript, we will create an array with the numbers from 1 to 20, and then we will loop over that array and basically create a list of option elements. So let's do that, and we will use a nice trick, which is called array.from, and it's not really important how this function works. So let's just follow this here. And actually, we will do this all the time in React. So this trick is actually quite important. So as a first parameter here, we can pass in an object with the length property and set that to 20. So that will then create an empty array with 20 elements. And then as a second part, we can pass in basically something like a map function. So that will receive as a first argument the current value, and as a second argument, the index. And so here we are only interested in that index, because we will now return that index, which starts at 0 plus 1. And so then we get an array which goes from 1 to 20. And if we wanted, we could just grab this piece of code right here and run it inside of our console, make it a bit bigger. And yeah, indeed, we are missing the key somewhere there. But never mind, we will fix that in a minute. And so indeed, here we get that array from 1 to 20. All right. And now all we need to do is to again use the map method and loop over this to create now a list of these option elements. So again, specifying the value. And now that value is simply num. And we need the key. And that key is also num. So remember how that when we render a list, we need to give each of the elements a unique key. So the number here is, of course, unique. And then here also num. So give that a save, which makes this a little bit more legible. And so this option is basically just exactly what we had before here manually. But now we create that dynamically here automatically from 0 to 20. So there it is. So since we were speaking of this key here, let's also go to this list and fix the key there. So right here where we have that map, we need to also pass in the key. So that key again needs to be something unique. And what is unique here is this ID property. Well, not yet, but here let's use a 3. And so now these IDs are unique. And so those are the ones we are going to use. So usually when we get an array of objects, each of these objects should have an ID. So that's then the perfect candidate for using here as a key. And again, we will learn later exactly what this key is and why it's so important. But without it, React will always complain. All right, after reloading it, it is gone. And so let's go back to our form. And the form is actually already complete at this point. And so let's now talk about events. So basically what we want to happen is when we click on this button here, we want this form to be submitted. And so we can then react to this form submission with an event handler. So let's do what I just said. First, let's actually create the event handler. And we will do that just like before, right in the component function. So here we create another function, and this one is typically called handle submit. All right, and now all we need to do is to listen for that submit event. So how do you think we do that? Well, we go right here to this form, and then we add on submit. And then all we need to do is to pass in the handle submit function that we just created. And again, really, really important to understand is that we don't call the function here. So we don't do this. Instead, React will call the function for us as soon as the onSubmit event happens. Now, when exactly is that submit event going to happen? Well, simply as soon as we click here on this button. But for now, of course, nothing is happening because we don't have any logic in our handler function yet. Now, another way in which a form can be submitted is by hitting the enter key while we are here in the submit. So when I'm here and I hit enter, then you see that the form got submitted, actually. So maybe you saw that there was a brief flash of reloading, and that's just the normal behavior of forms in HTML. So that has nothing to do with React. Now let's just do this one more time so I can show you. So writing test and then submitting, watch what happens. So as I told you before, there was like a brief flash and then the page actually reloaded, and so the text that we got here is gone. Now remember that whole conversation about the single page application, where I mentioned that in a single page application like we want to build with React, we usually can submit a form without the page reloading. So in other words, what we want is for this page not to reload. And so we need to disable this default behavior of HTML. So the way we do that is to accept the event here. And then here we can use event.prevent default. And again, this is normal JavaScript right here. So if you're used to working with forms in vanilla JavaScript, then you probably have seen this before. So let's see what happens now when we submit. Yeah, then nothing happens. So that's actually exactly what we want now. We want no reload. So we want to stay here on the same page. So building a single page application. Now what's with this E here actually? How does it get here? Well, as soon as the submit event happens, React will call this handle submit function. And when it does so, it will pass into the function the event object. So an object with all the information about the current event. So again, that's very similar to what happens already in vanilla JavaScript. So here we could also basically write this. So this would be exactly the same, but it's then a bit more obvious what happens. So here, this function gets the event, and then we call handle submit with that event. But that's kind of redundant, so let's remove that. So let's just quickly recap what we did here, which was actually not a lot, but it's still important to understand what happened here. So first of all, we just created or form elements, and then the important part is that we are listening now for the submit event that happens on the form. And that event happens on the form as soon as we click this button or as soon as we hit enter while we are in this input element. And again, that is just some normal behavior of HTML. Now we could also not listen to the submit event and instead listen for on click right here. So we could do like this, and then for example create a function handle click. So instead of handle submit. So that would also work, but it would only work on the click of the button. So that would then not work when we hit enter while here. But we do actually want that, and so let's instead listen for the submit event. And by doing so, we are leveraging the power of HTML forms. Now the next question is, how do we actually get this data from the form into this event handler, right? Because of course the goal is to do something with this data. So with this quantity and with this item description. Well, there are multiple ways of doing so. So we could get that data right from the event object. So let's just see. We could like log this event to the console. So let's see what happens. So here we get this synthetic base event, and we will talk about what the synthetic event is a bit later. But you see that here we get the target, so basically the element on which the event was fired. And then there we have, for example, the input on which we can see the value. So test is exactly what we have here, right? However, in React, we usually don't do this. Instead, we use something called controlled elements. But that's a topic for a whole new video, and so let's now take a break and come back in a second. Let's now learn about yet another fundamental React concept, which is controlled elements. So let's take a look what they are and how we use controlled elements when working with forms in React. So to start, what we need to understand is that by default, these input fields like this input and also this select, they maintain their own state inside the DOM. So basically inside the HTML element itself. Now this makes it hard to read their values, and it also leaves this state right here in the DOM, which for many reasons is not ideal. So in React, we usually like to keep all this state in just one central place. So inside the React application and not inside the DOM. And so in order to do that, we use a technique called controlled elements. And so with this technique, it is React who controls and owns the state of these input fields and no longer the DOM. So since we want to now keep this data inside the application, what that means is that we need some state, right? Because that form data, of course, changes over time, and we also want to maintain our application in sync with it. So in order to implement the controlled elements technique, we follow 3 steps. First, we create a piece of state. So let's start with that. And we will start here with this actual input element. So with this text field right there. So that field is for the item description. And so we call it description. And then as always, the setter function is set description. And so then we use the useState hook. So the useState function. And then just like before, when VS Code shows us this auto-completion here, make sure to click here or to hit enter, because that will then automatically include, so it will import this useState hook into this file. So it will automatically include this line of code. And then for some reason that didn't work in your VS Code, then make sure to just write this out by hand. Now the default value for this description can just be an empty string like this. And so now we finished the first step of this technique. So we have our piece of state, and now we use that state as a value of the input field. So we come down here to the input that we want React to control, and then we specify the value, which again is just a normal HTML field. All right, so even in HTML, you can use value and then set it to something. So we could also do just this. All right, but now we don't want that, but instead we want our description. Give it a save, and there we go. Let's just reload to get rid of this. Yeah, here we get another warning, and it's already telling us the third step that we need to take. But for now, let's just see what happens if, for example, here we write now test. So you see now our input field has the value of our state. Okay, and now for the final step, we of course now need to somehow connect this state with the value that we are actually going to type there. Right, because now the state will simply always stay empty, even if we type something here. So React is now controlling this element and always sets it to the description. But the description right now always stays at this empty string. And so no matter what we do, right now we cannot change this. So what we need to do is to also, on the same element, listen for the change event. So that's using the onChange prop. And then here, let's just define an inline function. And this function receives the event that was fired off. So in this case, the change event. And then here, let's just type the code, and I will explain what actually is happening here. So set description e.target.value. All right, and now if we type here, first let's reload again. Now that we type here, it works. And to make this even more visual, let's come back here to our DevTools, and then here in the form, we need even more space. So you see that we have our state of test. And if we write here, then notice how that state down there is updating. So we can write anything, and then basically it will get synchronized with this state that we have in our application. And so now it is in fact React that owns the state and that is controlling the state. But now back here to this line of code. So basically, whenever we type something in this field, the change event is fired off. And we can react to that event here with this onChange event handler. And so here we pass in the function, and the function, as always, receives the event. And then on the event, we read target, and e.target is basically this entire element, and then this element dot value is exactly the text that we wrote. And just to make this a bit more visual, because I know that this can be a bit tricky to understand, so I want to make sure that you get it. So let's log to the console also this e.target, maybe. So as I delete now, this will fire off the change event. And so then here we get e.target. So as I hover it, you see that e.target is the entire element indeed. So watch what happens when I set, or when I log e.target.value. So immediately that character that I just typed was logged here to the console. And not just the character, but actually the entire value. So now I write another one, and then now we get t, then test, and then test. And so it is this value that each time that we write something, we set as the new state of the description. All right. So just to drive this home, each time that we type here, we set the state again. So we set it to the string that is currently in this input field, which will then re-render this view. So this entire form here actually. And so then that new state of description will get placed there as the value. So we always need both the value and the change here on the input element. Let's get rid of these curly braces here. Yeah, just like this. And just to see if we actually understood this, we now need to do the exact same thing with the select element. And if you want, you can actually pause the video and try that as a challenge now. So did you try that? Well, if not, that's no problem at all, because we only did this once. So I understand that it's still quite fresh and maybe confusing. But anyway, we now also need to control this select input element right here. So that's going to be the quantity. So let's call that state quantity, and the setter function is set quantity. And then again, use state, and here the default value, we want it to be 1. Let's just say 5 for now, just so we see the effect in the UI. Okay, so that's the first step. Now the second step is to then define the value. And so in this moment, React then starts controlling this element. So value of quantity, well, what was that? And you see immediately we get this 5. Again, with this, it's easier to see with our dev tools. And yeah, so that's the 5. But of course, if we change this now, then nothing will happen. And so the reason for that is the same as before, because this value is now coming from our quantity state. The DOM is no longer in charge of this value now. The only thing that we now have to do is to give this the ability to change itself. So to basically update the state each time that we change this value here. So that's again using the onChange handler. And this function gets the current event. And here we now do the exact same thing. So we set quantity based on e.target.value. And by the way, this value is coming directly from the option. So right from here. So that's why we need to set the value here inside of each option. Just to make sure, let's give it a save. And there we go. So you see, it changed here and it also changed here. Maybe you cannot really see this as it's right at the bottom, but yeah, here is the 10. Now what we can see immediately is that this is a string. While in the beginning, when we first load the app, let's try that, we get the 5, but without the quotes. So now this is actually not a string, it's still a number, and that's because we set the default here as a number. But then as soon as we change this, for example, to something, then here we get this string. And so the reason for that is that here e.target.value is always a string. So before we place this value into the state, let's first convert it to a number. And we can do that in a few different ways. We can use the trick of using a plus, or we can be a bit more explicit. For example, using the number function. So I prefer to doing it like this, which makes the code a bit more readable. So give it a save. And now, let's see. Yeah, now we get a number. And of course, still, when we write here, that will also update the state down here. And this was actually an excellent demo to show you how useful really these dev tools are, because they allowed us to immediately spot that we didn't have a number here, but a string. And so with this, we prevented a potential bug in our code. Great. So hopefully you got that. So you understood exactly how that works. So just to quickly recap, the technique of controlled elements basically consists of 3 steps. So we define a piece of state, like this description here. Then we use that piece of state on the element that we want to control. So we basically force the element to always take the value of this state variable. And then finally, of course, we need to update that state variable. And we do so here with the onChange handler, where we then set the description to the current value of that input field. And so with this, it is now this component, so basically it's React, who is in charge of the state and really of the entire element. And so that's the reason why this technique is called controlled element. Great, so that should be clear now. And so let's now go ahead and just quickly use these values here. For example, we can create a new item object. So with description, quantity, also we have the packed state in each of these items. And by default, of course, the items should not be packed. So let's set it to false here. And then we also need an ID. Now we could use some library here to generate that ID, but let's do it quick and dirty here just with date.now. So that should just work here in this case. And then for now, we will just log it to the console. All right, let's go to our console, reload all of this. And actually, let's also set it to 1, which is the default that makes most sense. So let's say that we need 10 shirts. So hit enter and beautiful. So we got our data here from the state and it contains the description. It contains the quantity right here. And then these other data that we just defined. So some random ID and also this packed state set to false. So with this, we learned how we get now this data out of the form. Now, just to finish, let's tweak our handle submit function a little bit. For example, when this happens, so when we submit the form without any item, then still this works. But the description is simply set to an empty string, which is our default here. However, we don't want this to happen. So when there's no description here, then we shouldn't even be able to submit the form. So that's simple enough. We can just add like a guard clause here. So we can say if there is no description, then return immediately. So basically then nothing's going to happen. And again, this is just some normal JavaScript, nothing to do with React. So you see, nothing happens now. But if so, then we get our object. And now finally, usually when we submit a form, then afterwards, once that submission is done, the form should go back to its initial state. So let's also do that. And for that, we can simply use our setter functions, right? And so that's the beauty of React being in charge of the form, because now all we have to do is to update the state, and then this enables React to automatically keep this state in sync with these form elements. So basically, that's the whole idea of the controlled elements. It's to allow React to keep our component state in sync with the state of these DOM form elements. But anyway, let's now do what I just said. So setting the description back to its initial state and set the quantity also back to its initial state. So let's try that one more time. And beautiful. So that worked really, really nicely. So this form is now a lot more real world. It's back to its initial state. And then down here we get the data. But now what do we do with this data? So at some point we will want to actually render this new object here into the user interface. So right here into this packing list, right? So how do you think we will do that? So how can we get this new state, so basically this new object that we just created, into this list? And just as a reminder, this list, well, it's even easier to see here in the component tree. So we have the form, and here is the list. So we want to get the data from this form into this packing list right here. So do you think that we could do that with props? Well, not really, right? Because these are sibling components. The form is not a parent component of the packing list, and therefore we cannot pass props from form into the packing list, right? So because data can only flow down the tree, but not up or sideways. So that was one of the important things that we learned about props. Remember that? So therefore, if we cannot use props in a simple way, we need to find another solution. And so this is where we really need to start thinking more about state and state management. But since this is so important as a React developer, I created an entire separate section about thinking in React. And that section is up next. So what we're going to do now is to take a break in this application and finish this section with a brief summary and a challenge to consolidate our knowledge about how to use state in React. And then after that, we will come back here to this application, and then we will really make it work. So then we will be able to pass data basically from the form into the list. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure to finish this section, and then right afterwards, let's keep going with this application. A very common beginner question, or sometimes even an interview question, is this: what's the difference between state and props? Well, we actually already learned almost everything to answer that question. But let's still make the difference between state and props crystal clear in this lecture, which will also serve as a nice summary to this entire section. So, as we already know, state is internal data, so data that is owned by the component in which it is declared. And we can see that nicely in this small example with two components. Now, on the other hand, props is external data, so data that is owned by the parent component. And you can think of props as function parameters, so as a communication channel between parent and child components where parents can pass data into children. State, on the other hand, can be thought of as the component's memory, because it can hold data over time, so across multiple re-renders. Now, state can be updated by the component itself, and as we already know, this will then cause the component to be re-rendered by React. Therefore, we use this mechanism of state to make components interactive. On the other side, props work very differently. They are read-only, so they cannot be modified by the component that is receiving them. However, and this is something that we haven't learned before, when the child component receives new updated props, that will actually also cause the component to re-render. And let's actually analyze that here in this code example. So one of the props that was passed to question is called upvotes. And that upvotes variable is actually state in the parent component, right? It's created using the useState hook, and therefore upvotes is in fact state. Now, if this piece of state is updated, of course the question component who owns the state will be re-rendered. But it makes sense that the child component who basically receives that state as props should also be re-rendered, right? Because how else would the button component be kept in sync with the state that it received as a prop? So, in conclusion, whenever a piece of state is passed as a prop, when that state updates, both components are re-rendered. So both the component owning the state and the component receiving the state as a prop. And so this is a very important connection between state and props that you should keep in mind. Now, finally, while state is used by developers to make components interactive, props are used to give the parent component the ability to configure their child components. So basically, props can be seen as settings in child components which the parent component can define as they wish. And that's it. So if you ever get asked the difference between state and props in a job interview, I sure hope that you're going to nail it. From my experience, it's not super hard to understand how state works in React. But it can actually be quite tricky to understand how exactly to use it in practice in different situations. But the thing is that this is the #1 skill that you need to have as a React developer. And that's why I decided to create this extra exercise that we're going to build together now to give you more situations and more opportunities to practice. So let's go. And here is the exercise that we're going to build. And it's actually a small project even. So this is a flashcard project where a flashcard is basically a question on one side. And then when you click it, you get the answer on the other side. So imagine that you can like rotate each of these cards here, which is what many people use to study. So if I click here now again, then it will basically turn the card around again. If I click here, then it opens this one. And while this is open and I click on another one, then you see that one closes and this one opens. All right. So this is going to be a small, fun exercise, which maybe looks very complex to you right now. But actually all we need is one piece of state to control all of this. Now I added a starter file to the link of this lecture. So that's this code sandbox here. And so here we already have an array with all the questions. And once again, that's an array of objects. All right. And so what we're going to build is this flashcards right here. So all you have to do is to fork now this code sandbox, or you can just also copy paste this entire code into your own code editor on your computer. So that's your choice. But what I will do is to now fork this, which will basically create a copy in my own code sandbox. All right, and so let's get started. And the first part is to actually render out these different flashcards like this. So basically only the front part, which contains all the questions. So you see that each one has an ID, a question, and an answer. But of course, by default, only the questions are visible. So we already know how to render lists, right? We just enter JavaScript mode, then we take our questions array and map over it. So each of them is a question. And then here we can render some JSX. Now, many times what we do here is to create an extra component. So just like we did in the faraway travel list app that we're currently building, but we don't have to. So we can also just return some JSX here. And so that's what we're going to do now. So just another div. And then in there, a paragraph with the question. So that's question dot question actually. Then let's close that and close the div as well. And there we have it. Now what's missing here is the class name of flashcards. So as you see, I already created some CSS. So if you copied the code into your own computer, then make sure to also copy the contents of this style.css. Okay, now we see that here we have some problems which are related to the key. Exactly, so each one needs a unique key. And so, well, we can just put that here. So key, and then let's use question.id because these are unique values. And as you know, each element that we render here inside the map, so as a list, needs a unique key. So if I reload now, then these errors will be gone. Okay, so we have now our static part all built out. Now what we need to do is something to happen whenever we click on one of these components here, or actually each of these elements. So how are we going to do this? Well, as I said initially, all we need is actually one piece of state. And that piece of state will keep track of which question ID is currently the active question. And if that sounds confusing, then let's just write the code. So let's call this the selected ID and then set selected ID. Use state. And then here we will want to start with null, because by default, we want none of the questions to be open in the beginning. So to be selected in the beginning. And so that's what null is for. So null is basically just nothing, right? So now here we need to import use state from React. All right. And now let's remember the 3 steps of using state, which I like to always come back to, because I think this makes it a bit more helpful to understand how we should approach this. So the first step is to define the state variable, which we already did. Second is to then use that state variable. And third is to update it. So as for the second point, let's now do that. So let's use this selected ID here for something. But well, this time, this is a bit tricky, right? Like, what do we actually need this selected ID for? Well, let's maybe make it easier by, instead of using null, here using one of these. So one of the actual IDs. So 9103. So if this is the state, so let's imagine that we just clicked on this one here. So how to give components memory. Let's say that we just clicked here, and so that this is then the state. So how do we want to use this state? Well, basically here, instead of displaying the question, we want to display the answer. So we can do that. We can say question.id equals the selected ID. And if it is, display question.answer. And if not, well, then of course the question.question. And so now here we actually this time got the answer. So that's the use state hook. And so that's already working. So let's do the same thing for the styling, because here actually this gets like with this red background. And so we can use a class that I created for that and add it here to this div. So let's do something similar then. So class name, enter JavaScript mode, and then we do the same thing. So if the current question ID is equal to the selected ID, then here the class name should be selected. And if not, then nothing. And there we go. So beautiful. Just make sure that you actually understand what is going on here. So as we loop over this array here, each of these elements is one of these divs, right? And in each of these divs, we have access to the current question object. And then each of them has one ID. And so what we can then do is to compare that ID with the selected ID. So the one that we have currently selected. And if that is the same, then, well, it's just what we have written here. So if it is the selected question, so if the selected ID is equal to the one that is in the object, then simply display the answer. And otherwise, in all other cases, well, then display the question itself. So not the answer. All right. And now let's set it back to null. And now all we have to do is to set the state. So that's the third step. So when do we want to update the state? It's whenever we click here. So in one of these divs. And so that's where we place the onClick handler. So as you see, it doesn't even have to be a button or anything like that. Okay. And now what we are going to do is to create a function here. So just to make our code a bit easier to understand. So let's call it handle click. So for now, just the name of the function. So here we need to now then pass in that function, right? However, that is not really enough because, well, here we will now call set selected ID. But as the name says, we now here actually need the ID of the question that should become the selected question, right? And so what this means is that this function needs to receive that ID so that we can then set it here. So now we need to call this handle click function with that ID. So simple enough, question.id. But don't make the mistake of thinking that this is finished. And actually, React already gave us here an error. So remember that here we need to pass in an actual function and not a function call like we have here. So this is calling handle click immediately. That's not what we want. We want to pass in a function so that React can then call the function as soon as the event happens. Okay, and that should already be enough, at least for now. So that worked. Great. And as I click on another one, then of course, this one becomes the active one. And let's check out the React DevTools, because Code Sandbox actually also has the React tools integrated. So when we come here to the app, or actually flashcards, notice that the state is now 9103, which is exactly this ID. When we click here, it becomes, well, that should have updated, but apparently it doesn't work that great. So yeah, well, maybe never mind. Let's just close this down again. What matters is that it is working, at least kind of, because watch what happens when I click here again. So nothing happens, of course, because here we are simply passing in that ID, and then we are setting that ID as the selected ID. So just as expected. But as we see here, as we click again, it actually closes the card again. So this functionality we already have of changing between cards, but when we click on it, that we don't have yet. So let's do that. And that's not too hard. Basically, what we want to do here is to set this ID based on a condition. So we want to say if the question ID is different from the currently selected one, then the result here should be the ID. And if not, well, then set it back to null. Now here there's some problem. Yeah, I have one equal too much. All right. So again, if the question ID is different from the already selected ID, then set the ID. And so that's exactly this behavior, right? But if not, so basically if the question ID is already equal to the selected ID, then set it back to null. And so with null, then none of them will be active. And yeah, that works. And I think it makes sense as well, right? So this usage of state here was quite a bit different from what we had before. And so that's why I decided, again, to include this exercise here by the end of this section. So please make sure to study exactly what is happening here. And then after that, I think you are ready for the final coding challenge of this section. Let's wrap up this section by continuing to work on the date counter challenge that we started earlier. So in this part 2 of the challenge, we will upgrade the date counter that we built before. So we can still click here on these buttons to move forward in the date, but now we can also directly go to a date by defining a count here. So for example, 1,000 days from now is, well, this one here, or 10,000 or 100,000, and you can keep going as you wish. So let's put it back to 1. And so that is the upgrade here for the counter. And the step is also different. So instead of these buttons that we had before, so similar to these ones, we now have this slider. And so now if we click here, we move up these 7 here. But the 7 was now defined using this nice slider. And this slider is actually just another type of HTML input element. But I will show you that here in a minute. Finally, what we also have is that we can reset. So when we click reset, it goes back to 0 here and back to 1 in the step. And this button is only visible when one of these two changes. So let's go back and let's do that. So here I still have the code from the previous challenge, and what I'm going to do now is to fork this. So this will basically create a copy out of that other one, and so now I can keep writing the code here without changing the initial one. So what I wanted to quickly show you here is that slider. So we can use the input. So as I said, this is now an input, and the type is of range. And then we set a minimum value. We can set that to 0 and a max value to 10. Let's see. And there we go. So now this is of course an uncontrolled element now. So right now React is not in charge of controlling this value. And so what you need to do, as you can imagine, is now make this input element a controlled element, and then also this one right here. So with this, you will practice what we just learned a little bit earlier, right? And in case you have any doubt, you can just go back to that lecture and check out the code that you wrote there. So let me just show you here the result so you know what you have to build. So good luck with this challenge, and I see you back here in a few minutes once you are ready. All right, let's now quickly supercharge basically our counter component. So most of the things are actually not going to change here. So we already have the step state. All we have to do is to connect it now, so with this input element. So the value of this element should be, of course, controlled by that step state. And then we need the onChange handler, just like before. So we get the current event, and then we set the step based on that event. So event.target.value. And then we can get rid here of this button. And let's see. Yeah, that works already. And indeed, well, that doesn't really work, does it? So it is adding the 10 as a string. So we have a bug in our code. So the problem, as you can see, is that this value here is taken as a string. So that's actually the problem that we had before and that we detected using the React DevTools. And in fact, the DevTools are also available here. So we could see the same thing here. So the state is 10. So 10 as a string. So we just do what we did before, which is to convert this value to a number before we then place it into the state. So let's reload that here. Takes some time. And let's set it to something. And that's working now. And you see here that we have, well, that's not correct really, for some reason. But what matters is that here it's actually working. So maybe the integration here in Code Sandbox is not as good, but yeah, never mind. What matters is that this part is working already. And now all we have to do is to create an input element here as well. So that should also not be so hard. So we no longer need this span, but instead we will use an input of the type text. The value here is count, and then on change, basically we want almost the same thing as before. So we get the current event and then set count, and then this time we're not going to forget the conversion part. So we convert to a number e.target.value. And now all we need to do is to close down this element, give it a save, and yeah, this all looks correct to me. Let's see. Well, something's happening here. Let's close down the React tools maybe. Yeah, anyway, let's just reload here just to be sure. So this works. And now if we input a value here, yeah, nice. So that's really, really nice. So with this, we have a bit more control over the component, and we can calculate dates from now, which is quite helpful. But yeah, let's just review quickly what we did here. So these two input elements are now controlled elements for the same reason that we already saw before. So we have a piece of state, and we then connect that piece of state, for example here the step, with the input element. So we force this input field to take the value of the step piece of state. But that alone is of course not enough, because with that we would not be able to then change here the value. And so we then need to handle the event of actually trying to change, so of sliding here basically. So each time we slide, the change event is fired off. And so then each time that happens, we want to set the step with the current value of the element. So that's e.target.value. Nice. And finally, the only thing that's missing is that reset. So that button right here. So let's then create a button down here. Let's create another div where we place that button into. So reset, close that, and close the div. So we want something to happen on the click, so we use the onClick prop. And now here let's actually do this as a separate function, because here we will need to set two pieces of state. So let's call this handle reset. Now that does of course not exist, so we get this complaint. So let's fix that. Handle reset. And so what's going to happen here? Well, all we have to do is to set these two back to their initial state using their setter functions. So set count will go back to 0 and the step will go back to 1. So yeah, that works. The only thing that's different between the demo that I showed you is that we should not display this reset button when there's actually nothing to reset. So basically what we want to do is to conditionally render this part here. So let's wrap it into a JavaScript block. And then we can say if count is equal to 0, or if step is different than 1. So count different from 0 or step different from 1. So 0 is the default for count and 1 is the default for step. And so if one of these defaults is different, then we want to conditionally render this part. So for that we can again use the AND operator, or maybe just, why not, let's this time use the ternary operator. So in this case, maybe we should just put a parenthesis around this. So just to make sure that this is one condition that gets evaluated first. So in this case, render this, and else render nothing. All right, so as soon as we change this, we get a button, or as soon as we change this, the same. Beautiful. So that's exactly what we wanted to build. And so we are finished with the challenge, and we are finished with this section. And so let's waste no time and let's keep working on the far away list right in the next lecture of the next section.